So as you all know, I like to start on time, so we will start today. So I'm more than happy to welcome all of you in this final conference of the ClieNFarms project. It has been the perfect 4 years project from my point of view. So we're expecting about 100 people here and about 50 online, so it's quite a good success, I think. Some seats are still empty. Some got the flu, so maybe some will stay empty, but others will be coming very soon. Just some elements before giving the floor to Mariana, our policy officer. First, please switch off your phone. Thank you very much. Then, during the different sessions, if you want to ask questions, we'll be using a QR code on the Slido stuff in order not to interrupt discussion, but to allow different questions to be raised. And Louis here, we ask the question and manage to take the different questions. Maybe you've seen outside there's a poster session. So during the coffee break and during lunchtime, you will have time to walk around and see some of the output, very small amount of the output of the project. And of course, I discussed with the different people or institutions who made the posters. The session will be recorded in order to put on the YouTube ClieNFarms channel for other people not joining the project, the meeting, to see the progress made during these 4 years. So I hope there's no objections regarding the recording. So for now, that's more or less from me. Of course, I'll give a more formal presentation after Mariana. But again, I'm very happy to see all you around for this day and for tomorrow for some of you. And now I give the floor to Mariana. If I can page down, up, down, doesn't work here. Yeah, maybe here. We got magic fingers. So Mariana, please. So Mariana just joined the project 1 month ago. So 1 month ago. So she's very happy to join it. And she's working, as you know, at the DG Agri, Research and Innovation. She's an expert in agronomy, biotechnology, and biochemistry, with a lot of experience, of course, on different EU policies, organic trade, and food safety and sustainability. As you can see, she also got a PhD in something very complicated, biochemistry, cellular, and molecular biology, but we won't speak on that today. So, Mariana, please.
So, good morning. It's my honor to welcome you to this final conference of ClieNFarms project. Today, we gather to celebrate the significant achievement of ClieNFarms as an innovation and action project founded under the European Commission as part of Horizon 2020 Green Deal call. This project aims to co-develop and scale up systemic, locally relevant solutions and to foster climate neutral and climate resilient farms across Europe. With the Green Deal, a comprehensive plan to transform Europe's economy, energy, transport, and industry toward a more sustainable future was set up. As you are aware, I'm sure, it's aimed to cut emissions by at least 50% by 2030 and reach the aspirational target of climate neutrality by 2050, as provided for in the European climate law. Agriculture is highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change and is both a source of emission and a part of the solution for decarbonization and fighting climate change. Effective collaboration across and outside the supply chain is essential to drive the adoption of practices that meet the twin demands of climate action and economic viability, while also supporting and incentivizing climate-resilient farming practices. The ClieNFarms project has been an example of innovation in this attempt, And over the last 4 years, the project has enabled collaboration among farmers, policymakers, agri-food industry, and citizens, all working together to develop solutions that drive toward climate neutrality. The multi-actor approach has proven essential in integrating proven solutions into a viable business model, ensuring that the transition to sustainable practices is both economically feasible and socially inclusive. This solution should continue to be disseminated with young farmers targeted through capacity building efforts. At the core of the ClieNFarms is the E3S framework, Innovation System Solution Space. This pioneering living lab structure has facilitated the demonstration and replication of systemic solutions across mixed crop and livestock systems. This has enabled establishing a network of 20 innovative systemic solution space coordinators, developing methodology to assess and implement climate neutral practices, and creating tools to guide farmers in their transition. The project impact can extend beyond the climate and the environmental system of measurement. It has fostered synergies with parallel projects and engaged in global discussion on agricultural greenhouse gases and in the framework such as the carbon removal certification framework. Furthermore, the project communication strategies was designed to ensure the finding and innovation are widely shared, enhancing the visibility and engagement of stakeholders across Europe. Looking at the future now, we must acknowledge that the vision for agriculture and food adopted by the European Commission recently in February 2025, this document outlined the importance of having sustainable, innovative, and resilient agricultural sector. And the project ClieNFarms can thus also contribute to enhancing the objective of the vision and reinforce the EU commitment to advancing agricultural practices that prioritize environmental health, economic viability, and social equity. And it's also important to mention for the future that the CAP plays a key role in incentivizing and rewarding farmers for practice that enhance the climate resilience. And we need to further clarify responsibility of factors across the supply chain to ensure that the demand aligns with the supply, and we need to work together at local, regional, national, and EU level to address this growing risk. Moreover, by the end of 2026, the Commission will also adopt an European integrated framework for climate resilience to bolster Europe's resilience against climate change. Our farmers are, of course, on the front line of climate change, and we need to safeguard the food security in highly vulnerable agricultural sector, which face rising threats from extreme weather events, including droughts, water scarcity, floods, and new pests and disease. The future of the agri-food sector depends on our ability to anticipate climate risk and equip farmers with strategy for long-term resilience, while maintaining the sector's appeal for future generations. In conclusion, the result of this project can demonstrate the power of collaboration and innovation in addressing the challenges of our time. As we move forward, let us continue to build up this momentum and ensuring that agriculture contributes positively to the global fight against climate change. And therefore, I thank you for your dedication, passion, and commitment to a sustainable future. And from my side, and obviously also on behalf of the Commission, I wish you a very nice and interesting conference. I'm confident that you will have the opportunity to exchange ideas about climate-smart farming opportunities while keeping in mind the opportunity for enabling a competitive European Union. So, with that, I conclude, and I think that it's very clear from the speech I just shared with you that this project, while was initiated 4 years ago, is perfectly fit in the current time, and this is not for all projects, so I think this is very good. Not only you had very good achievement, but it's very good also for the future. And with that, I thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marianne. So I'm very happy for this introduction. I go to the next, no reason for question. You have time to discuss with Marianne if you want during the different breaks, if she's around, or you just cross the road and go to the commission and have discussion with her. No problem for that. So I'm the first speaker. So Mariana already said a lot on the project, but I go a bit more in detail in some aspects. So who am I? I have to introduce myself. So I'm working at INRAE, the National Institute on Research on Environment, Agriculture and Food in France. I have a lot of experience on systemic agronomy and modeling, and been mainly working on modeling farmers' practices to achieve better sustainable production. And the main point is that I've been leading a research unit for 10 years, a multidisciplinary research unit. And when I finished, I said, well, why not a European project? It's more or less the same thing. You're multidisciplinary, but I don't have to manage human resources, so it's very good. So that's what I accepted. So, okay, that's me, but it's not very important. Let's go. So, ClieNFarm, a 4-year story. So, as you know, there's not a day without alarming news regarding drought, flood, fire, and so on and so on. And agriculture has its share on it, of course, is part of the problem, as you know, due to different elements. Some we can change, others are more complicated to change. But agriculture is actually a part of it, and there's been a lot of already projects dealing with how to mitigate, how to adapt on the different climate changes. ClieNFarm is part of all these projects. We have been using other projects. Other projects will use our results. So we are just a step forward, climate neutrality. I will say by 2030, we won't reach climate neutrality, but we'll be part of it, of course. So as I already said, we want to co-develop and upscale systemic, locally relevant solutions to reach climate neutral and climate resilient sustainable farms across Europe. So all the words, of course, are very important. Co-develop, it's not only researchers or farmers or policymakers, or all together. Upscale systemic solutions, that means it's very important to take into account all the value chain of the production. Climate neutral, okay, but also climate resilient and sustainable. That means farmers who are doing the production need to be viable as well. So we want to demonstrate that innovative systemic solutions have the potential to generate positive impact by 2030 by achieving, of course, this climate neutrality point by reducing greenhouse gases emissions and increasing carbon sequestration and storage. So, as you already know, that it was a 4-year project starting in 1st January and then ending in a month, more or less. Contribution thanks to the EU of 12 million euro and 33 partners on 14 European countries. So it's quite a big project. And what we'll see also is that during part of these 33 partners, it's not only research, but it's also value chain, it's also advisors and so on. It's an innovative action, it's not only research, and it's very important. And to do that, we want to interactively integrate and improve existing solutions through a multi-actor approach to achieve socially and environmentally sound farming systems with an economically viable business model. So all is linked: environment, social, and economic. That's sustainability, the three pillars of sustainability. So key concept, ClieNFarm scope is based on the demonstration approach that we call ISSS. I3, so ISSS. I used to say ISSS. Which says we want to be innovative, so that we mean to induce emergence and adoption of efficient innovation. Systemic, not to take into account only one aspect, but to integrate all the different aspects in the innovation. And solution space, we want to propose and tailor different solutions for each farm, depending on their pedoclimatic condition, resources, and constraints. There is not a single farm that are equal to the other ones. They are all different. So we need to find solutions that have to be tailored for each farm. So the goal of the ISSS is to test and assess the solutions that ensure the sustainability, as I said, environmentally, socially, and economic of the farm, while reducing, of course, the impact on the climate with an upscaling methodology. So to do that, the structure of an ISSS is one demonstration farm, and you can test some risky solution. And then around this demonstration farm, let's say 10 lead commercial farms that are pioneer in their domain and are very well aware of innovation. And then around outreach farm, because farmers are working in networks, of course, union, cooperatives and stuff like that, and discussion on open days. And then let's go over 1,000 of replication farms. That's the way we've imagined the structure of our case study. So you got a demonstration farm, lead commercial, so an increase of number on farm and an integration of the supply chain as part of the transversal view through the different farms. And we did that around 20 case studies, 20 ISSS across Europe, different zone of pedoclimate, but different production systems as well. As we worked with dairy, monogastric, arable, beef, sheep, crops, olive trees, and so on and so on. But also with different partners. That means some of these ISSS are led by research or technical institutes, but also are led by industry. That allow us to mix the different point of view of the different partners. It's very important. So how it works? So just follow the idea if you can. So the foundation of the project is that farmers does not have to do all alone. They need to be working with the ecosystem. Decisions have to be made all together. All together, I mean farmers, advisors, banks, policymakers, union, and whatever you want. So to do that, we start with a creative arena. That's what we say is a living lab type approach. That means all people discuss all together and try to find different solutions and to go over the barriers and to help for the level. Within the creative arena, there's different solutions that may be used. There's a catalog of solutions I was presented in the first slide. A lot of things have already been done. So you can create a register, a hub, and some can exist, others are maybe new, some can be applicable, some cannot. So there's a possibility to discuss around of these possibilities. Of course, if we want to upscale, we need to have some values. We need to identify, we need to have some methodology. And that's what we do. That means we test the solution, we record that, we record farmers' actions, we record farmers' social events, and so on and so on, to better understand what can work and what doesn't work. And all that, at the farm level, may go to a larger level, which is a value chain, the food value chain, and we can create business models. And as researchers who also are modelers, we can work at the EU level, a larger level. We can also play with models to better understand what if farmers use some solutions, what's the impact on Europe. Of course, climate neutrality is not only a European problem, it's a worldwide problem. But we can provide some elements for discussion with the other people. An important point is not to stay just us, is to open, to give flavor of what we found to worldwide. So that's the main point of communication. Today is part of this communication event. But there's been a lot of work, and we used to do a lot of work on communication to provide information on results of testing innovation system. And of course, as I said, another important people, and Mariana is here today, is to discuss our proposal, to discuss what we found, to discuss with the policymakers, and to discuss with other projects, because ClieNFarms is far from is the only one project working on climate neutrality. So it's very important to discuss with all these people. This structure is that we did during 4 years. And actually it's more or less what we try to present today. The creative arena will be during lunchtime. So you can work on innovation during lunchtime. The different solution we tested and the way we worked on it will be the first session. Then we have a discussion on the value chain, on upscaling the different elements of the results. That will be session 2. Session 3 will be on data, and will be on models. And we know that it's very difficult to have a very clear, sound, robust methodology to measure elements. So that's what we try to present and discuss. And then we have a specific session on policies, on policy briefs. That means from our results, what do we provide for policymakers who doesn't have many time to read papers? So how to be very impactful. So as I said, that's today's presentation with different targets. First session will be mainly on farmers and advisors. Second will be more on value chain, on ecosystem around farmers. During lunchtime, it plays a game, so it will be a real game actually, yeah, because on the chairs will be named, you'll be either a banker, you'll be either a policymaker or a farmer or whatever. Then researchers, and then policymakers. So despite ClieNFarms, there is still need of COP. Of course, as I said, there's still a lot of work to do, but I hope we provide some information interesting for a better future. Okay. So that's all for me right now. So the way it will work, we ask Luis, who is a partner at Consulae and also a professor at the University of Lisbon, and a farmer as well, to lead the conference. I will stay here in case, but it's better to have someone outside the project in a way, to be a grand témoin, as we used to say, and he will open the session, provide information, he will manage the different questions. So I remind you, you have QR code all around if you want to ask a question during the session. And now give the floor to Luis. Unless you have any question for me, but you just have to read the paper, the report, and go on the website. Is it okay? Perfect. I'll be around.
Good morning. If you don't want to read the paper, you can always do like a podcast. It's very easy to listen instead of reading, so it's easier and faster to know all about it. So my role is to host the day today. I think it's an easy and very basic role. I was taking just some few keywords from Mariana and Jeb. And I heard about innovation, collaboration, the systemic approach, looking at the climate neutral and resilience, solutions. We do have a value chain approach. We looked at the business models. We are looking at the farms, at the industry, at the whole value chain, and then looking at demonstration, replication, communication, outreach, and 13 million euros. So we had a budget to do it, and we were supposed to do it. And today we will do two things. We will discuss what we did, but we will also look and to make this my job a bit more interesting. What I will say when I will just present the moderators, and then the moderators will do the rest. But I will also mention the impacts. So what we did with Mariana, we selected a few impacts per session, because we always talk, when we do the application of the projects, we always talk about the impacts, and sometimes we forget about them because they are long-term, but they are there. So one exercise that I think we could do today one is to look at the impacts and to see how far we are on achieving what we promised to achieve. So before each session, I will mention the impacts that are more related to that session. And then in the end, we'll do a quick exercise to hear our common opinion on how well we are on dealing with that. So we have, I think we have great sessions, great speakers today. Another very important thing, two things that one Jeb said, that we have the Slido, so you have the QR codes there, so please join Slido, even if you are here. So if you are online, also you have the access to Slido. And that's important because if you want to put some questions, please use Slido. We will not open the floor because I think it will be, we already have the panelists, and I think it will be complicated to do that, but we'll take the questions on Slido. At the end of each session, I will look at them, and I see if the questions were not dealt by during the panel. I will join those questions and well, work a bit in each panel to finalize the moderation and be sure that those questions are answered. If we don't have time to answer those questions, don't worry, because we'll do the report of the meeting, and we will take care of that. We will work with the moderators and the panelists, and we'll produce like a nice, complete report in the end, and hopefully dealing with all the questions that were made. Okay, so let's start with session 1. And the session 1, the title is Smarter Agriculture for Climate Neutrality. So in this session, we're looking at climate performance, climate assessments, carbon action plans, and what we did in the project. To mention the impacts, I will mention I have 3 impacts that we selected that we think are more related to the first session. And the 3 impacts are developing real solutions to reach climate neutral farms. I think that's clear and easy. Not easy, but clear. The second one is testing them on at least 20 demonstration farms and share the results across Europe. This one I think we did. I'm already anticipating the results, but I think this one is something clear from the outcomes of the project. And the third one is supporting the EU Green Deal goals to cut farm emissions by half by 2050, and that Mariana also mentioned, and that's a long term and harder to achieve one. And in the end, we'll come to that, back to that. So this is the panelists and the moderator of the session. The moderator will be Jocelyn Anduran. You know him well, but I have a short note here. Jocelyn is an agronomist expert working on environmental impact of livestock, GHG, and water and biodiversity. And he's a member of the climate service team at the French Livestock Institute, and he led WP1. So please, Jocelyn, can you come to the stage? And he will present the rest of the panelists. Thank you very much. Clap on for Jocelyn. Thank you. Welcome. I will join you when we have 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I was not completely aware that I will present the panelists, but I know them, hopefully.
But you have the...
Yeah, the slides, yeah, anyway. Yeah, okay, no problem. And I have a pointer also over there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I'm Jocelyn Durand. I'm working in the French Livestock Institute in France, Brittany, western part of France, where there is no snow. So I was dealing with work package 1 during 4 years within this project. It was really, I think, yeah, productive and also interesting to share, yeah, the roles to to conduct assessments because I was also an ISSS manager, as I will present later on the French beef systems. So I will speak about how to assess farms and also how to build carbon action plan. But between assessing the farms and build a carbon action plan, it's a really important thing to identify, let's say, a climate solution. And the speech will be given by Marion from Wageningen University. She's a senior scientist, but she doesn't look like with a senior. And she has a PhD also in very complicated things, but not so much, in fact, welfare and epidemiology. I didn't know that. She led the development of the catalog of solutions. Okay, it was a super central things in work package 1. It was to build a catalog of climate solutions that will help other projects also going on and will build and capitalize on that. So she will present this in 10 minutes approximately. After, we will have a panel discussion with Jean-Baptiste Dolé. He's also working in the same institute, so in the French Livestock Institute. So he's really, let's say, senior responsible of the whole department. So he works with federation, producer, firms, and research institute, but also public bodies, nationally, let's say regionally in France, but also at a European and international level. So it could a bit open our mind also within the panel discussion. And is working also with the FAO and the International Dairy Federation. Then we'll also host Tom O'Dwyer from TGASC, so a very good Irish partner. He's the head of the Climate and Biodiversity Knowledge Transfer Department at TGASC. I never pronouncing well TGASC, I know, but maybe one day after 20 years it will be better. Anyway, he's really a valuable partner because Ireland is always very inspiring how they reach the farmer. It's quite, I will say, with a simple organization. It's not so simple, but in fact it's very straightforward, and they are able to have a great impact on the Irish farmers because of that. He's leading the Signpost program, and is part also of various EU projects such as Climate Farm Demo and Climate Smart Advisor that are capitalizing and enriching also the catalog of solutions we created in ClieNFarms. And then there is not only ruminants in life. So we'll have Andrea Ferrarini, who is dealing with tomato. He's an ISSS manager as well within ClieNFarms. So he's a researcher in agronomy and field crops at the Department of Sustainable Crop Production in Piacenza with a PhD, so a real researcher. He's an expert in carbon farming and regenerative agriculture within, let's say, crops production and let's also special crops, such as we had tomato, but we had also olive within the project. So it was really broad regarding the agriculture production. And he led a case study in northern Italy in the industrial tomato, but also biogas sector with production of biogas. So how it goes? Maybe we host a panelist, let's say, during my presentation. Sorry, but you will have a screen here, so you will be able to see my slide as well. Okay, so I will start. Thank you for coming. So I will start with the first session keynote speech. So there is a journey on this speech. I want to start with how to assess climate performance on farms. Okay, and then we'll go to the catalog of climate solutions that will permit to create changes and to have a catalog for farmers to pick into in order to implement those solutions. So it will be the third part, how we test those solutions and how we implement carbon action plan on farms in less than 4 years. So it was quite challenging. So the first slide, the two first slides, it's a bit of redundant with what Jacques-Éric presented. I just wanted to stress that the farms were clustered according to different climate zone and production system. Half of them are ruminants, okay, just to be clear, but we are multi-production. We have crops in UK, in France. We have also, even if half of them are hosting some ruminants, let's say, it's mixed crops livestock system for the main part. I just wanted also to give a salute to New Zealand. The presence was really useful. It was a good partnership with them, and also Ukraine. It was very hard to conduct work in Ukraine, and they participate. So I'm really thinking about them yet. Because they were always very much into the project, and they participate to more than half of the dozens of meetings we've conducted remotely. So Jacques-Éric presented, we had 4 types of farm, let's say. Today I will talk about the first 2 classes, okay? Demonstrative farms, demonstration farms, and lead commercial farms. That's where we collected data, let's say extensively. And then we have the outreach farms and the replication farms. That's where, let's say, we made open days on the farms, especially on lead commercial farm. So so some other farmers visited, and we reached them also through agriculture fair or publication in agriculture journal. And I will present briefly some questionnaires, some surveys on these farmers, those farmers. So the data collection and analysis. The data collection and methodology was developed by Work Package 1, but mainly by Work Package 2, okay, in collaboration with Work Package 2. Let's say by Work Package 2 in collaboration with Work Package 1. Okay, it's better like this. So in Work Package 1, we had 20 ISSS managers for each territory that I presented. We had 1 manager. Okay, I'm one of them. Andrea was a manager for tomato in Italy. The ISSS manager collected the data, all farmers, but mainly it was considering, let's say, the complexity of data collection. It was mainly done by ISSS manager. And either ISSS manager or Work Package 2, let's say, analyze the data to calculate with the ClieNFarms tool. We used on the 20 ISSS, we use the same tool, at least for 1 assessment, for 2 assessments, sorry, baseline and final, with the ClieNFarms tool. And then, because on those farms there was already sometimes some tools running, we use also some other tools on top of that. Okay, but the assessment were conducted mandatorily with ClieNFarms tool. And Work Package 1 then analyzed and harmonized the data, and we give results today. It's still processed yet, but the first results are already here. First, the definition of baseline. We decided with Work Package 2 to calculate a baseline at the start of the project. We'll not take data from history. It's really at the start of the project. And we selected 3 main indicators. Let's say the greenhouse gas emission per farm, total of CO2 equivalent in tons, let's say. The greenhouse gas emissions per area, per hectare. Okay, because it's always a huge debate. And also the greenhouse gas emission per yield and kilogram of product, that is much linked with supply chain, but also that makes sense considering the consumption of, let's say, European citizens. So you will see that there will be different results considering these 3 indicators. And it will be so, the baseline was prior to implementation of climate practices, and after. All farms were calculated with a ClieNFarms tool to ensure compatibility at the start and at the end. And further tools were tested, such as Cap2ER in France and Anka in Netherlands and RICE in Swiss and so on. So now I wanted to, because it's a session related to farms, I wanted to stress a clear example of a lead commercial farm in ISSS dairy, for example, in France. So what I wanted to stress, it's one farm, different production. Okay? We have milk from dairy, we have meat from dairy. Here there is also a beef production with Salers, and there is also cash crops production. Okay? So it makes sense to conduct assessments at a product level in order to source your to source your product if you are an agro-industry. But for us and the ISSS ISSS manager return, it's very important if you are mixed livestock crop system to have also a tool at the farm level. Because if you are, I don't know, deciding to implement alfalfa to feed your dairy cows, it will have an impact on the crops you will grow after the alfalfa, okay? Because it will give, of course, nitrogen for the next crops, okay? So it's just, I think, an important point to stress. And the idea of, let's say, to present to farmers, it was to present them the results, climate results, so including greenhouse gas emission, but also carbon sequestration. Here I'm just presenting greenhouse gas emission. You see that there is a reference and there is a value for the farm, the very farm. Okay. So here we compare to reference, and we have carbon footprint per liter of milk. But you can see here that on the feed there is a huge consumption of feeds, and also of it's much more higher than the reference in this case. So the idea is to make a correspondence between environmental results that have no sense for a farmer. If it's 1 kilogram per liter, for him it's not really talkative, but to make them corresponding to technical indicator. So for this example, you can see that the feed source was really important, and if you focus on the concentrate use per liter of milk, it's very high regarding the reference. Okay, so we'll say, okay, why you give so much concentrate? Why you give so much feed to your cows? Maybe you are not really. It's not that useful to achieve your level of production. So maybe you have something to do on that. Okay, it's super simple example. I just wanted to make a link between environmental footprint, let's say, and let's say technical indicators that are really important for farmers, such as age at first calvings, the number of heifers per cows, and so on. Okay, so that was a really important things to do within the project, to reach the farmers and also to train the advisors to be able to identify a margin of progress within the farms. So to close this first presentation, the take-home message was to stress the huge difference between products, of course. We knew it before, but now we tested ClieNFarms tools, and we are able to know that it's something that we can do to assess different products with the same tool. Huge difference depending on the indicator chosen, of course. So it's per hectare or per kilo of products, of course. Some tools communicate more holistically. So this is, I'm thinking about Hassan on this. I think it's also very important to stress for farmers that they have also a biodiversity effect, water quality, an effect on water quality, and so on. Because especially for ruminants, sometimes they are really high regarding emission because of methane, but they have a lot of grass, so they have also positive contribution, and they are really sensible of that on that when we present. And also to stress that there is difference between product level and farm level assessment, and we have to bear in mind what is the objective. If we want to label a product or to source product level, it's super relevant. If we want to promote changes and to communicate to the farmers, farm level assessment is much more useful, I will say. So now we'll continue with Marion that will present the catalog of solution.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marion de Vries from Wageningen Livestock Research. I'm a young researcher. So good morning to everyone in Brussels. And I heard that there's also an online connection too. So good morning to everyone joining us online. I was responsible for this task for developing the catalog of climate solutions in the ClieNFarms project. A catalogue for climate solutions for European agriculture, livestock and arable farms. My name is here, but actually many people in the ClieNFarms project have contributed to this catalogue. It was a really nice concerted action with a lot of people providing their input and providing their expertise for this catalogue. So thank you all for doing that. That was a very nice concerted action. I'm trying to... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. So we all know about the impressive targets that we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and by 2050, and agriculture will have to contribute to that. But in the end, it's mainly the farmers that will have to reduce emissions on their farms. So our main question was here in this task, how are we going to support farmers to provide them with the right knowledge and information so that they can effectively reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase carbon sequestration on their farm. We already know a lot about climate solutions. Even before this project, we knew that there were many climate solutions out there. There's a really large body of literature out there showing effects of greenhouse gas emissions. And there's even some really nice meta-analysis that have been done to show the effects of climate solutions. I'm going to show a few here, which are only 3 in the total of many, many publications that are out there showing the effects of climate solutions. For instance, this meta-analysis shows that there would be, by implementing climate-smart practices, there could be an increase in almost 40% in soil organic carbon in soils. But then if a farmer is having to implement solutions on his farm, that farmer also has to look at whether these solutions are also applicable to my specific farm. My specific type of soil, where I'm located in Europe, the climate, and the specific crops that I'm growing. So for a farmer, that is also something important to keep in mind. Another nice example of a very effective solution, 3-NOP, here shown in a meta-analysis for dairy cattle, showing 33% reduction in enteric methane emission. But then again, for a farmer, having its own type of production system, is this as effective in this farm with cattle kept indoors, feeding total mixed ration, or a farm that is keeping its cows day and night on grassland, grazing the cows in, for instance, alpine areas. So for a farmer, it's important to know the specific effects on its own farm. Another example, for instance, in this paper showing that anaerobic digestion, so a biodigester, could reduce almost 30% of methane emissions from manure. But then for a farmer, it is not always feasible to install a biodigester on a farm, depending on its farm conditions. And the farmer would also like to know, well, what are the costs and the revenues? And also for any solution, he would like to know what are the trade-offs and synergies towards other sustainability aspects. As mentioned, Hassan, our colleague Hassan, has also done an exercise to look into effects on other aspects like biodiversity, animal welfare, animal health, and so on. So all of these aspects we included in this catalogue of climate solutions, and we built a catalogue that is containing 33 climate solutions for greenhouse gas emission reduction and increasing carbon sequestration. And we did that for the most common types of, or some common types of agricultural systems in Europe: dairy, beef, sheep, pigs, arable crops, and olive orchards, present in this project. And our main audience for this catalog are farmers and advisors. So we took in mind that those aspects need to be there that are important to individual farmers and their advisors. So how did we build this catalog? We started off in the start of the project with identifying a long list of climate solutions. And we did that by gathering information from all partners in this project. So we ended up with a long list, and we said those solutions that are going to be in the catalog, they have to be actions on the farm taken by the farmer. So that is our focus. They have to be potentially reducing total net greenhouse gas emissions. There has to be sufficient scientific evidence, and we put a minimum of 2 peer-reviewed papers for that. They have to be already applicable on the farm, so a high technical readiness level, and they have to be applicable and effective in European conditions, which is sometimes complicated because papers, for instance, meta-analysis, are covering more than only Europe. So then in the second step, we took that long list of climate solutions and we reviewed literature that was out there. So we made a database of almost 500 studies, and we had a preference for meta-analysis because of the level of evidence. We did not do a systematic review, it's important to mention, but we wanted to have sufficient scientific evidence to know about the effect of those climate solutions. And at that point, we also decided to remove some of the climate solutions that were initially indicated in the first step because we did not find sufficient and consistent scientific evidence. And what we also found is that there's a lack of studies with a life cycle assessment, so to calculate the carbon footprint and the effects of a solution on the total carbon footprint. We found a particular lack of LCA studies for that. Then we converted the effect that we found in literature to a Likert scale score. So that means either that we categorized the effect into small, medium, or large effects. That is a Likert scale. And we composed a fact sheet for each solution in the catalog per agricultural system. And we had those fact sheets, in total 109 fact sheets, reviewed by experts in the ClieNFarms project. So what is in the fact sheet? What information is in the fact sheet? In the fact sheet, we have a description of the climate solution. And what is also important is that we explain, targeting farmers and advisors, how does this solution affect the greenhouse gas emissions and soil carbon sequestration, so that one is understanding why there is an effect. Then an important part is also applicability, on which farms or which systems is it applicable or not applicable. And we show effects on carbon footprint, but also greenhouse gas emissions per source, so that if you're interested specifically in reducing, for instance, methane emissions, that you can also see the specific effect on specific emissions and also on organic carbon stocks, the effect. So we decided not to show only an average effect, but as I explained, it can differ depending on where you are, what your farm is looking like. So we are also providing a range of effects. And because of that, we are also explaining why there is a range. What factors could be influencing that your effect is larger or smaller, so that also as a farmer or advisor, you know how you can influence this effect. Here you see that there could be even a negative effect, and you want to know how can I avoid this negative effect, because I'm not implementing that climate solutions to increase emissions, right? So as a last section in the fact sheet, we also show information about what are the effects on yields, on labor, on cost and revenues, and we provide information about any trade-offs or synergies towards other sustainability aspects. For instance, ammonia emissions, water quality, animal welfare, and so on. Okay, so here's a short example for dairy. So what you can see, we listed here a number of solutions, and what you can see on the right-hand side are the positive effects with mean effects shown by a dark square. And what you can see that there, in some cases, there's a large range around those effects. So in some cases, even the effect could be a negative effect. And also the effect can be smaller or higher. And that is caused by a variation that we could find in practice. So your farm location, farm management, the way you are implementing the solution or the level of implementation, such as the dose of an additive, or conditions like weather could influence what would be your effect on your total carbon footprint. So that's important to take into account, and we want to avoid any potential risks in increases in greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, so what is important now? I'm very happy to see that this catalog is going to be continued in a new project, a new European project. And what is important is that we further develop the catalog. This was a first step to build the catalog, but you will have to keep the knowledge up to date. There's continuously new knowledge about climate solutions and their effects, and also important to field test the catalog in diverse European systems to validate it, and to have more LCA studies to show effects of climate solutions, and to be sure that we don't miss out on any negative effects on greenhouse gas emission, climate solutions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Maren. Okay, I'm back, and I wanted to thank also Fiebel, especially Lynn Botze and Marcus, because they were deputy lead on the work package 1, and I realized I didn't thank them at first. So it was really a team with Fiebel and Wageningen on this work package 1. And I think regarding, let's say, the catalog of solution, that it was a very good example also of how we can enrich with more fields partners, let's say, research more on fields, let's say, and academic partners. And it was also the case with work package 2, where sometimes we didn't fight, but we disagree. And we find a way to work together and to enrich also. And this catalog was really, really useful for us also in Live Beef Carbon, a former European project that was funded by European Commission as well. We published with Stigas on a peer-reviewed journal, and it was really useful because then we can capitalize on, and it's also important to bear in mind. I'm more or less on track with the time. Okay, so now the idea is to show you the journey of a farm, of the lead commercial farms within the project, to a climate action plan, and after to the final assessment. So the journey is approximately this one for a farmer. So first we'll calculate the impact, the climate impact of the very farm, with of course the greenhouse gas emission, carbon sequestration, albedo effect on some farms, other metrics, okay, that I'm just saving for discussion later on. Then on the farm we capitalize on the climate solution catalog, or the project at least, to have herd management practices, to select herd management practices, but also crops and grassland management. And then we implemented on-farm those solutions with a clear climate impact mitigation action plan, but I should have added that at the end there is also a final assessment to really visualize if we implemented what we wanted to implement, and what is the final results of those practice changes. So this is an example of beef farms this time. It's just, we had the first page of presentation of the farm, how many cows, what type of breed, how many surfaces we had. And of course the farmers was very much involved in the project, because after he had to make some open days to other farmers around. And we started with the first assessment of the carbon sequestration, but also mainly of greenhouse gases. Okay, we divided to be able to process the database. We divided per type of gas, so methane, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide, and we assessed total on the farm per hectare and per unit of product. And with, I should have put maybe a CoolFarm tool. So at least with the CoolFarm tool, and in this case also with Cap2Air. Okay, the results were really comparable. And what I wanted to stress about that, it's in fact the importance is the journey and not really the thermometer we use at first, because it's LCA tools. Okay, it's serious tools that we compared, that Work Package 2 compared. And finally, let's say the idea is to promote changes on the farm. And so the farmer selects here, this very farmer select three type of mitigation measures. Let's say to increase, let's say to maintain the permanent pasture, but to have a higher quality with direct sowing of grassland species in degraded permanent pasture, and also to improve protein autonomy, putting more leguminous in this pasture. But also levers on the reproduction. And this is much longer to implement. Okay, with let's say an age at first calving of 35 months at the beginning, and a target of 32 months. So the idea, it's all the ISSS selected, so all lead commercial farm within each ISSS selected some mitigation measures, and there is a report on the which type of measures were selected, one page per farm, or several page per farm, let's say. And this is the table that is summarizing the most chosen measures that are all also in the catalog of solution. So at the end, finally, we conducted a last assessment, a final assessment, and finally we are able, I just expressed the percentage per unit of product, but we were able to visualize the different gain or mitigation we can have on farms. Sometimes it was sadly an increase because of fodder problem, because of drought, because of some events that could happen. Okay. So that was pretty much the idea. So we can see here on Cap2Air and CoolFarm tool, it's approximately, it depends. Sometimes some tools are not sensible to the same indicators. So that's why there is differences, mainly. I wanted to stress, but of course I know that you know, it's that Europe is quite good, let's say, regarding emission intensity of beef or dairy, for example, or also crops. So it could lead to, if we are, let's say, decreasing a lot per hectare and not changing per kilo of product, it could lead to importation of other products with a much higher carbon impact. So it's something we have to bear in mind, because it's still relevant. Even if we lower our emission per hectare, it can lead to let's say, I don't know, a competitive loss that you mentioned, let's say, to maintain our competitivity. It was just to stress this. But the main things I wanted to stress, it's super important what we gather from ISSS Manager. It's super important to have a unified message for farmers, because otherwise we lost them directly. I think it was Deirdre of the Work Package 3 that really stressed this also, that they have to have a unified message from producer association, interprofession, public authorities, agri-food, I will say also veterinary, consulting firms, research, but also banking sector and so on, that what is the path they have to follow. What is the path they have to follow? Because otherwise, if one actor says no, but you are not in the picture, you are not responsible of anything, and so on, we quite lose them, because after, when we take the message on farms, they will disagree. Okay, so that's why it's important, I think, but it's the case in the Cool Farm Alliance, but also in the CAP2ER steering committee, let's say, to have lots of partners involved when we discuss what we have in our tool, what we have in our carbon program, and so on. And it was very much the idea of the project with the Creative Arena. I think there is not a single ISSS manager who said that the Creative Arena was not useful. It's what we have in this slide. It was a survey within Work Package 1 to ISSS manager. What was useful during this project? The first thing was to facilitate exchange between farmers and other stakeholders. So this was very much the Creative Arena, to be able to discuss the same problem with other people. And after, of course, to be able to assess climate performance on ISSS farms. Sometimes it was a challenge, especially for let's say less represented production, such as olive trees or olive orchards and so on. It was a challenge. Maybe we can build on that also and try to improve our tool. Training the advisors, very linked to the assessment. And after establish learning material, documentation video, we made heaps of things. We made game with cards. We made also technical sheets, capitalizing on the catalog of solution. In France, for example, we adapted really some technical sheets really for farmers and for advisors. And the exchange with policymakers, it's also really what made the difference maybe inside this project. I had several other projects with less contact with policy, so it was very and the data collection, I keep the answer because I'm transparent, but it was hard to collect data with a lot of Excel sheets and so on. It was not the favorite part of the ISSS managers. This is a survey to farmers. So there is 420 replication farmers. In fact, there is outreach farm here and replication farms. And sorry, it's just for France, this one. But I think, yeah, we can conduct on, it will be the same maybe on other countries. So it was why you will implement low carbon practices. They didn't implement anything. They just listen and participate to the farm visits, those farmers. And they said, the first things will be they can answer several times. That's why it's not 100% in total. So they want to improve economical results. Let's say that it could be a good tool to improve economic results. Because when you look at your farm carbon footprint, you see what you can improve maybe. Huh? And after it's giving to society a better picture of farming, including, let's say, biodiversity and so on. That's why they are sensible to that. And to adapt my farm to climate change. Okay, the third one. And then financial incentive. Yeah, I wanted to stress that economic is important, but it's not everything for them. I will just conclude with the take-home message, let's say, the journey to climate neutral Europe. At first, I think what is really important is to have multi-indicator, holistic sustainability approach. Okay, it's super complicated word. It's just not to judge a system with only the carbon footprint. Okay, I think it will be really a huge mistake, especially if we are taking into account only greenhouse gases emissions. We know that carbon sequestration is much more complicated, blah blah blah. But I think really, if we want to judge our systems, we have to take into account other environmental indicators as well. So the multi-stakeholder partnership is super important, of course, and the unified message as well, especially with when production became more and more important on, let's say, news. We need evidence-based and well-described solution, and I think it's the main achievement of the Work Package 1 and the whole project. But within Work Package 1, it's really catalog of solution. Before, we were able to source some solution coming from Brazil, but we don't know, I don't want to stress only Brazil, but other countries, when you don't know where it comes from, and it's strange. And now to have a really academic perspective on that and to source with publication, we have some consistent data. And then to work on incentives for climate impact mitigation practices, it could come from the supply chain. We have a lot of agro-industry here, let's say, so it could be premium on prices. It could be carbon crediting. It could be maybe scheme more linked with other environmental indicators. But it's super important to have this, let's say, cherry on top of the cake for farmers that want to reduce their emission. Because sometimes it's a win-win situation, but sometimes it's not. So thank you very much for listening. So now we have a few questions to the panelists. Marion, you can react. I have no question for you, but but you can react on maybe on answers from others. So the question, we'll take the question later on. It's Luis, I'm talking under your control, but you have a question and answer QR code.
There are a few questions if you want to take. I could mention them in a few minutes. If you just start with the
Yeah.
answer, then I will join the questions.
Yeah, we said at the end of the panel discussion, so let's stick to the plan. And it was just to stress to participants that they can put their question with their smartphone.
And you can also vote for the questions.
Okay. Okay, and you can also vote for the question if there is a super relevant question. Okay, and yeah, don't vote for tricky question, please. Except if for others. Okay, so thanks for listening very carefully. It was not so dynamic for you this first part, but now it's. I know you are all not all involved within the project. Andrea was, TIGAS was, French Livestock Institute was involved. What I wanted to ask was from your part. What type of initiatives, of carbon initiative or climate initiative are you conducting? For example, maybe Tom, in Ireland, we know that you are working since a long time on that. So can you present a bit more the initiatives you have?
Yeah, thanks, Jocelyn, for the question. So listening to the presentations this morning, it struck me that what we have ongoing in Ireland is, I suppose you could say, it ticks a lot of the boxes that have been mentioned this morning. I'm going to mention three things that we're doing in Ireland. So the first, and you stressed it yourself, as did Marion, the importance of having a catalogue of solutions, to use the term that's used in the ClieNFarms project, and have evidence-based solutions that are ready to use by farmers today, and not to have a much longer list of potential solutions that could be used in the future. So identify the solutions relevant for the country and for the farming systems that are prominent within the country. And that's underpinned by a robust research programme. And within Ireland, Teagasc has a large role to play there in the generation of research knowledge, answering climate-based research questions. And within Teagasc, we've established the Teagasc Climate Centre, which pulls together all of our research into one virtual research centre. So that's the first element, evidence-based solutions. The second part then, and it's a central component for ClieNFarms as well, is demonstration. Farmers take on practices when they see them in use in farms in their locality. So within Teagasc, we've a long history of working with demonstration farms. We've a long history of working with farmers in discussion groups, facilitating farmer-to-farmer exchange. So in 2021, we launched the Signpost programme, and there's two main elements of that. The first is a network of 120 demonstration farms. So we're demonstrating the evidence-based solutions on those farms across Ireland. And secondly, the Signpost advisory programme, where our advisors work with farmers to facilitate conversations and discussions around climate change and to stimulate the uptake of those solutions. And then the third element then, and again it's a core part of ClieNFarms. So as I said, listening this morning, I felt, oh my gosh, all my story has been. but the third element is, you need a measurement tool. In 2023, Teagasc launched in partnership with ICBF, the Irish Cattle Breeding Federation, and Board Via, a digital decision support tool for climate currently, but also to extend into biodiversity and water quality. And that tool is called AgNav. And currently, all of our dairy farmers, which are about 16,000 dairy farmers, are using AgNav. And in total, there's about 55,000 farmers using the AgNav decision support tool. And that's a key component then as well of the program with our demonstration farms and the programs with our farmers, because you manage what you can measure. So three components: robust a research program to bring forward the evidence-based solutions, an advisory program incorporating a big part demonstration, and the third element then is a decision support.
Okay, thanks a lot, Tom. Andrea, I wanted to ask you, I know that you were part of the project from the beginning, and what were the challenges you faced? You are on a daily basis in contact with farmers, let's say. What are the challenges encountered by Italian farmers within this project?
Yeah, thanks, Yasoli. Yeah, I mean, I can bring the experience as a researcher, but also as a farmer and as a farm advisor, but especially because thanks to the ClieNFarms, in Italy we launched an innovation center recently launched by the biggest industrial tomato industry, where we really, activate this dialogue. And we're really, getting into the technicalities of which are the operational, the social barriers, but especially the economical and financial barrier that comes in when they are transitioning, or they have to transition, or they want to transition, because this is a big difference in regenerative agriculture. And I mean, the first top, is the upfront cost and the overhead cost when you are transitioning, because or you decide to invest in a new machineries, and this really impacts the return of investment and the net present value of your 5 years transition. But the same, the overheads, the number of increasing operation that you have to do. Instead of leaving a bare soil, you need to purchase the seeds, you need to put it down in the soil, you need to manage the cover crops. So it's really also, an overheads increase. But then another economical barriers that is a kind of, let's say, a perception that might be some short-term decline in yield. And this is really something that we have to, to face and to solve with technical support. That from the other side, it's really what is mainly missing. Technically, which are the practices, catalog of solution, but especially which is the return of investment, because we found a clear one-to-one relationship between the positive perception of ROI and the adoption rate. Since only 20% of the farmer, they have a kind of positive perception of having winter cover crops in their tomato rotation, this means that 80% of the arable land is yet to be planted with cover crops. And without numbers, with net present value, ROI, these are the kind of barriers that, also simply another big barriers is an operational barriers, is the knowledge of the equipment, of the products, and the technology that are potentially available and accessible through incentives. Because we spend a lot of times in saying, look, there is a rural development program that finances the soil analysis, and you can easily improve your fertilization plan with soil outcomes, analysis outcomes, and of course access to markets, because the marketability of the products that I'm growing, it's really something that we have to tackle, because if it's not, let's say, a reward, that is difficult. Otherwise, I need to access to some result-based, so complicated from a bureaucracy point of view, or the practice-based or a premium price. But if we are not talking about premium price, it's really difficult, to finance because this limits the transition. Of course, another big barrier is the land tenure, because 80% of the tomato farmland is rented. So this limits the transition as well. And of course, some risk sharings is one of the other barriers, because crop insurance requirements sometimes does limit the transition. And last but not least, I would say the changing behavior, and especially the building trust. Because if I ask, would you try to practice change? If some of your peers, relative peers, or some of farm already tried it successfully, 80% of the answer are yes, but without clear evidence base, not just measurements, but really, you know, the profitability, net present value, it's really difficult to start considering the transition. Of course, the attitude in change is a low, you know, is a long process, of course. I always done like this, and I do see the innovation as a kind of treat, not an opportunity, is a kind of, you know, barrier, you know, in making this change. But I think all of them might be really, you know, addressed if we change the type of message. Because, as I said at the beginning, we want the farmer practice change, or the farmer wants to practice change. That's completely different approach.
Yes, thank you. It's really something we are also measuring in France when we try to build trust with farmers. That's why we really aim to train a lot of advisors to the carbon assessing tools and to carbon action plan, let's say, building. Because when the usual advisor is coming to a farm discussing about carbon, it's much more efficient that it's one advisor from somewhere that the farmer don't know. And also, yeah, the win-win situation with, we saw the survey also, and the farmers answered. Of course, they will aim for win-win situation, and in crops and specialist crops, it's really less the case. Huh? Maybe there is less win-win situation for farmers regarding economics. So it's really important to build marginal abatement cost curve also for the different type of measures. And I know in Tigasque or in France we have those curves that are really useful, but we have to update very much because of course the economics is changing yearly, let's say. Maybe Jean-Baptiste, in France and maybe in other projects you had, how to convince farmer to change their practices?
Yes, thank you, Jocelyn. We have experience in France with the development of carbon strategy. We launched 12 years ago a large initiative thanks to European project. And I am happy to see that we have approximately the same number of farmers as in Ireland involved in this initiative because we launch this program with a large number of advisors. You mentioned Jocelyn. We have now more than 2,000 advisors trained for define a baseline with farmers, for building action plan and so on. And we think this is really important to have these advisors to support farmers in this transition. And we have a large number of farms, like in Ireland approximately, because we have 50,000 farms where we did an analysis. We have now a large observatory of the farm performance, of technical, environmental aspect. And this is not so easy to convince farmers to be involved in this kind of project. You mentioned in your presentation the collection of activity data. This is quite complex if we want to have a look on the whole farm assessment, if you want to do a whole farm assessment. But this is really important to have these advisors, and we can convince farmers because I think there is different things. There is, we observe a room for improvement. And this is linked with farm efficiency. When we do an analysis of economic and environmental performance, what we observe on a large sample of farms, the farm with the lower carbon footprint, this is the farm with the higher income. And so this is a discussion we can have with farmers that if we improve your practices, we will improve your income and we will reduce the carbon footprint, for instance. So this is important to have this discussion with farmers. And what we observe also is we have a difference between the average and the top 10 from 15 to 20%. So that means that we are able to move forward from now, and we are able to reduce by 10 to 20% the carbon footprint and the greenhouse gas emissions. This is not enough, but we will have innovative solution we will be able to apply in next years. The second aspect is the cost of inaction. We know and we observe that the climate is changing. Because we have different wet or dry conditions, and this is really difficult to adapt the production system to this climate change. We have a large reduction of forage production in any forage yield in any regions in France. We observe during the summer the reduction of milk yield by 10 to 15%, so this is really important. And so that represents a high cost for farmers. And so I think this is important to mix adaptation and mitigation. And so it will be easier to have a discussion for farmers. We do not only want to work on the reduction of carbon footprint, but we want to adapt your production system to climate change. And there is a win-win element on this aspect, and so I think that can feed the discussion with farmers. You mentioned in your presentation the holistic approach. I think this is really, really important. This is easier for all of them to discuss with a farmer on the meal production or on the crops production, because we well know this production, and so this is easier for sure. But the farmers is working at the global scale of his farm, and we know that there is interaction between. This is always the case in mixed crops livestock system. There is interaction between the crops, the soil fertility, the organic matter, the biodiversity, and so on, and the yield we will have in dairy beef production system. So I think this is a key, and this is also important because it is impossible to advise the farmers on a specific aspect. We can say, farmer, you can reduce the fertilizer on these crops specifically, but we have to consider also the valorization of organic matter and the use of organic manure, for instance. And so it's why we have to guide advisors on this aspect, but that's need more training session and so on, because this is quite complex. We observe in France any difficulties with advisors because there is a well-known one aspect of the farm, and the whole assessment is quite complex, and if we want to build a mitigation action plan in relation with resilience, in relation with biodiversity and so on, it's complex, but we can train them to this kind of analysis. And the final aspect to convince farmers, this is a collective approach. And so this is what you tested in the ClieNFarms project. And I think this is really important to develop to have the same indicators, the same languages, and to deliver the same message to farmers in order to facilitate his involvement in this kind of program. And it will be in relation with the funding mechanism we will be able to develop for facilitating also, this is another point, to facilitating also the involvement of the farmers.
Thanks a lot, Jean-Baptiste. Yes, actually I was training advisors Monday and Tuesday before coming to Brussels, and yeah, it's totally true that sometimes because it's let's say dairy advisors are really confident to build a feeding plan, feeding strategies for the animals, and also even let's say health of animals. But when we tackle, let's say, fertilization, sometimes they have almost no clue of how many units, nitrogen units are needed to produce 1 ton of silage maize or grass. So it's really for us in France sometimes that it's difficult, because even if we are the French Livestock Institute, we have to set up training session for fertilization, for feeding strategies and so on. So it's quite difficult to make, let's say, advisors really going up in competence. And also what I wanted to stress, it's within the ClieNFarm project, especially dairy in Brittany, the dairy ISSS in Brittany. Let's say the holistic approach. Some farmers were in an area where there was a huge water quality, let's say, water quality problems, I would say, and program to improve water quality through cover crops, but also through hedgerows implementation. And it was free for them to implement hedgerows. And finally, we saw that, during their action plan, the implementation of hedgerows and cover crops, let's say, have a huge importance for the water quality, for the nitrogen balance, but also at the end on the carbon footprint of the farm. Maybe to continue, Andrea, I come back to you. I wanted to ask you what was the key messages you promote for advisors, but also farmers, huh? Mainly farmers, but also advisors for you.
Yeah, I mean, one of the key messages, if you really want to transition, make a practice change, is that regenerative agriculture, this kind of climate-friendly practices, is not something that the farmers do to compensate someone else's emissions, or is not even something that chasing a one-off annual payment. Is about a long-term business strategy that really can strengthen the economic foundation of their farm. I just can give you some example. We conduct within the ClieNFarms, and also thanks to the different living lab and other on-farm monitoring network that we are conducting, some numbers about the return of investments of some combination of practices in the industrial tomato crop rotation, like minimum tillage, variable rate fertilizer application, cover cropping, and wherever possible, no tillage and minimum tillage. And these numbers goes from, for the 3 years transition with farmers that did not get any type of incentives, private or public, just they are doing that by themselves. They can go from minus 300 euros per hectare per year, where they got new, they purchased new equipment, for example, up to 300 euros per hectare per year. So this really reflects a huge diversity of efficiency. And this reflects what? The balance between the initial transitioning cost, but also the yearly benefits that you can get. Fossil fuel, workload, and input reduction. Let's say the pesticide reduction in terms of dependence, because we are banning year and many years, quite often the number of pesticides, and especially also the yearly benefits in terms not only of soil structure, but especially in yield stability, not in the improvement, yield stability. Because it's really something that we identify. Even the farmer that got €0 per hectare per year in terms of ROI, they are not giving up in profitability. They are really investing and building a resilience and really, reduce the input dependence. And to us, we try to synthesize this kind of message. It's really a kind of shift from reactive farming to proactive farming, because it's really building resilience before shocks. Because even the farmers that after 3 years are not, increasing their profitability, immediately after the transitioning cost, pass and phase, it really keeps productive the farm despite heavy rainfall, heavy drought. Every year, every summer, the industry, they called me, and Andrea, but why? We are always losing. It's missing tomato, it's missing tomato. Because of climate change. It's simply, there is also genetic issues and many, many other factors. But to me, it's really the changing is possible, and the only way it's really make this kind of transition, providing clear example of the profitability, and if possible, finance the transition with premium price, whatever it is, the approach. Because to me, most of the times there is this kind of feeling. It looks like that someone is asking to do something, but instead we have to switch, be proactive, and really, I mean, I'm talking also as a farmer that I'm making this transition, to really build resilience, because to me this kind of agriculture, this is the kind of message that I'm normally giving to the farmer, is a climate smarter agriculture that really, is within the challenge of a future defined by uncertainty, because with uncertainty we need to complex somehow the way of doing farming.
Thank you, Andrea. Sorry, I didn't get you at last, but I was totally agree. No, for the first part of the speech, let's say. And especially on, Tom, I will give you the hand on that. Especially, let's say, Tom, go ahead.
Just to add to that, for me and from my experience, you'll get the attention of farmers if you can solve a problem that's pressing for the farmer. So if they're losing tomato yield, and you as an advisor can come along and say, look, there's some research that shows that if you change the irrigation, or you change the soil management, or you grow cover crops, that it reduces the risk of losing crops of tomato, you will have the farmer's attention. And the farmer will take on, and there's published literature on this, the farmer will take on the practice, first and foremost because it solves a problem. And you'll have a second win, it'll be a second win if it adds to their profitability. You reduce costs or you increase sales. So the farmer is all interested about this. And the climate benefit comes as a co-benefit. But first and foremost, the message to our advisors and ultimately to farmers has to be that this is a practice that can help farmers. And once the advisor is in the field, then I can help you, or how can I help you? These are some of the ways in which I can help you. And that's how we, and the other point, to go back on the question you put to Jean-Baptiste, just to add, I suppose in terms of convincing the farmers, and again, think of the ClieNFarms project, and it did it very well, the idea of the lead demonstration farms and then the participating farms. So you have farmers demonstrating and talking with and showing other farmers. Farmers learn from other farmers, we shouldn't underestimate that. It's not always from advisors or from technicians or whatever that they learn. It can be from other farmers. So we shouldn't forget about that in the mix of approaches to convincing farmers.
Yeah, totally agree. I wanted to add also that within the beef ISSS, the lead commercial farm, why they decreased the emission per hectare, also because they remove some unproductive animal, but because of what you say, with let's say climate adaptation, there is less fodder production. So for them it's a win-win because they have less fodder, so they have to purchase. So finally they reduce a bit the number of animals, maintaining more or less the production, but exactly what you were saying. Maybe I will leave the floor to Luis.
No, don't leave the floor, please. I'm just interrupting because we want to keep to the promise to hear from the questions that from the audience and online, because we also have people online putting questions from different continents. Dina told me. So on the questions online, we have many questions what make our job more difficult. But there are questions about impact and targets and policy, and we'll come back to that in the other sessions, so I think I will not concentrate on that. There are also a lot of technical questions on if we are considering cereals, if you are allowing for, considering allowance for the sequestration on carbon back to in the grazing pastures, if we are considering that on the carbon that is back to the soil, if we are considering hedgerows. Anyway, there are several technical questions that I think we will have to answer those in the report. We don't have time for that. But you can also vote on the questions, and not by coincidence, the most voted questions, I think one is more for Marion, and the question is, I'm going to read it. Have farmers ranked the acceptability of the catalog of solutions and identifying the potential barriers for their adoption and the costs? Yeah? So it's a question about the catalog of solutions and if we are considering the barriers and the costs. And the second question that was most voted is also a provocation. And the question is if the project, the way we're looking at emission reductions, it can only be achieved by also reducing food production and decreasing food security. So it's like a good question to wrap up this panel. So I'll pass it to you again.
Yeah, thank you. But just to be sure, we have until 11, huh? That's it?
We have 15 minutes, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we are right on time. So how do you want to do it? Maybe we interrupt a bit the panel discussion and we answer to those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it's not my job. No, I would say that considering carbon sequestration of grasslands and also hedgerows, maybe it will be a bit discussed later on within the work package too, not so much? Okay, so we have, in fact, it depends of the approach we've chosen, but it will be well described in the report. But just to be clear, yes, of course, we are taking into account this type of carbon sequestration, mainly under the hedgerows, not really exporting the wood and so on. It's not taken into account. But under the hedgerows, of course, we have either in some tools, either we have dedicated numbers for you have 100 meters of hedgerows you are sequestrating, considering to sequestrate, I don't know, 100 kilo of carbon for those 100 meters per year. And it's the same for grassland. We have either models with dedicated models to quantify the carbon sequestration, either dedicated, let's say, sampling plans that were conducted. AgriCircle is not here. Were conducted during the project, also regarding this. But not only grassland, also for global rotation and the global the other surfaces. The question to Marion, I will leave Marion answer.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, so the question was whether the climate solutions in the catalog, whether they had been tested by or verified by farmers, and whether they saw barriers and to what extent they adopted the solutions. The list of solutions that I presented that we made in the start, the long list of solutions has been used in the project, ClieNFarms project itself, and by the I3S farmers have been considered to be adopted during the project to implement, and sessions have taken place, and that was actually in work package 3 led by Dedere, that farmers have been considering those. And what we saw is that it was really also depending on the location, the type of farm, and the location, what farmers preferred. For instance, I remember that in the Netherlands, more technical solutions were preferred rather than in France. So it really depended on the location. With regard to the economic aspects, we have not done that in the project very actively to consider that, but I'm sure that played a role when those farmers prioritized the solutions. And I think in the results of Work Package 3, the farm action plans that you also showed on a slide, you can clearly see what would be the priorities of farmers, and that's obviously interesting to know what would be their priorities in terms of solutions for uptake. Yeah. There was one slide missing in my presentation, and it is the QR code to the ClieNFarms website on which the catalog is presented. So you can go to the ClieNFarms website. The catalog is not, we have a number of fact sheets uploaded there. It's still added until the end of the year, but you can find fact sheets on that website.
Thank you, Marion. Maybe to build a bit on that, it's also true that we are working on threshold and so on of economical performance of the different mitigation techniques, or let's say levers, but it's also really locally changing, let's say, as Marion said. So I think it's also work that we as a partners we can capitalize on and maybe sharpen a bit the approach within our country and our let's say farming system, and it's also super depending of the year. Of course, if there is sometimes some things with leguminous or touching with fertilization, and the price is so much variable. So of course the result sometime in 2022 2023 were not the same at all at the result now or next year maybe. So I think we took all the questions. Maybe we go back on track and maybe a second session if needed. At the end, I will leave 5 minutes. So, yeah? Mara?
Yeah, can I comment on a previous discussion in which it was mentioned that resilience is to farmers, forward-looking, is very important, but it can also contribute to mitigation. And we didn't make that explicit, that if you lose production, at least your carbon footprint obviously will be affected. So I think it's also important to highlight that resilience in itself, more resilience will also contribute to mitigation. And that's often forgotten, I think, in the whole discussion.
To add on this, to answer to the fact that we might lose some yield, is most of the time because the practices are not well adopted, because you don't know how to. I make an example of cover crops. There are subsidies also from industries, even for 500 euros per hectare to plant cover crops. But if you get this one-off, you're chasing this one-off your annual payment, and you just put, the lowest price in terms of soil intensity of cover crop, just one monoculture. You sow it late, you terminate very early, you don't get any benefits, and probably you make damages, and you lose production, and but you are increasing, the GHG savings. That's not the way. You have to reshift the mind, and then if there is this kind of incentives, valorize all these 500s. Put 5 families cover crops. Try to terminate at when it's ready, before flowering, and then try to maximize. If you have 100 kilograms of available nitrogen, reduce at least 50 kilograms your top dressing fertilization. These are all technicalities, but it is not well adapted. You can really make damages and lose yield.
Yes, thank you on that. So yeah, it's also what we really visualize during the farm visits. We had some farm visits for ISSS manager during the project, so I wanted also to thank all the ISSS manager who host the farm visits. I think it was really useful. So my next question will be to Jean-Baptiste. We faced a bit what is the driver for farmers, and do you think how we can fund the transition? I think we had really ambitious objectives, minus 50% for agriculture. How we can fund this?
Yes, thank you for the question, Jocelyn. Before describing any solution to fund the transition, I just want to highlight the different costs we have to support to this transition. We mentioned before how we can advise farmers, and so what is the cost associated with the advising. We have to train farmers, we have to train advisors, that represent a cost also. How are we covering this cost? We have the implementation of the innovative practices. You mentioned, and you cover crops and so on, and so we pay for. There is a risk associated with the application of innovative practices, and this risk is supported by farmers, and so how we can cover this risk. And another cost is monitoring, reporting, the MRV cost, monitoring, reporting, and verification cost. Just a message to researchers and so on. Please deliver a simple methodology for MRV, because if the MRV is we have a high cost, we will not refund farmers for implementing the practices. So please do simple analysis on this aspect. And after I come to the different solution, we have to fund this transition and this different cost. First, we mentioned the resilience of farms. This is the farm efficiency, and there is a lot of practices which represent a lower cost, or we have a cost in relation with the reduction of inputs and so on. And so this is in link with the economic efficiency of this farm. And so farmers can cover a part of this transition cost. But this is not enough. Second opportunity is, this is the carbon credits. In France, we have a little experience on carbon credits. We have the low carbon standard we developed in France 6 years ago. This is a public initiative. There is also private initiative with Vera, Gold Standard, and so on. In France, in relation with what I said before, we developed whole farm approach to involve farmers in this carbon standard. This is not always the situation, the case for the private standard, more focused on one practice, for example, biogas. And so I think this is a good tool for supporting farmers. In our situation, we have approximately 4,000 farms involved. That represents between 15 to 20,000 euro per farm on a 5-year period. So this is really interesting. But the problem is demand on carbon credit. And so we have a large supply in France on carbon credits from the agricultural sector. We have the same mechanism on forest sector, but we do not have a high demand. And so this is difficult to reward farmers with these carbon credits for now. Third aspect, this is the premium price or the incentive from the value chain. So we have different solutions we are developing in France. The first one, this is in relation with the agri-food, in collaboration with the agri-food industry. We have premium price or incentive where when a farmer is doing an audit, a carbon audit, for instance, we have incentive based on the carbon footprint as a baseline. So if you are really efficient and you have a low carbon footprint, you can have an incentive. We have incentive when you apply mitigation practices and so on. But generally, these incentives are not really high, and so this is not sufficient for farmers to implement practices. What we observe also, this is the case in France at European scale, this is the involvement of the bank sector. And so this is really important also to have the bank sector on board. And they developed subsidized loans for different project investment. And I think this is also an opportunity. And so they have to decarbonize their sector also. And so I think this is an interesting opportunity. So this is mainly for the previous incentives. This is in link with the value chain. We can also have an analysis at a territory scale, and we try to develop the payment for ecosystem services. This is mainly in relation with the preservation of water quality or biodiversity. And so we have a public agency in France who are paying farmers for preserving this aspect. And I think that that can be merged with value chain payments or incentives. And I think this we are able to develop all these incentives, and so thanks to the collective approach, and that's why I come back to the collective approach we have to develop and for facilitating the involvement of farmers, but also to pay farmers and to reward them for this transition.
Thanks a lot. Jean-Baptiste will not be able to react on what Jean-Baptiste said, except me, because I have the mic. So I wanted to stress that each time farmers knew that there will be supply chains that will speak during a meeting within this project, the farmers were present. And also for us, ISSS manager, when Nestlé, Danone, Friesland Campina presented their strategies or their premium on prices, it was always very interesting for us, and I think we react a lot on that. So I cannot stress it, and I think it was one of the assets of the project as well. Just to finish, the last question will be to Tom. One of the assets of the project is also to make the link with policy. Alba will talk about later on. And for you, Tom, what are the key messages from the fields to, let's say, policymakers here in Brussels or in our national entities?
Yeah, so you told me beforehand that this was going to be the final question, so I said I better make some notes. So I thought about it and spoke with some colleagues, and I suppose the first point, what farmers stress in Ireland at least anyway, is that to have clarity, that there's a clear policy direction, and that there's certainty for 5 to 10 years at a minimum. So in other words, if the EU makes a policy decision as it did in 2020 with the EU Green Deal, and that's the direction of travel, you know, if that changes after 5 years, it undermines farmers' confidence in making changes. So it's a bit like the unified message. It's kind of related. So the clarity on the direction and over a period of time. And I guess then another point is that for policymakers to realise that change takes time. Andrea referred to that. Not all farmers jump at once. So, you know, policy comes in, there's a need for evidence and need for research. Perhaps that's already been conducted. Policy comes in, then you have to, you know, you have to stick with it and give it time, put in the financial incentives, the supports, provide advisory support, you know, stick with it for understanding that it takes time and a lot of support. The scientific and evidence base that I mentioned already and has been mentioned already this morning, very important that policymakers continue to support research. My background is knowledge transfer, so I will say it's also important that some of the funding that's coming from the European Union is also put towards demonstration and knowledge transfer. So it's, you know, that it's not just research, both are needed. It's not either or, both have to be supported. And as Jean-Baptiste was saying, you know, if policymakers can help in, can help in any way in influencing the availability of incentives, that would be welcome. But ultimately, a lot of those are coming from the marketplace, albeit there are some public incentives as well. So again, it's going to be a combination of public and private there. And I'll finish with an example then. In Ireland, one of the technologies that we have promoted, low emission slurry spreading, it's a mitigation technology. And the story of that is that 20 years ago, the initial research was funded and conducted and proved positive. Advisors were trained, advisors started talking about it, there was very little activity, some activity in the uptake of the technology. Then there was an incentive introduced to encourage farmers to buy the equipment. That helped. And then the final piece then was that there was legislation, farmers had to do it. So, and that took 20 years. You know, so change takes time.
Thanks a lot, Tom, for this. Thanks you all for this panel discussion. It was really fruitful. And go to the coffee break.
For those who had just arrived, we have those QR codes on the walls to join Slido, where you can put questions and can also vote on questions. Remember again that you can also vote on questions. And we are on time, which is great. And we'll have a 15 minutes break now. And we'll convey back here in 15 minutes for the session 2. Thank you very much.
Just a short comment before starting. We try to avoid internal language, just like war packages. Just for information for those people who are not part of the project by itself. War package is a way of structuring the project. Jocelyn presented elements for World Package 1. World Package 1 is the ISSS and the global solutions. World Package 2 is the people working on models, on computation, on methods. World Package 3 is people working on the field with farmers, directly with farmers. World Package 4 is people working more on the upscaling situation with the food industry and supply chain. World Package 5 are people working with policymakers and with all the other European project or companion project of ClieNFarm. And World Package 6 is people working on communications. On World Package 7, it's Ellen and me, mainly. Okay, that's coordination. So we won't use world packages anymore, I hope, but as Jocelyn used some of them, it's important for everybody to have an idea what they were speaking about. Okay, so let's move now to the new sessions. Luis.
Okay, let's try to keep going on time. We're going to section, we're doing well. We're going to session 2 now. And session 2 is about scaling climate actions in farming systems. So it's about scale. It's about meaningful change for climate-friendly farming. Yeah, and it's about exploring barriers, solutions, business models, and very important, looking, I think like it was in the first presentation, looking at value chains. As in the first session, we will be in the back of our heads thinking about the impacts, and in this case, the impacts that Mariana selected were creating business models and carbon systems that make climate action profitable. So creating business models and carbon systems that make climate action profitable. Second one is building strong circular links between the farmers and the industry, so value chains again, and linkings within the value chain, along the value chain. And the third one is sharing success stories to inspire action across Europe, and we'll come back to that in the end. So please keep this in the back of your mind to the end to see if we are doing well or not in these impacts. To moderate the session and present the panelists, I invite Pernille Modvik to join me, who will take over the session. Thank you. And I will interrupt when we have like 15 minutes, and I will look at the sessions inside of. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, welcome to this session. I'm Pernille Modvik, as Louise said, and I'm part of Climate Kick. I have been working on the scaling work package on the scaling toolbox, and today I'll be moderating this session with you. And here you see. And I've just arrived from a 27-hour ride in the Deutsche Bahn carousel, so I'm a little bit confused still. But let's see if I can land and focus in on moderating this session for you. So this session will be consisting of 2 parts. We have 6 speakers here. The first will be Jan Peter that you saw on screen before. Jan Peter has gotten a bit under the weather, so he couldn't travel. So he is presenting from home. Jan Peter is a senior researcher at Wageningen in environmental research, and he's an expert in climate change mitigation and soil carbon sequestration in agriculture. Then he's coordinating the Kafamore soil mission project, and he's leading a work package in Marvik, and he's an advisor to the DG Klima on carbon farming certification. And then he's been leading the whole work package on scaling impact of the I3S in this project. After Jan Peter's presentation, we'll be hearing from Jörg Saug. He's the agriculture development lead at Nestlé, and he has 25 years of experience in dairy and agriculture. He has a background in animal science and international agriculture and business administration. And he's also got expertise in farm management and agricultural extension and supplier development. So a lot of expertise here. And together with Jan Peter, he has been leading this work package on scaling. After the 2 presentations, we will have a panel debate. And the first panelist is the upskilling manager in Danone's Global Regenerative Agriculture team. And this is Molly Brown. And she's leading the international training on regenerative agriculture and farmer-focused programs, such as the Danone Milk Academy. And she has responsibilities about agri-ESG reporting and communication and value creation. And in ClieNFarms, she's been the global manager for Danone in the project both for Poland and Spain. Also on the panel, we have the Director General of the SCI platform, Dionys Forster. The SCI platform is a leading food and beverage initiative with more than 180 members that are working on promoting sustainable agriculture. And Dionys has 20 years of experience in agri-food value chains and sustainable sourcing and research and technology development. And he has a PhD in agriculture. Good. Then we have our next panelist is Kees van den Bos, who is the theme manager for climate at Rabobank. And he supports Rabobank's clients and colleagues in measuring and reducing and adapting to climate impacts through practical solutions. And he's an active partner in initiatives to reduce CO2 emissions in dairy farming, including peatland areas. And he's working closely with farmers and researchers and policymakers, so kind of tying everyone together. From the project here, ClieNFarms, we have Isabel Ribeiro, who's an agronomist with a degree from the Instituto Superior de Agronomía, Portugal, however you say that, and a master's in environment and international development from the University of Reading, UK. And she leads the business development in NutriFarms and has been leading the ClieNFarms case study in Portugal on olive production. So, to the first speaker, and Jan Peter, I don't know how we get you on screen. He's there? He's there. Welcome, Jan Peter.
Yeah.
And I hope you're feeling better today.
Yes. Okay, you hear me well? I'm just... Okay. So I'm very sorry that I'm not able to join you in Brussels live today, but luckily I'm feeling better compared to yesterday, so I'm happy to give the presentation. So this is about this session on scaling, and scaling is important because we saw already the farmer actions in the first session, but if we want to reach impact, we really need to scale this up beyond single farms to multiple farms. And the nice thing in this project that we worked really together with people from the industry. So we had industry partners in the project like Nestlé, Danone, Friesland Campina, NutriFarms, which was really nice for me as well to work with them and see how that we can create more impact. So about scaling, well, there are different kinds of scaling. So and I will explain them with some examples how we dealt with them all in this project. So scaling up is the growth, organic growth within a farming system or supply chain. So you start implementing practices on certain farms and you want to expand that to multiple farms that are within your supply chain or your farming system. Scaling out is that you replicate this to other systems, so either in other countries where you have done this or even at other farming systems. So in ClieNFarms, we have done, as you saw already, we have multiple types of farming systems involved in the project, from dairy, beef, pigs, etc.
Jan Peter?
And finally, there's scaling deep, which is really on system transformation. And this is where we started also in ClieNFarms. Well, because during these 4 years, we also started to recognize that reaching climate neutrality on farm level, especially on livestock farms, will be very difficult to do this. So you really need to do this at the system level, so there will be transformation. You need to look beyond also planting trees to increase carbon removals, renewable energy. Maybe you have some less livestock animal farms. So this is all on the whole system. So we started working on that as well, and providing tools on how you could work with this. So for companies, if they want to scale up, it's difficult. You cannot do this, make plans for every single farm that is within your supply chain. So this is a picture that the Jonas maybe still recognizes because he was involved in the start of the project when we used this. It's approach we used. So from the first step is to start clustering your farms into farm-specific archetypes.
Sorry, Ian. Sorry. People are not seeing you in Brussels, so give us just 1 minute to solve this, please.
Okay.
Sorry for interrupt you. Let's check if everything is okay now.
Yes.
Just a second. Are you seeing us there in Brussels?
I
We
see
can
now
see you, and we can see you.
yeah. Okay. Thank you. Then sorry for this, and then continue.
Okay, thank you.
So on clustering, what we did is cluster similar farms in terms of the kind of practices and greenhouse gas emission profiles they have. And because we already know you have to be quite farm specific in the kind of actions you can take, and general recommendations on which measures to take are often not correct. So we first did clusterings of farms, and then for sample farms we assessed the greenhouse gas emission profiles, like explained by Jocelyn as well, the farm action plan and the audits that were done, in order to create archetype specific greenhouse gas profiles for these archetype farms. And then the next step is, of course, how to reduce the greenhouse gas footprint, and which are the actions that you should take to reduce come to a lower footprint. So I want now to illustrate this for a case in the Netherlands, where we have Friesland Campina as partner. So there we did this archetype clustering. So from all their farms, they were supplying dairy to them. The first distinction to make this is whether the peat soils, the farms on peat soils, have a very different emission profile and opportunities. So they was the first class versus the ones that were on mineral soils. Then there was a distinction in terms of classes of intensity. Very intensive farms with a high production per hectare versus more extensive farms with lower production per hectare, and more grassland-based systems without additional feed import. And finally, a distinction between, for the intensive farms, whether they had feed purchased with a high carbon footprint or or a low footprint with less soy, for example. So what we then did is, using the farm den model with the colleagues of the Economic Research in Wageningen. It's a model that can simulate both the emissions, but also the economic cost at farm level, which is very important, as we heard already. So we, based on FarmDin, we had the FADN farms that were clustered to this kind of archetypes, and we calculated emissions and selected, together with the farmers in Friesland Campina, most prominent measures. And then we assessed their impact in terms of greenhouse gas reduction compared to the baseline. And we see quite different profiles. So with more potential for emission reductions in the intensive farms compared to the extensive farms. But we also see that, for example, some practices like Bovaer are, which is a methane inhibitor, a feed additive that reduces the methane emissions, can be applied at all. But an example like anaerobic manure digestion is only profitable and useful in larger farms. That was only for the archetype 1 applicable. So these are the emission reductions. But if we then look at the cost of implementing the groups of these practices, we see for all farm types there's a negative effect on the income. So in every case, there's need for additional money for farmers to implement this, because it has quite an effect on their farm income. And if we combine this, we see also the cost effectiveness. So in terms of euro per ton CO2 equivalent, differs quite a lot among the different archetype farms. So where the second archetype farm with 20 euros per ton is relatively cheap, measures can be taken. But for the extensive farms, the cost is much higher, and a higher price is required for the same kind of action. So with this kind of information, companies can target more their programs and on how to reduce the emissions. So another part which we did in the project, which was the development of a carbon allowances platform. This was done by AgriCircle, and it's a platform that links the farms with the supply chains. And so supply chains can have insights in their emission reductions within their for the farms and their supply chain. So farmers will provide their information on what the data they have in their fields and their soils. Then it's linked to a tool, the ClieNFarm tool, that calculates the greenhouse gas performance. There can also be, the carbon sequestration can also be taken into account using their calculator. And in that way, the whole emission profile for the different farms is collected, and that can be used in the supply chain for further reporting of their Scope 3 purposes. But an important aspect that we discussed as well is how to allocate the different emission reductions, especially if you go to soil carbon sequestration in arable systems. You have to, crops are often grown in rotations, and the companies often buy one of the crops and are only part of that whole farm. So we had also with the site platform discussions on how to do this to improve the allocation and the accounting of these emission reductions. So for a farmer, if he wants to adopt the mitigation practices, there's a lot of constraints. First of all, is personal factors like age or knowledge level, whether he can implement them. There's also farm-specific environmental constraints that determine whether certain practices can be adopted. But a very important thing is, of course, the economic impact. What is the cost of the practices? So you really need insight in that. And finally, there's also institutional and policy effects that might be constraints for adoption. And in the project, we also looked at these aspects and how we can offer instruments that allow to improve the adoption and take away the constraints. So for that, with the lead with Climate Kick, where Pernille already said, we developed a scaling toolbox that comprises tools that can help in this whole process of scaling. So the toolbox is on the website available, and it makes a distinction to the kind of user you are. So for policymakers or farmers or advisors, and based on that, you can select where you are in your scaling process. If you're still starting, first want to have tools that help you to create an overview of the context, or if you're already far in the process and you want to have tools that can help you with designing a roadmap for the implementation. So this is not really tools only on like calculation tools, but this is more also on tools, practical tools that help you with the whole process of scaling. So in the website, you can choose different, when you have, you get different options. So if you want a tool on ideation and strategy, you have examples of the business canvas model, for example, or on finance tools. So this is still tools are being added. And we have then fact sheets showing the description of the tools with examples and links to with further information. We also made transition roadmaps. There should be some flyers in the room, I think, as well, where we have examples of the different from some of the supply chains involved in the project, where we made examples of roadmaps. In this case, is an example of the arable cropping system in the UK, giving a description of the current state and the different phases. So first, an activation phase, taking simple measures that are not requiring a lot of changes, a deepening phase, and a transformation phase. So please have a look to the flyers, and maybe this is an inspiration that can be used also in other supply chains. And then the last part of this work that has been done on scaling is going to the EU scale, where we are still in the process of elaborating the scenarios that are being used for how far can we come towards climate neutrality. We have developed different scenarios. One is a farm action plan based scenario. So this is coming back to the first session. Based on the action plans that every farmer made, we made an inventory of what are the type of practices that farmers are thinking of to take. And then we see there's quite a lot of interest in practices related to soil and nitrous oxide emission reduction, and also an efficiency improvement. But we see that more technical solutions like anaerobic digestion are not taking up, and also feed additives are low uptake. Whereas we see that in the potential, we need also these technical solutions in order to get to higher emission reductions. For these scenarios, we will also take the cost effectiveness of the practices into account. We did a review of different practices from the max to the marginal abatement cost curve studies that have been done. So I don't show you the final results yet. They will be published soon by the end of the project, but this information was already made use also for study for DG Klima, where we elaborate on potential policy options for post-2030 climate policies. So I think that was my last slide. Thank you, and I give it now. Jörg will continue.
Thank you, Jan Peter. And now for the more in-person part of the session, I would like to invite both the next speaker, Jörg Saug, on stage, but also our panelists, Molly Brown, Dionys Forster, Isabel Riviero, and Kees van den Bos. So please take a seat. And Jörg. Yeah. No.
Okay, we're all ready. Panel is set. Very good. Okay, so I'll give you a short presentation about Nestlé, what Nestlé is doing in this. With the key question is actually what is needed to scale up climate action in supply chains. It's a very simple question, and actually the answer is also quite simple. What we need commitment, we need a plan, we need the appropriate business model in the supply chain, and we need money. And then I will show you two examples about Nestlé, what we're doing in Switzerland. And then actually our panels, like Molly from Danone and also Isabel from ClieNFarms. Sorry?
It's not open on the Zoom.
Okay. So tell me when the sound is open. Okay. So the question is, what is needed to scale up climate action in the supply chain? These are the four elements which are needed. I will quickly go through that in my slides. So first one, we need commitments from key stakeholders. On the left side, you see the farmer. If the farmer is not committed, nothing will ever happen. On the right side, you have our CEO. If he doesn't want this, forget about it. So commitment is key. Second, we need a plan. Now in Nestlé, we like always to make a logo, we make a framework, and of course, we try to keep it simple. Now, when it comes to this topic, it's super complicated. I think most people, we don't understand half of it. Maybe only the academic expert in this room, they understand really the nitty-gritty details, but in the companies, it has to be simple. So we focus on 5 things. We focus on the farmers in the middle, about farmer engagement. Then we just select a few things: feed, manure, digital, and finance. These are our elements which we use for our climate plan, not only in Europe, but worldwide. Then comes the business model from a supply chain. So you have on the left side the farmer, goes all the way to the consumer. Of course, there are 100 different ways of organizing a supply chain. There's not one right solution. You just have to find the best possible in a certain situation. So even for Nestlé Switzerland, we work with cooperative, for example, cooperative dairy farmers. We are then the processor. Sometimes we also buy milk or milk derivatives from an ingredient supplier. We process it, we pack it, and then comes the retail distribution and finally the consumer. So the supply chain, it depends how it is organized and what we want to achieve. Then as part of this ClieNFarm, actually we looked at different supply chains. We looked at 6 supply chains from Nestlé, FrieslandCampina, ClieNFarms, and Danone. And as I mentioned, they will present they will discuss their parts later on. So we look at the business models, we looked at financial instruments and de-risking instruments. Now, just to give you an example from Switzerland. So maybe some of you have heard this before, and I'm not sure if Jan Grenz from Haffel is there or other people from Switzerland who are involved in this project. So this is a project, it's a dairy project, started 3-4 years ago. multi-stakeholder approach, 230 farmers. The intervention is basically the whole intervention catalog which is being presented. So I'm sure they learned some from the project here, some they developed from other sources. The budget is 20 million Swiss francs for 6 years. So the farmer is getting financial incentives, and of course it's about the reporting, it's about the learning together. This is one example which started a few years ago. Another example, also in Switzerland, they, based on the experience of the first project, and also with the, I think with the learning from ClieNFarms, from this project here. So we made a new project in the French part, not only dairy, but also crops. So this is now, there are 400 farmers involved. It's again a multi-stakeholder approach. This WWF is part of it, the processes are part of it, government is part of it, many stakeholders. It's again the budget, it's about 3 million Swiss francs per year. And again, the interventions, the whole range of it. So the farmer gets a catalog of intervention, and he or she can select which one is most appropriate, what fits for their operation. So the last slide, the summary, conclusion. What is needed to scale up interventions? We have to work together. It's a new topic, it's rather new, it's rather complex, so I think working together, this helps. Then we have to focus on economically viable solutions. If it doesn't make sense for the farmer, he or she will not do it. So this is key. Then the third point, these financial incentives, which have been mentioned already many times, they have to be reasonable. Now the big question is, what is reasonable? We have a lot of internal discussion on that. If we try to give incentive to a farmer, to a dairy farmer, of 1% of his milk price and tell him he should do this and this and this, I think he will not bother. He will say, like, forget it, I have other things to do than fill out your forms. If kind of the farmer tells us we should pay him a 20% premium, then our procurement colleagues, they will say, forget it, we cannot finance it. So there's somewhere in the middle, there's somewhere a sweet spot, how much really can be paid for this kind of intervention. And I'm sure that's where the experts will have the answer. And I think maybe last point, we have to keep it simple and practical. I think ClieNFarm is quite complex project, it's a complex topic. So I think if we make it simple on one-pagers or this intervention sheet or catalog, I think this helps everybody to learn. That's it. Thank you very much. Should also sit there.
Thank you, Jörg. You are now invited on the panel as well. Okay, so now we're going to hear some short stories about how this thing of scaling has been tackled in your realities. And you have 5 minutes each to introduce your case or story. And let's start with Molly Brown from Denmark.
Thanks, Manel. Do I need to get quick? Yes. Okay. Well, firstly, delighted to be here to share the perspective on behalf of Danone. In terms of how we've approached things, so I would say we defined how we look at decarbonisation and resilience within Danone, but by also bringing outside view in. So about a decade ago, we worked with WWF France on building what we called at the time the Danone Reg-Ag scorecard. Since then, we've been working with coalitions and other organisations such as Platform, developing sectorally aligned frameworks that we have begun to pilot within our organisation. Because we had the feedback from farmers that when they have multiple off-takers, it's very complicated to be following different sets of assessments or frameworks. So having a clear framework and guidance that we can give to our farmers is the starting point. Then we've looked at projects. So this is a combination of both rolling flagship projects that we've been implementing for just over a decade now, and then we have proof of concept projects. So as Jörg mentioned, this is when it's a project that needs to make sense for the farmer. We trial it to make sure that there's a clear impact and return on investment. And then it's about partnerships. So working together because, of course, we can't do everything ourselves. So it's looking at private and public sector partnerships as one example. Or we have strategic partnerships within the private sector. For example, in Danone, we have an initiative called Partner for Growth, where we work with other industry partners that have market-ready solutions that we can connect with the farm that tackle their current challenges. Then it's all about assessments. So we run regular assessments on GHG footprint, animal welfare, and Reg Ag, so that we can see how we're performing, where we're making impact, and where we need to make further impact to tailor the country roadmaps that we implement in our local business units. And then it's about upskilling, so around equipping our farmers with relevant knowledge. So because we have a global supply network, there's a huge opportunity to cross-pollinate ideas, and that's what we've also seen within the EU Climate Neutral Farms project. It gives an opportunity for a community who can pool knowledge from different perspectives and vantage points, and then how we can leverage that together, because we have a shared ambition. So how do we help drive that forward by all moving collectively in the same direction? Thanks.
Thank you, Anne. So the power of having a good connection with the community and common goals, I guess, is the...
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry. Okay, you have to lean all the way in. Okay, so Kees van den Bos from Rabobank, how do you work with scaling?
Yeah, so thank you very much. We're delighted to be here from the perspective of the financial sector, specifically banks. And it's about financing climate action. So first, for some introduction, farmers already facing droughts, floods, and also rising costs. So it really matters to them. But we also see at the same time that farmers are the backbone of our food system. And there's an increasingly focus on food security as well. So basically, the farmer is very important. So we should put the farmer first in this approach. I think that's very important as well. And I think that climate smart agriculture isn't charity anymore. It's climate, it's smart business as well. You see improving examples of that also are within this panel, that incentivizing, rewarding climate action. And on the other hand, future-proof businesses includes low carbon practices as well. So we need to step up in this regard. So then focusing on financial sectors and banks specifically. It really matters for us as banks, because climate risks are financial risks. So that applies for farmers, but it applies also for the financial sector as well. And to that extent, I think it's very important there. And on the other hand, we also see that to meet our ambitions and targets, we need to build towards future-proof portfolios within the bank. With regards to our finance emissions, that are basically our scope 3 emissions. So that really matters for us as well. And on the other hand, we also see some opportunities with regarding to new markets and new opportunities within this transition. So what's the role of the banks? Well, first and foremost, to finance the transition. That comes down, what is already mentioned, on improving the business models that also include to be possible to take climate mitigation measures. And on the other hand, focus on financial products that really support clients to take those measures. We see that when you improve efficiency, for example, that's really helping to lower your footprint. So that's basically the first step that farmers can take. On the other hand, the more innovative measures that they really need to be integrated in the business models as well. So as an example, within Rabobank, we started a fund from 3 billion euros to accelerate sustainable practices. We take a little bit more risk there. So when the business case isn't completely solid, but we see an improvement of sustainable performance, then we will take the step, and we also make it more attractive with more attractive conditions like interest rates, but also more flexible amortization schemes. So I'll wrap up this scheme. I think it's very important to make it very simple. I heard it before, so I totally agree. To make it very simple, but also make it more as a default. So sustainable practices are the default. So we should work on that. And the last one, I think it's very important to build on trust. So starting with long-term relationships within the value chain, and focusing on the farmer, especially the younger farmers. We see an increasing average age amongst our clients. So we really should focus on the younger farmers and help them and support them, be proud of them, to make the transition happen. So that's basically mine.
Thank you, Kees. So sustainable practices default, I like that. Dionys, how have you been working with the SAI platform?
Yeah, so thank you for having invited me here to this panel. I think when we talk about SAI platform, I probably need to say a little bit more about SAI platform. It's an organization that is more than 20 years old. It has been founded by Danone, Nestle, and Unilever at that time. And at the beginning of that journey, it was all about sustainable agriculture practices and promoting those practices throughout the supply chain. And now we have these 180 plus members. Most of them come from the food and agriculture, basic food and beverage industry. We have the manufacturers, we have the processors, but we also have cooperatives, and we have even single farmers being part and present in our organization. So what we do, and our task is really to convene the industry and to align the industry into the same direction. So as I said, at the beginning it was a lot about good agricultural principles and practices. Now over the last 5-6 years, it's a lot about regenerative agriculture, climate smart farming. These are kind of the direction, that's kind of what is now up on the agenda. And what have we been doing, basically? We have been tasked by our members to define regenerative agriculture. That was one thing that we have been tasked with, is basically to develop a framework that allows then to systematically being implemented throughout Europe, throughout basically globally, and that gives guidance basically how can you make those actions happen. So I have been seeing a lot of those actions as well here being brought up. They're very, very similar of what we are building on. So this is one part that we have been doing. So it's basically developing a solution at the farm gate. So that's one part that we are doing. But we then develop as well solutions at the B2B. Is basically more about the reporting. And the last part is basically we develop the next generation of sourcing managers. That's the way how we are trying to align the industry as such. So to equip them, upskill them with the topics that are relevant today, so that they're better prepared to really take on demanding projects, be it here as what we talk now here on the climate smart agriculture, that they know what the challenges are in the upstream, and that they address the farmers with the relevant questions, but also with the relevant tools. So that's basically what we are doing from our side.
Thank you so much. So the task is to convene the industry and bring them in the same direction as towards regenerative agriculture, bringing the farmers along on the way.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you. And Isabel Riviero from ClieNFarms. How have you been working with scaling?
Hi. First of all, an explanation for those that don't know us, ClieNFarms. Well, we are a farmer.
We currently explore 7,000 hectares of olive groves that we own and rent, and that are explored by our team. So we are currently harvesting. Why we are here sat on this panel and why we are here with this perspective is because ClieNFarms is part of Savina Group. Savina Group is a large company that sells olive oil to the world and vegetable oils. And I must say that within the world, olive oil, even though, I imagine all of us consume at some point olive oil, represents only 2% of the edible oils that we eat. So it's only 2%. So it's a niche crop, but very important for European in terms of economic and in terms of social, because it occupies an important area and provides employment and landscape and social stability for a lot of people. So as a value chain, it's very important for this project, I imagine, for olive oil sector to be here, and we look at it as a chain. But my perspective is of a farmer, so I'm not in the other part of the chain. I don't buy olive oil, I just sell. I produce and I sell olive oil, so this is an important disclaimer to hear my perspective on this. How do we see the scaling of our farming systems, of the measures, of the challenge we have in front of us? As I was hearing before, as a farmer, our main focus is to produce, to have production. Andrea mentioned it in the previous panel before. It's very important for us to meet production at a reasonable cost. And currently, even though we face enormous climate challenges, we also face different challenges that make our production costs to increase 50% in the last years, in the most recent years. And we could not put that on price to the consumer, especially because we are managing an important product, but it only represents 2% of the market of edible oils. So how do we do this? And this is our main reason to be here, because we want to continue to be farmers. We need to continue to produce our product at a reasonable cost and to earn some money out of it. And at the same point, the society poses to us several challenges, demand us several questions, and we face a climate that changes and that poses us additional risks. So how do we build? We are motivated to be here because we need to put more resilience in our farms, and we do believe that these practices that we were talking about today and that we see under this project, in general, they are positive for the farmers as they make them more resilient, but some of those don't. Some are not a win-win, as we were talking in the previous session. So is the society ready to reward us for those additional things? Are there financial instruments, for instance, to support us within the additional investments that we will have to make in order to reduce, for instance, greenhouse gas emissions in our farms by changing, for instance, energy? If I put solar panels in my farm, if I have the space, I could reduce my greenhouse gas emission. And is this scalable? Will the farmers be able to do that? Because will they have the money to do that? And what about the compromise? We talk a little bit today. I heard about commitment, trust. For me, this has time within. I'm producing a crop. It's a permanent crop, so I don't have a yearly. I don't think about it yearly, but I think about it in 5-10 years. But the climate compromise is a little bit longer. So how will I deal with this compromise that's much longer? And how can will I have the support from the industry? But will the industry ready for that? Because the consumer, I don't know if it is ready, so maybe this has to be the society. So this discussion for us is really important, and to see what will have to be the farmer, the society, or the one who buys our products, the value chain.
Thank you. And I think you point at something very crucial here, that we are talking about a systemic problem that has to be addressed in the whole system and throughout the whole value chain. And you said that you bring the perspective of the farmer, which is very nice, because we have talked about that we want to take a point of exit in the farmer's reality in this conversation. And so we have reached out to our colleagues to Deirdre, who is working with the I3S, to ask what are actually the most frequently asked questions by farmers. And so I would like to ask these questions to you and have a discussion about that. And I'm going to just ask the question to the whole group, and you, whoever has a comment can join, and you're welcome to join as well, even though you're not officially on the panel. So the first question from farmers is, how will farmers receive clear and consistent advice on which actions to take and on emissions reductions, and if they actually deliver on that they actually deliver on their farms? Who will provide this information, and how will they know that impacts and solutions have proven to reduce carbon emissions or increase sequestration? So, how do we know if it works, I guess? Molly?
Well, I think it's going again back to having clear standards, clear metrics and frameworks that farmers can follow, rather than having lots of different ones operating in silo, which creates confusion, I think. So first giving clear instructions, and then case study examples. So we, and also through the EU ClieNFarms project, there's been a lot of fostering of knowledge exchange through the creative arenas, demonstration events. And this is also something that we saw beforehand, because training within our local business units is something that we've been doing for a long time within our farmer network. When you have concrete case studies which have clear results, either on what went horribly wrong or what was really successful, both are incredibly valuable. And it's also something that we see in terms of farmers sharing their experiences and learnings with other farmers is, again, a very enriching experience and very valuable. So I would say clear instructions and concrete results of what works and what doesn't work. And also taking what works in parallel to different farming systems and contexts, because even if you're not in the exact same situation as somebody else, there's some parallels that you can draw in between. And also you can do, like Jan Peter was talking about earlier, with different farm archetypes. That's also a structure that we apply within Danone. We look at those different farm archetypes and see what levers and best practices are relevant, and our farm relationship management teams go to those farmers with advice based on previous experience.
Okay, so clear instructions, I think that would resonate with the Danish farmers that I talk to. Dionys?
Maybe I just can add to that, and it's exactly what we are trying to do inside Platform. Basically, the members come to us to co-create with us, right, this creative framework, and we have developed this regenerating together framework, where really all members have been coming together and have given their input. So that's how we align. So when one buyer goes out, he talks the same language as the other buyer. So that brings clarity. But it's not only clarity about the definition of, let's say, regenerative agriculture in this case, but it's also about how it's to be assessed, how to be verified, also how to make them claim, how to communicate about that. That will also give clarity to the food and beverage industry, and ultimately as well to the farmer.
So clarity is a key word here. Did you want to come in?
Perhaps to add on that, what I mentioned before, I think we need to make it very simple, and also introduce more storytelling. So a great example, share the examples, more like a trainer approach. So what Molly told, let farmers introduce practices with other farmers. I think that works really well. And also to add on your story, make long-term relationships work. So be very transparent on what we do, and when we change something, to build the confidence that we need to make the transition happen.
Thank you. Yeah, go for it.
I'd like to add something. I'd like to add that projects such as this one are very important because as objectives for ClieNFarms, we had to list measures that farmers could adopt. It would be important for us as a farmer that more knowledge would be produced, because we need to know a little bit better as farmer In my case, for instance, for my archetype, which measure produces what impact? Because that's the question that the farmer will have. I adopt this measure, what impact it will have? Will I reduce greenhouse gas emission? For how much? What's the benefit for the society for that? And then they could assess like what's the cost and do like the cost benefit. So how do we know? We need to put a little bit more science on this to know exactly, or within a range, this measure is more effective than this measure. Because if I have to prioritize, I will have to choose between measures, I will have to choose between costs, so I will have to do a cost effectiveness analysis. So I need a little bit more knowledge. The following thing, we listed, we know already the measures, but we need to put some numbers because different farming systems, even for the same crop, they will have different impacts and applicability, and we need to go a little bit further.
If I just can add as well to that, I think it's very good. We'll need to have more knowledge. This project is very important to basically also for us, that we can really get a lot out of that in terms of knowledge. From a practical point of view, what I have seen across the world is basically this peer-to-peer learning that is very important. It's also a competition then, right? Farmers see each other's kind of, in one case, one is a specialist in one area, the other is a specialist in another area, and they know that, especially with the farm group of these lead farms, these lead commercial farms it's not too big, so they know that, so they start to compete with each other. What I also have seen in certain cooperatives that if they establish an auditing system and have one cooperative, they audit every 3 months the farms on all the KPIs. So we were then asking, is that necessary every 3 months? And the farmers themselves are saying, yes, it's good because it gives me the direction. I see whether I'm still on track, with my annual goals, and it helps to move the entire group of farmers. So basically, the Gaussian curve you basically move upwards. So that's very interesting. That gives them trust, confidence that things are working.
Trust and confidence that things are working. Any more comments on this question? No? Okay, so the second question from our farmers is, how will farmers be supported with the costs, risks, and extra workload involved in implementing climate measures? Who will provide that support?
Perhaps I can kick off. With regards to the costs, I think it's very important to starting the same language. So basically, when we want to incentivize and reward farmers, we need the clarity about methods and standards that we use to build on that. So make a solid basis to start on. So every stakeholder within the value chain or next to the value chain can work on that. So as an example, we work at the Rabobank from the perspective of true value language. There we want to establish a language that really helps within the value chain to reward and incentivize farmers for being more sustainable.
Can I add to your point? When it comes to cost, of course, if Nestle, if you make a pilot project, we pay for it. If you want to scale it up, like the one which I mentioned, the 20 million Swiss francs, we cannot pay it ourselves, so actually the government will pay like 80%, 20% comes from the industry. But let's not have any illusion. A little bit down the line, who has to pay it? It's the consumer or the taxpayer. It's you, all of us. And if you don't want to pay for it, then forget it. Sooner or later, we have to be able to convince people that this is worthwhile, that this is the right thing to do. But at the end, it's the taxpayer or the consumers who pays for it.
It all hangs together. Any more comments on this? No? Okay. So, if farmers make changes now, what guarantees are there that policy will be fair and stable and recognize farmers' efforts? Will the goals posts move? Will the target change? And I guess that's kind of a question to the fourth session for today, so maybe we should keep it for that. Yeah. So what, in your views, what do we need to change already tomorrow to sort of spark this change that we've been talking about? What is the first simple thing we can do?
I think going back to Jörg's points that you highlighted in your presentation, I think having commitments to guide you is very relevant for all of the organisations sat here. For example, Danone made a number of corporate commitments across different impact areas, methane, carbon and reg ag. This you use as a goalpost to guide the efforts and see central level what you need to work on with your different sourcing units to meet those targets, or commitments rather. Then again, it's the clear instructions so that we can, with all of our suppliers, have a clear understanding of what needs to be achieved and how you get there. And then again, the fostering of knowledge exchange within, not just internally, but externally as well. Because we recognise that we hold a lot of internal expertise on agriculture, but there's so much outside happening, and there's a lot that we also don't know ourselves. So how do we be humble and recognise where we can work together and leverage our different expertise? For example, we recently launched the Danone Milk Academy 2 weeks ago in the US. This is pooling technical expertise but also academic expertise. So we've been working with Wageningen University and Cornell University, and we already had amazing feedback from our farmers that this access to knowledge was something that they didn't readily have at their fingertips so far. And so we were acting as a connector in that situation, and I think knowledge is power, as they say. So pulling together what we have and moving in one collective direction, I think will help speed up the process.
Knowledge is power. Yeah,
I can only support what Molly has been saying. Maybe what I could add is we'll need to think about how do we scale. Let's say, if I come back to regenerative agriculture, if we all ask our businesses, source more region ag raw materials, so we're going to get a very, very scattered approach. So everywhere we will do some actions, and if we wanted to really scale and develop a market, and probably need to think about certain areas that will give a boost. As a company, you can give a boost. Basically, say you have a sourcing district, or so you give a boost there. Maybe together we could think about how can we work together in a sourcing region. Some are sourcing the milk, others are sourcing the cereals. If we don't address the farm holistically and offer a market for all the produce, what is produced basically at the farm level, will likely takes much longer to scale those practices than if we do and basically work together. So I think it's the industry has we have started to specialize. Over the last 50 years we specialized basically. Some were just sourcing the wheat, some only the milk, and so on and so forth. Now we'll need again to think how do we work together. And I think that project has shown that it is possible. So this is what we wanted to make happen as well as SCI platform. We want to promote multi-stakeholder projects where the industry is part of, but we also work together with science, with research, because we don't have the solutions for every context. We'll need to constantly adapt and to further evolve basically those practices.
Okay, so holistic from a sort of siloed specialty silo to a more holistic view based on collaboration.
Yeah.
Any more comments there?
No.
Sorry.
I would just reinforce the knowledge thing, because as a farmer, you really have to have the science applied to your reality for the measures. So if you want to start a global movement towards supplying food that is more climate friendly, let's say like that, you would have to make clear for each farmer in their context, with their products in their region, what are the measures. Because in euro, we know, if I do this measure, this has an impact, this in euro. You know, do we know this in terms of climate? Can we put a number? Can we? This would be very important. I think it, not only for the farmer, for the policymaker, for the finance institution, for everybody, for the industry also. So, and we still are not there. It's important for us to recognize that because we are still not there. We already know a lot about practices, but we are still not there, at least on my sector.
Mm-hmm. So how do we recognize success if we don't know
the numbers,
the
measures.
Yeah. No, to add, I see a lot of great initiatives within the product. I see a lot of commitment. So it's a final conference, but please see it as a starting point at what we can do tomorrow to step up from the baseline of this final conference and share success stories, share our knowledge, share our commitments, and move on from there. I think that we can do tomorrow by utilizing the work that has been done within the project.
So sharing successes and seeing it as the beginning of a new thing.
That's just one comment. Like sometimes I feel we should also not. I think this working together is super important, but we should also not panic. You know, the place where I'm working, I work in a factory which is 130 years old. So the milk factory has been for 130 years old. The dairy farmers have been there for 130 years. And they work together. They went through all this crisis, all the changes, everything. So I'm sure as long as we work together and we're kind of reasonable with each other, there will be, hopefully we can work together another 130 years in the same factory.
Decency,
yeah.
Working culture, that's nice. So the audience, both online and here in the room, have been able to ask questions online, and Luis has selected some of them.
My job is getting a bit difficult because the questions are mixing with the questions from the other session. So sorry if I'm not fair, but I think there were a lot of questions, and we don't have much time because actually I had two versions of the schedule today with 15 minutes difference. But let's say we have 10 minutes. But there were a few questions about Jörg. I think you were very clear on mentioning the gap that needs to be filled between what the industry, what the banks can do, and what the farmers need. There were a lot of questions about the farmers not getting not getting enough incentives, that the costs are higher, that the life is difficult, and that they will not be able to do it without more or proper incentives. So, but you are clear that at some point it will be either taxes or consumers to pay it. So the question I think will be, is the industry making enough, or are the banks making enough? The question is the industry be capable, of providing appropriate incentives for farmers just by valorizing the products by consumers, and with the banks, not the Rabobank specifically, but will the banks be capable of providing, in terms of financing, appropriate mechanisms for the farmers to change or not? So forgetting the taxes, I know we need incentives, but forgetting the taxes, how far are we looking at the value chain to providing or how capable are we of providing the right incentives for farmers?
I'm happy to start. So I won't provide a perspective on a financial institution point of view. I'll leave that to you, Kees.
Thank you.
But I think there's how you can support farmers financially from a premiums point of view. So it's something that we do within Danone. We don't have a harmonised approach across all of our business units because it's done on the decision of what they're trying to drive further in terms of progress. So it might be on the carbon footprint, it might be on animal welfare, it might be on regenerative agriculture or other environmental-based solutions. So that's one piece. Then it's co-funding, as Jörg mentioned. So we do look to how we can support our farmers have access to finance. That's either through supporting them in grant or loan applications. It's also in contract structures that we have. So we have direct sourcing relationships with our farmers, also long-term and trusted relationships. I think this is very key as well, and we also have other innovative contract models such as the cost production model, which provides farmer a bit more like long-term visibility, which then helps them in terms of investment decisions, for example. So finance indeed is very key, but I think it's the strength of the relationship and working together and recognizing where you can both have a input, because as Jörg mentioned, it's not realistic for it to all be on any one person's shoulders, but how you can collectively tackle the problem together.
Collective efforts. And on the finance part of things?
Yeah, on the finance part of things, to finance, we really need sound business models to provide finance, and in order to do so, many costs come first before revenue started. So we are willing to take some more risk there. So that's on our side. But what really could help there is work with guarantees, also subsidize, etc. But I also want to highlight that ecosystem services also could add within the business model, like carbon credits or maybe biodiversity credits or boosters. I think we also should take it into account, that possibility as well. So that's basically, yeah, what my point of view is with regards to financing transition.
Thank you. Jonas?
Can I say there as well something? And I just add to basically banks and banks supporting or insurances, role. When I look to our members, I see that it is basically divided. When it comes to ag tech measures, I think the business case can much easier be established. And so let's say photovoltaic or biodigester, is more easy to establish, and you find more easily there as well credits and to invest as a farmer. When it comes to more nature-based solution, where it's more long-term, it's not for sure that you're going to be able to get this impact, it's going to be more difficult. And that's what I see as well with our members. So yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely struggling with that in Denmark with the green tripartite. That question.
Yeah.
At the moment.
I would support what Jonas just said, because it depends on what the measures would be, and the time compromise and the benefit that would be on the farm. Because if it's a physical investment or something that at medium long term the farmer could benefit of it, either by improving yields or efficient, improving more resilience. If I provide something that the farmer in the medium term will have a benefit out of it, I could go for financing both with the financial institutions or with my supply chain with agreements. But if it's something broader, it makes sense that's the society to pay. I mean, the society has to be part on it, because we cannot ask or want to live in a world that goes at some point at some direction, and then we don't put value on it, we don't put money on it, so we will have to put that on taxes too. And that poses a huge question regarding to the competitivity of the European companies regarding, and farmers regarding to the rest of the world. And maybe this would also have to be taken into account.
Maybe we should bring that question into the last session as well in our minds.
Maybe just from a consumer point of view, I think it depends a lot on the commodity or the product. When I go shopping with my wife, she doesn't want to compromise on olive oil. Olive oil, it has to be the best. It has to be most probably from your product. It comes to eggs, there's no compromise at all. It has to be free-range organic from Switzerland. End of story. Then when it comes to chocolate and coffee, I don't compromise. It's very clear. But when it comes to milk or pasta or tomato puree, then of course, then we look, and we don't really care too much. We don't look too much into it. And I think that's really where the brands, where the companies can play a role. And I think the olive oil, the story, what you guys are managing to do, I think it's fantastic. I think it's 2%, but it must be a wonderful product. I wish we would be in olive oil.
It is a wonderful product. We tasted it last year, or the year before. Okay, so time is running up, and lunch is probably almost served out there now. So if there's one last comment, otherwise otherwise, we will wrap this session up. No more comments. We can talk in the breaks. So what I take from this, this session is that we need clear instructions. We need to recognize the climate measures, so to know what constitutes success, and we need to work together across disciplines and products in a holistic way. And so thank you for this rich discussion. I'll hand it over to Louise.
Please, just a minute. Okay, those at home online can go for lunch quietly and nicely, but we have to work here. So I will invite Deirdre Hennessy from University College of Cork in Ireland to join us. She will talk about the creative arena, and I think about something that we have to do at lunchtime, yeah? No free lunch. So I'll pass it to Deirdre. Thank you.
Thanks, Luz. So we have heard, especially in the last session, about supporting farmers and how do we get buy-in for adopting solutions, how do we know it's going to be effective, and so on. So one of the key components of ClieNFarms was bringing farmers together, but bringing them together with all of the people in the value chain. One of the activities we did was creative arenas. So in each of the I3Ss, which you saw in Jacques Eric's presentation, and in each of the I3Ss that Jacques Eric alluded to and Jocelyn alluded to in their presentations, we had what we called a creative arena, which was basically where we brought together all the various actors in the value chain into a room with the farmers, and we sat down and we discussed, what solutions can be implemented, what are the challenges around implementing them, what's easy to implement, what's more challenging to implement, what's going to have the biggest impact if it's implemented. And then what supports do the farmers need from everybody else in the value chain, and how can everybody else in the value chain support the farmers. And we had really good discussions, and it was a real, opportunity for everybody to be together, understand each other's point of view, and see where people were coming from. So the farmers could understand, say, the input suppliers, or the processors, or the bankers, or the policymakers, but also all of those people could understand the challenges from a farmer's point of view, where they are running a business, and for the most part, that's a family business. It's supporting a family. There are people reliant on this. A farmer needs to make an income to support their family. So they're not just a cog in the wheel. There is a lot of people relying on that farm. If the farms disappear from a rural area, will that rural area survive? Will all the other businesses that rely on that farm survive? No, they probably won't if there's no farms. So, it's a collective. Farming is a collective. While it's individuals are farming, there is a big lot of different resources, people, companies, businesses, and so on, reliant on that. So what we would like to do now over lunch, you will get your lunch, but we would like to invite you to participate in a creative arena to get a feel for how this operated. So what we are going to do is we are setting up 3 creative arenas in this room, so you can go out, get your lunch, and come back in and join us. So we will have a dairy creative arena hosted by Ireland. We have crops hosted by Belgium, and we have olives hosted by Portugal. And we would like to invite you to sit down and assume the role that's on your chair. So it might be an advisor, might be a farmer, might be a policymaker, a researcher, input supplier, a processor, and so on. So we're acting, okay? Put on the hat of whoever is sitting in the chair and join the discussion. So it's just a conversation, and it's to give you a flavour for how the actual creative arenas in ClieNFarms worked, and so that you can see the benefits of having that open discussion and listening. Listening is really important, listening to other people's opinions. And what we just want to demonstrate is that how a creative arena can support the transition towards climate neutrality. And farmers can't do that part alone. They need everyone in the value chain involved. And like, it's really interesting, a few comments both for the last panel and that have come up on the Slido is, well, if the customer won't pay, you know, have we lost already? But why won't the customer pay? What don't they understand? What do we need to do to explain, to inform, to get buy-in, I suppose? And what can we do anyway, even if the consumer is not willing to pay? Are there other things we can do still to support the farmer? So go out and get your lunch, but please come back in, okay? So this will run until just before the end of lunch. You can join the dairy for 5 minutes, you can join the crops for 5 minutes, you can join the olive oil for 5 minutes, or you can sit at one, if that's your area of interest, for a half an hour. You're more than welcome. So thank you, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Just one word before you leaving. We have the chance to have our project officer as well with us, Bella Hatzel, over there. So if you want to ask questions about project, you can ask him during the lunch, or he may play your project officer in one of the tables. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Let's restart. I hope you enjoyed lunch and the creative arena, and the organization is the worst behavior in the room. Let's restart. We now have our third session of the day. Please. We now have the third session of the day, and the third session of the day, the designation is Advancing Knowledge for Climate Smart Farming. Actually, I think we have been advancing knowledge all morning, but now it focuses on the scientific side of the project. It focuses on knowledge and the science behind change. Thank you, Dina. And in this session, we will discuss about data, about models, about monitoring tools, and how to help farmers to make smarter decisions on a daily basis. As before, and we'll get back to the end, as before, we selected 3 impacts that are more closely related to this session. And the 3 impacts are, the first one is measuring sustainability and progress with clear and reliable methods. It's an ongoing hard task. The second, but I think it has improved along the last recent years. The second one is helping farmers make informed database choices. This is a harder one. And the third one is using modeling to plan for future challenges and innovations. So let's see how research and practice come together. And for that, we will have Katja Klamp from INRAE that will moderate the session, and I ask you to join us. Katja, I didn't introduce before. I plan to speed up on the introduction, but she was a leader of WP2. She's from INRAE and the expert on thematics that are closely related to this science base of our project. Welcome, Katja.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you. Hello, everybody. For this afternoon session, I'm going to drive you through with help of the others, I hope. So we have 1 hour, so we have to speed up a bit, I think. So I first introduce my colleague, and he was co-coordinating the work package. I know we don't say the word. On modeling and data collection and so on in the project. So Matthias Kunert from the University of Aberdeen. So he's an advanced research fellow, as I said, from Aberdeen, working on greenhouse gas emissions, soil organic carbon in croplands, and also on broader agricultural systems. And he's working on the MRV system, so measuring, verification, and reporting, together with a number of people in this room as well. So please come. I do introduce everybody. Yes. Yes. So the second person would be Thomas Helsit from Wageningen University. So he is a researcher with a special topic on earth science, earth observation for soil and agricultural applications. He uses remote sensing, modeling to assess soil carbon and to assess carbon sequestration, and also to improve data availability. He is currently involved in climate smart research project, and so please, Thomas, come. The next person would be Greet from Ilvo, from Belgium. So she is a soil scientist and has a specially topic on sustainable soil management and carbon farming. She is the coordinator of a very big project dealing on MRV, which is called Marvik project, which tests the frameworks for MRV and quantification methods. And she will be here also to represent the CR, so carbon removal, carbon farming. She's in that expert group, so please come. And then our last panelist is Megan from the Cool Farm Alliance. So she is the head of the science and method of Cool Farm tool and is leading the development of scientific, robust and transparent Cool Farm matrix. She has a PhD in agroecology and has expertise in sustainability and some technical roles in Norman food in Europe. So yes, please come on the floor as well. If I missed any word, keyword, no? Are you fine? Yeah? Okay. So yeah. So yes, so Matthias, I think it's to you now. Please go on, I go here.
Okay. Yeah, hello everybody. I will give an introduction overview about the work that we have done in ClieNFarms about this topic. And it was an interesting discussion already this morning where we talked about different variables aside from the carbon, aside from the greenhouse gas emissions. And for me, it's the question also, I was quite pleased to see already modeling results or farm tool results. It was quite nice to see. And the question is, what can modeling do? Or if we are talking about advances, I'm focusing a little bit on modeling. I'm a modeler, environmental modeler. There are other advances as well in other technologies, but here we focus a little bit on the modeling that we have done in ClieNFarms. And what can it contribute? Is it useful? Is it reliable, or what can it provide? And if you look on this list of variables that we would be interested in, also aside of the soil organic carbon and greenhouse gas emissions, it is difficult. Some can be measured easily, others are not so easily. So it's really the question about how we get these data and how we get this holistic overview that we aimed for in ClieNFarms. And this is, we made not a cut, but we looked about what is realistic to measure in ClieNFarms and what we need to complement with modeling. And how we run the concept of the modeling was that we collect the data. It was already mentioned. It was not the most favorable part of the project. I will come back to this point a couple of times. And also related to precision farming. So we needed to aggregate the data that we need. Modeling is very data demanding, especially if you include a wide range of models and if you want to not only simulate or have one specific concept, but want to test a wide range of different concepts. The data were collected, harmonized, and stored. And one thing I forgot to mention in the beginning was I don't represent only my work or the modeler work, but especially the work of the ISSS managers. I mentioned them in the beginning as co-authors because in the end they did the Cool Farm tool work mainly, a little bit supported by us, and they simulated for their farms and for the ISSS the greenhouse gas emission balance as mentioned by Jocelyn for the farm for per area and per product. And the modeler group in the project complemented this work with other tools and other models. And all these results were done for the baseline as well as for the treatment run or improvement run or endline run in most cases. Talking about assessment tools or process-based models or tools that were used, here's a list of the models and tools that were involved in the project. Again, they are all tools, the main target variable that were targeted were the baseline as a greenhouse gas balance baseline, the soil organic carbon, biodiversity, impact of rotation, and the albedo. And the scales, in ClieNFarms, we looked in the end on all scales, from the field scale, farm scale, landscape scale, per product quantification. But in the end, the main focus was the farm scale, because this is relevant for the farmer. If it's implemented, then the farm scale is most relevant. You will see for certain simulation results or studies we have done, we needed to focus on the field scale, because otherwise it's difficult to simulate, or we need to upscale as well to get an overview for the landscape scale. The per product discussion just started already. There are different views if you quantify the emissions per product, per area, or per farm. And from my perspective, all need to be presented together. I think it's difficult to disentangle them. It was also already mentioned that the CoolFarm tool was a standard tool used, applied on all the different farms. That's why I'm also very happy that we have a representation of the CoolFarm Tool Alliance here. There are several reasons for this, and we had also during the project a couple of discussions about what is a good thing to have a CoolFarm tool as a generic tool. The good thing about a CoolFarm tool is a generic tool means a global applicable tool, including a lot of different farm types. So it really includes a wide range of different factors, including the biodiversity as well, water use, other aspects. And but there are plenty of other farm tools available, but most of them are more developed for a certain question, for certain farm types, for certain areas. And we had a discussion in the consortium or during the project with the colleagues, is it not better to have local tools rather than generic tools? And for me, it was always important to have the CoolFarm tool as a standard tool, not because it's necessarily better, but it makes it comparable. We want to see if the specific tools for certain farm types or for certain areas are really providing the same results. And each tool has the advantages and disadvantages, and it will show some of the results and some of the impacts. Not only the CoolFarm tool, but the big advantage of these tools is they not only give the overall balance, but also categorize where are the sources on the farm, where they're coming from. And depending on where you're applying this, it can have different impacts. So for example, it was already mentioned by Jocelyn that several farms, we have the half of the farms were dairy farms, but most of them had also crop production. And the combination, if you look this in a combination, then you come from a former year to a later year to a different result possibly than if you only focus on the dairy section. This depends on the crop growth, on here was the fertilizer, and as mentioned and discussed in the consortium during the project as well, the feeding changes over the years. It's difficult to get these data. We had already a lot of data collected, but these are snapshots. To fill these gaps is not always possible, and you need more or less long-term changes. Here's an example on the left-hand side for croplands results, for the right-hand side for dairy farms. This shows results of the CoolFarm tool for the cropland, for the baseline run and for the end line. And for this specific farm, or for these specific farms, we are quite happy. It's a good result. We have a reduction in emissions. We can quantify that this looks all nice and positive. If we now go to the dairy farm, then we see there's two farm tools applied. And one shows an increase in emissions, another one shows a decrease for some farms at least. And this raises the question, how comparable are these tools? What is affecting these results? There's a wide range. I don't have the time to go to all the inputs that could affect these results. So if you have questions for this, please come back later to me. That's fine. I'm happy to discuss with you. It might be not a discussion for the entire audience, but here in front of the audience. So we also started a comparison study with different tools to see how comparable are they. And we tried to reduce the number of potential impacts. For example, having different users using the same tool introduces different results. And we try to centralize this, to coordinate this a little bit in an exercise and comparison exercise where we look how similar are these tools. And I was quite pleased that Jocelyn showed a similar result, that the overall balance or the overall greenhouse gas balance is quite similar. If the same user puts it in with the same data set, the same quality, and then you get a quite good comparison for the overall balance. Looking into the different sectors, we saw that this might vary. The sources for the greenhouse gas emissions come partly from different categories, from different parts in the process on the farm. This is partly due to the way these processes are represented in the tools, and partly other aspects where there's just different factors used, which might be local factors which overemphasize or emphasize different processes in a different way. And we also faced problems. Despite we have a generic tool, we faced a couple of problems and saw that certain farm types are not well represented. There were two main examples. One were the olive orchards, one was the pig farms. I think it took me a while, but I think I found good solutions, but it still took some work or some energy into it to find good solutions that we can address this problem. Here you can see on the slide in the middle the ClieNFarms tool result using the olive data, and I also was able to get access to the per annual tool as an own, so I could run it for apple and olives. The apple fits quite well to the ClieNFarms tool, while the olives does not. This is mainly because the ClieNFarms tool is developed for apple orchards, or uses, I think, 3 different crops. I don't remember. You might be better. I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot. But it's just, it was developed for certain orchards. So not for orchards. It was per annual tool. And this includes apples specifically. So I had some studies for apples, for 2 other crops, but not olives. And if I used olive-specific calibrated it for olives, it shows the different results. So here in ClieNFarms, we were able to use process-based models to try to find a comparison or an alternative way to simulate this. And also here we struggled to get good results and get the parameters because there's simply a limited time of studies. There's not much research done in this direction on modeling. There are some results. So again, if there are complaints or disagreement, please come to me afterwards. I'm happy to discuss. But these results look much more promising, but we still need to evaluate about this. By the way, it's the same tool that's also implemented in ClieNFarms tool, just with new parameters. The tools are also, as I said, they are run by ISSS managers in the project, and these tools also provide feedback to the farmers in different styles. Some tools don't have this farmer-orientated feedback in results and this nice design, and they just provide the data. But here, 2 examples for the Cap to Air and ClieNFarms tool results. They visualize the results and provide nice outputs and nice overview and feedback the data directly, which is a good way to provide the data back to the users, to the stakeholders. This should be a little bit the frame, the introduction. Now I think I hand over to Katja for the discussion.
Thank you, Matthias. So thank you, everybody. So the section is cut in two main questions. So the first would be on the challenges and the bottlenecks of the models. And the second would be more on the MRV policy and what is still needed. So we try to animate that. So I have prepared some questions for all of you. And so maybe let's start with the section on the bottlenecks. So I would start with Thomas. So what do you think why we need farm tools, and what can these tools provide to farmers or advisors? There's a lot to untangle, of course. Why do we need it? For many reasons. I think mainly because it's a way for us to, in a more simplistic way, quantify, for example, the environmental impacts we have, farmers have, and also supply chain may have on the environment and also the climate. If you're looking at, for example, carbon sequestration, so you can, in some way, take a complex situation and put it in the model, and to some degree make it more simple. I think it's also a way to track hotspots and where we can try to dive in and take some measures where we might have larger emissions, for example. I think complying to scope 1, 2, and 3 is also up there that the EU has put upon us. And then I think I would just lastly say, and feel free to also interrupt, ideally to have a streamlined way of having a MRV is definitely also there for, like, the tools can provide that for us. If we can streamline and make it as simple as possible for farmers, I hear that a lot here today as well, and advisors, then hopefully to have a MRV that is EU-wide. So you are coming more from a research side, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. So as Matthias showed, so the Cool Farm tool was our reference tool. So yeah, you are not in the spot, but you are somewhere in the spot. So where do you see the most, or maybe the best advantages on using a generic tool versus a more research tool maybe? And can we use it to have a farm-specific comparison?
Yeah, I think it's a question that gets asked again and again, like, can you use a global tool and is that helpful? I think it depends on the question you're trying to answer as to whether it's the right tool or not. If you have a global supply chain and you want to report globally, it's much easier just to have one tool. The cons are, there's many, but like maybe it's less interoperable with government systems, so you have to enter the data in more manually. There's routes around that though, because you could make it interoperable. There's software solutions, APIs, things like that. But it's not just off the shelf, it has to be, produced. I think there are ways to make global tools locally specific. Things like, so our dairy model is herd specific actually, so it looks at what the animal eats and then that propagates it, so it's not like a emission factor per cow head per country. So there are ways to make a global tool more locally specific, but you're never going to be able to have every single emission factor. Well, maybe not never, but where we are right now, it would be very difficult. So I think it's that trade-off of the amount of data you're asking the farmer for, that's reasonable and that they can actually use to make a decision with, versus having a highly academic data point that is, very informative, but maybe takes 8 hours to get there, and actually they can't do anything about it because it's weather determined or whatever. So there's a balance.
Good point. To the next question. So who could use or who should use the models? So Thomas, this question was to you. What, from your opinion, who should use these farm tools or could use these farm tools? Would you rather go that yourself, a scientist or academic or public person, should use it, or the advisor, or and which type of variables or indicators are most useful for to apply such a tool or choose the right tool? Yeah, I think right now we see, of course, it's also been mentioned today, a lot of advisors are using the tools simply because of the data availability and the complexity of the tools as well. So I think we also hear it from Dutch farmers, for example, even though it's mandatory to some degree for them to fill in related to a nitrogen crisis that is ongoing in the Netherlands. It really requires some work to keep it as simple as possible for the farmers to have enough time and energy to put in all the necessary
data needed for having the correct outputs. So I think we really need them for example, nutrient flows, as also shown today. I think also just outputs as carbon sequestration we work a lot on, even though it's not perfect. It's a way of doing that with the tools as well, water balance, etc. I think those are the outputs that the models are really good for.
Being good for is also a good keyword. So Greet, I'm coming to you as you are coordinating a project. You see a lot of approaches and opinions and ways to do it. What do you think are the key elements which are still missing in these farm models, and to make them more reliable and effective?
To make them more reliable and effective. First of all, I'm here talking about as coordinator of Marvik. We didn't look at the whole LCE, but we are more focusing on monitoring for carbon farming. So it means that we're looking more for on the carbon aspect actually. So that also has some challenges related to the LCA based approach, because I also do think that we need to work on a farm level, but as Jan Peter already said, it raises a lot of questions, because in soils it's a whole rotation that counts, of course, so we need to find solutions, because it's not easy to allocate some carbon sequestered to a product and so on. So I think also at the policy level at some stage, there need to be some rules for that. So in Marvik we are then also more looking towards developing these models, especially tier 3 models, and I think important there is that we have to make it as easy as possible for the farmers, so make use of as many data as possible that are already registered for farms. So think of data of the CAP, so I think data connections with CAP systems, very important. So I think also interacting with policymakers there is very important to have, make sure that farmers only have to declare some aspects once and not several times. So I think there is a huge potential there, but also for connection with FMIS systems, lab data and so on. So technologies are in place, having data sharing platforms and so on. This is something really we have to work on. And then challenges, there are many challenges of course, but sometimes I think farmers are also already ahead. For instance, having crop mixtures and so on that could be very beneficial for soil carbon, and the question is, are our models ready for that? Can we already do that? And do we already have data for calibration and so on? So we also need to find procedures so that farmers can move on, and maybe with some best guesses we can already start. But we need
So
to
this
find
is from a coordination perspective, and as a researcher, are there bottlenecks or challenges, or the both of you can answer just.
I just, if I may add on it, because it's something we're looking at the Climate Smart research project, trying to find a discrepancy indeed between what are the measures taken and can the models really quantify this. And I know also Agroscope from Switzerland, who's also part of the Climate Smart research. They are also looking at these new emerging practices indeed. So it's something that is also on the radar, of course, and being taken up in this project as well. So
bottlenecks?
Bottlenecks, yes.
That we know what we need to do in the next years.
Well, what we have to do, many things, I think. So this interoperability, I think, and data is crucial, like data harmonization, standardization, and that's everybody involved. I think it's not only the researchers, but like I think the whole value chain who needs to work on that from a perspective of researchers. I think, we data collection, very good quality data, long-term data series to calibrate, validate models are very important. but then also to verify if there is no systematic bias along the way. I think also impacts of climate change are really a challenge, of course, if we capture that well. Yeah, good ground truth data, I think, for research are really important. And not only time series for carbon, but we also need to know what farmers have been doing, actually. And also, if we use remote sensing, we also need ground truth data for them. For instance, for a big driver for carbon is biomass. So yeah, different research groups are looking into how to capture biomass from remote sensing, but also there good ground truth data or a network of ground truth data, just to see how reliable these models are one of the things we really have to work on.
Okay. And now I come back to the ClieNFarms tool, but you can also answer just as a scientist. So what do you think the models, how should they evolve in the future, or what would be needed? And maybe you can say something for the ClieNFarms tool, any plans in the future?
Yeah, this is basically my day-to-day job, is thinking where is ClieNFarms tool going. So we have done a big upgrade. ClieNFarms tool is old for us now. We've upgraded to ClieNFarms platform, and that's new emission factors, new interoperability, things like this. The software for ClieNFarms tool is quite old. You know, it was built in 2010, and software has come on a lot since then. So there's new software development features like config-driven UI, and we have a process-based SOC model for the first time. So our SOC model in ClieNFarms tool is quite rudimentary. It's a tier 1 empirical model. We now have a process-based model. We have new perennial crops. It's quite easy to expand on them. It didn't used to be. That's the kind of software update. I mean, that's where we are now. This is all live. It's there. It's lots of unit tests, a higher level of quality compared to ClieNFarms tool. And I think the future is more interoperability. These tier 3 models, and for us as a global tool, that's really challenging. How do we do it? Do we do it tactfully? Do we just have a tier 3 SOC model in Europe and not worry, we can just achieve tier 3 for maybe just using measurements, so we don't even model it, we just measure it. That, for standards, that's sufficient. That's just SOC. For other removals, hedgerows, all that, it's the exact same questions. And that's just carbon. The industry is moving on. There's science-based targets network for nature, water, plastics, and corporates are looking at that, and they don't necessarily want to be going to 5 or 10 different tools. You want to have one tool, and we have a biodiversity assessment that's based on a farm level. How does that apply perhaps to product level? You can do like allocations, but none of that's really been some of it's been figured out for carbon, but is it the same rules for biodiversity? So I think that's probably like the next is better interoperability, higher quality models, so less empirical models, not no empirical models, just less empirical models, and more metrics, I think.
Yeah, to have some transport and transformation in it as well. Just what you say with the plastic and.
Yeah, or like disposal of plastics.
Yes.
And
okay.
Yes. Disposal where they recycled. Yeah. Pollution. Yeah. And I think some of these metrics aren't yet defined. I think what's kind of nice about these new metrics is they're taking some of the learnings from carbon. So there's a lot of initial piloting and stuff on like what are the actual metrics we need to measure, and hopefully, because in the UK alone we have 60 different carbon tools. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I get so many requests of like, is your tool better than this tool? All tools are helpful probably in some way, as long as they have good quality standards. And they, depending on your question, will depend on which tool to use. But I think it's created a lot of noise, and what I'm kind of hoping is, because of these piloting schemes, and we're maybe going to learn some of the lessons from carbon, we can be a bit faster in our measurement, recording, MRV systems for these other metrics. Maybe that's optimistic, but that's my hope.
Yeah, I agree. And then when you talk to the colleagues from the US, then they have other models promoting them, saying this is doing best. And so
absolutely.
I think now we move to the more to the MRV questions, as you already started with the matrix and so I have another question to you, Creed, on the MRV systems. How should we relate actually the tools and the models to measurements?
Mm-hmm.
So you gave a little bit of answer just before.
Already, I guess measurements will always remain important even if we use models. I think very good data from benchmark sites where we know exactly what was going on. I think of long-term field experiments, flux sites, national monitoring networks. They really remain important, and I really want to stress that as well, because sometimes financially they are under pressure, and we really need them also ex ante to calibrate, validate models and so on when they can be used. But then once projects are running, it's also very important that we have along the way that we keep on measuring to track these models. If there is, it's fairly important to know the uncertainty, but also if there is no systematic bias of these models as well. So the question is then, how will this be organized? Do we do that at project level? Or shall we, for instance, organize a network of sites like they have in Ireland, where some farms are really well monitored, and where we can maybe different models see how well they perform on these sites and so on. So there are different ways to do it, I think.
Do you think we should go, or I think we should, but want your opinions. Should we go for a harmonized MRV system across Europe? And will not you, but your project be able to give recommendations on that, or should we have individual MRV systems in all the countries?
Well, it's nice to have one system, but you also mentioned a little bit as well. And again, I'm talking about carbon, so I think for other kind of tools that's also can be different. So in my opinion, at European level, the standards should be set, but I think the farming system in Europe is very diverse. I don't have to tell you farm sizes, types of crops, the size of the fields, but also legislation, data availability, and so on. So that makes, I think that it makes sense that there are some differences maybe in MRV tools or even models. But of course, it's always nice if we can try to harmonize these models or these tools, learning from each other and so on. So, but having some degree of making them very specific for a specific context, I think that will still remain important. And as a researcher from a public body, I also think that also the public entities also have a role to play, maybe to provide at least some models that are locally developed and could be used, especially also for maybe smaller scale projects and so on.
Okay. I think with what you said, we come to the words the words I would say usability, accuracy, and accessibility. So Megan, where do you see improvements in a tool which is used in Europe?
Yeah, I think transparency is really important of the methodology that's used. A lot of tools are not transparent with their methodology. Traceabilities, how can you trace assessments through the system? Going back to the interoperability point as well, I think it is really important. Like Greet said, you don't want to be entering data into many different systems and many different tools. I think the data quality as well is really important and can be sometimes kind of tricky to quantify. We're having our methodology verified by Carbon Trust. We're in the process of it at the moment, And we had a gap analysis done a couple of years ago, and one of the recommendations they said was every single data point that you ask for, you should say, is this data point, like how would you rate its quality, some sort of quality metric. And we went to our working group and said, this is, so for all the data points you have to double it now, because we're asking for a data quality. And they were like, no. That will make it unusable, untenable. So we have, when you start ClieNFarms platform, when you submit an assessment, the question is this data all estimated, all actual, or a mix? So it's just like a kind of overall. And that's probably okay, but for an MRV system, maybe where you've got carbon credits or something associated, you probably need a higher level. So it depends on the purpose of why you're doing the assessment and what the MRV is actually for. If it's for emission reduction, again, the data point that does that reduction, like if it's 3 NOP added or whatever, you want a high quality that's actually being done, but maybe the rest of the data you're not that worried if it's higher, medium, maybe not low quality.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I think there is really a need that business policymakers and farmers and researchers they all work together to ensure the data, that we have access to the data. How do you see agreed that it's not a problem, but that we bring them all together, and that not on I would even say it's not on a voluntary basis. Maybe we have to force everybody a little bit. Do you have any
I also
an opinion at least?
Mm-hmm. That's what at European level they always say. There will be becoming more and more data available, so we will have a lot of data to improve them and so on. But I think that requires a good data policy, right? And so it's also not very clear to me what that policy would be, because in an ideal world, I think like a public sector and so on, or researchers, they could make available like data from long-term field experiments, maybe calibrated models and so on. But indeed, there is a wealth of data gathered at the farms. So how can they be used? And is the private sector open that it is used? And who will decide that? Is it the farmers that will decide that their data can be used for improving models, for instance, by another? Or is it data collectors that will keep the data themselves? So and to what extent will that be regulated and so on? It's also very much about trust of the data also, I think, and the economy of data. So I think a very good data policy is really needed, and data sharing platforms where farmers can decide what data they share with who and for what purpose, I think it will help. I know that there is a whole policy of the European data policy and data spaces and so on. I'm not an expert on that, but there is a lot moving, but I think having clarity on that, and also making sure that if data is exchanged, is of the benefit of all, and especially, of course, also for the farmers. But I think that will require some policies and some rules, I guess.
I agree, I think, this is all about the transparency and open source access of the models and of the data. So Megan, how you said a little bit just before on this transparency. Do you think ClieNFarm Tool or ClieNFarm Alliance can contribute to that? How open would you be to that?
So our methodology is fully transparent. You can see all emission factors, all equations, all assumptions. We even list some of the pitfalls in the description. I think it's maybe there's another, I haven't seen it, but it's one of the most transparent tools. We don't put our code out there. I guess you could argue that we would publish the code. That is intentional. I think that's because it's seen as like the USP, the kind of, the commercial making, and I guess the people can access the methodology through the API, and that's what we kind of decide is sufficient. I think the minimum should be equations and emission factors and assumptions, because so many people will say they use IPCC 2019. That's great, but me and another tool could end up with a 20-30% difference, and we have the same emission factors. We've just decided to use a different allocation methodology or something, and it can be those subtle assumptions that make big differences, and those assumptions are known, but they're not necessarily published or well documented, and then it can make comparison between tools difficult. So yeah, that level of transparency I think is really important.
So coming back to research, so in the future, what do you think in the future the development of these tools should be from your point of view? So now we had the project opinion, tool opinion, and what would be more a public?
Yeah, I think first of all, to piggyback a bit on what you said, I think it's also difficult with the amount of tools. I'm not saying we have too many tools, but maybe we do, because you can start pick and choosing, I think, as a user to then eventually say, okay, this is the result I would like to have. So I think we should also maybe think about if we have too many tools, so to say. And yeah, the future, how do I envision the future? I think we've talked about it already. I think being able, I'm also biased because I like satellite data a lot. So I think indeed, like being able to make it as simple as possible as an research institute, that we have the capability of processing data, making it available, putting it in the model already, so the end user will not have to do that. I think that is where I see the future development, because satellites don't lie, I guess. There are some things where.
So this is how you formulate it.
But more that it's an even playing field. It measures.
How you formulate it, it seems that you would do it on a volunteer basis. But if policy would ask all scientists to spend 2 hours a week on validating data, would you still be?
Yeah,
would you still agree to do that?
No, of course not. There has to be some. We have to strike a balance between how much work we have to put in and to validating as well, and so on. So no.
Okay, thank you. You told me there are some questions.
Yeah. I was trying to make sense of many questions that came by very quickly. But I think most of them, you already dealt with a few subjects, but several questions were made about improvements in the future. So, and I can just some buzzwords, multi-criteria models, the use of AI, and then modeling soil, and dealing with the right variables, and also a question about the models dealing with being too short-term views, and we need a longer view. So a lot of topics related to improving the models. So I think the first question is, what are your expectations on the future in terms of improving the model exercise? Yes, please go ahead.
So I think the permanence, the last point you said, it's really a question, and I think many models just run on an annual basis, and they don't hardly ask for site historic data. So we know from the Marwick, project, this is really a topic. So have long-term runs. So how, are there any plans?
Yeah, so the process-based model I mentioned, that asks for 5 years data, and you can go back even further, so 5 years is just the minimum. And then our perennial assessment is based on the life cycle, so we go back and forward. So I think yes, but it's probably, I would say, fairly niche that people want that. You know, I think most of the attention is still on the annual, and could that be expanded on? For sure.
You could run for 10 years and
yes.
give them
Yeah. You could run, yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe AI, there are 2 questions about AI, but also about increasing the decision support side of the modeling. How can we expect models to easily help on decision making? There's also questions there.
Do you want to start?
Yeah, as I think, as I mentioned in the beginning, if we can find indeed where we have hotspots within, for example, a farm or a farm system or supply chains, there I think we can have it can help with the decision making, and where we have to target the measures that we're willing to take.
Yeah, I maybe would like to add to the decision making. I think like models or tools, they can help indeed to identify where are the largest emissions, or maybe simulate, okay, if you change something. But when it really comes to decision making, I also do think that also advisors and so on, they still have a big role to play, because they probably know, like, in a certain farming system, what could be a good practice to try, on what buttons the farmer can. So I think these tools can help, of course, to quantify actually the impact, but really what is suitable in a certain farm. I also do think that it's not only tools or machines that can do that, but also I think good experience from the farmer or from advisors is really will remain always important.
So in ClieNFarm Tool, you've got the assessment comparison thing already there. You can compare actual versus a future scenario state or something like that. I think something we're looking at, it's very, very early days. I don't know when, if it would be implemented, but it is like insights. So, you know, you've done your assessment for a real year. Where do you bench across for farms in that local area, local being country or something like that. And then you can see, oh, well, I'm in the bottom 20th percentile, maybe I should be doing something different. Like, that's maybe to help with decision making, and then the advisors could use that to be like, oh, these are the things. So that's probably, a good few years away, but I think something that could be really helpful.
Sorry, I just wanted to add from Geet's point that also not only the expert knowledge from the advisors, but also we also have tools that are more focused on the economical viable solutions, which are also, I think, very important to then take into considerations. I know from the farmers, of course, it's about if they make profit or not at the end of the day. And those economical models combined with more natural or environmental models can definitely also help with making decisions on where do we set in for changing different measures and so on.
Do you find farmers are happy sharing economical data?
No.
Yeah. Because we had in ClieNFarm Tool a whole section on economics.
Yeah.
No one used it,
Yeah.
so we're not even bringing it
No.
into ClieNFarm platform. And then on the posters outside, I see it's like we should have some economic performance, and it's like, but it's not used.
But maybe in the decision.
Together
with the decision.
Yeah.
That
On a
say
farm by
having
farm
more
level.
legumes or more cover crops, and then say this would have more or less costs or more plastic, or this would be good.
Yeah.
But I agree, then you would need the input data as well.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the audience? No? Matthias, you have been quite quiet.
Yeah, it's fine. Partly I will answer some questions later, and they covered it quite well.
I have we still have 5 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah. Can I then?
Yes.
Because Geet, you also said the things about the long-term data, and I'm not only here to hype up the climate smart research project, but we do have that's great, Jocelyn. We do have the research stations there. It's focused on the experimental research stations, where we know that there is more long-term climate data, and we do also have ideas of what practices have been done at a longer time scale. So we're trying to really make it into a repository. The Agricultural University of Athens are doing so, and hopefully based on also ClieNFarms and other sister projects, that we can have this repository that is open source, so you can really have more long-term climate data available for everyone.
So is that if you had a reduction methodology, you would expect to see X methane reduced?
Yeah.
Okay, because that could be useful for verification then.
I have a last question to all of you, and maybe all of you. I didn't prepare it, but I just came up. So who should be in charge of the development and validation of this MRV or models? Do you think it's more for public research, private sectors, policies, or all together, and also with farmers? Would you go for one of these suggestions or all together? Should I repeat? Public. Who is in charge of development? Or it goes in towards the should we have certificates for models and MRV systems, and who should develop and validate them? Public research, policy, business, or a mixture of all of them?
Just maybe to give a comment, picking up something that was said before.
Yes.
I think it's much more important to have clarity about it rather than giving a clear answer, because I think there are different views on it. They are partly influenced by different perspectives and objectives, different interests. If you go here to the audience, to all of us, everybody has a different view, different interest in this topic, and therefore I think the solutions will be diverse, and we see this also in the discussions. Also depending a little bit where we're coming from. If we come more from remote sensing, this is my favorite option. If I come more from modeling, I'm skeptical about remote sensing, but I come more from the modeling. And other people would say, I don't trust any researcher, I only trust what I have measured and what I've seen in the field. And all is relevant, and we just need to have clarity, what was mentioned, transparency as well. And for me personally, also some value of accuracy, which can be interpreted in different ways. Accuracy is a relative term. It don't need necessarily to be accurate in its value, but accurate in something that we can agree on. And this is also then transparent and clear for everybody. And then we can decide this. And I think this gives more the frame for an MRV rather than saying this should be. And the question is, who makes this decision? I assume most likely policy, because they are in charge. But the question is, and the question is also who is advising them, because on advising, and then you have also, if they make a decision, then there's also the feedback, which can be quite controversial depending on what decision they made. And so these are the guiding factors, I think, for an MRV system, and this makes it challenging right now.
We have 2-3 minutes, so we could close now, but there were several questions about AI. So does anyone want to give a stake? I know it's an open question, but I think because 3 people asked about it, if you can...
I'm happy about giving an answer.
Okay,
AI, I think in general, is a quite nice idea. The question is about the data quality, and I think we struggle already with modeling to get the data quality. And then everybody who measures, we had also in ClieNFarms measuring protocols. The people went with their protocol down to the field, and if there's break, we can have discussions about people who did the measurements and ask them. It was quite diverse, challenging, and not so easy. And these values are taken, and if we train on these diverse, I wouldn't say inaccurate, but just diverse data, then we train a system on not clear data, a really accurate, specific system. And we just need to keep in mind that we then just aggregate the diversity, not calling it error on purpose, we call it uncertainty, and we have a range, and this does not give the clear solution we would expect from AI. So I appreciate AI, but then we first get clear data, enough data, and then we can use it.
But then we need to open the public data.
Yeah.
Because the research data has some bias because it's too perfect.
Or it has a different objective.
It's not, perfect in the sense there was research, there was effort done to measure it correctly, or emphasis to do it correctly, and we would need more real farm data. Yeah.
That may also important. It's not only the data, but it's also the metadata. So it relates also what you were saying. So indeed, if you make an AI model and some data are measured until 20 centimeters and some 30, or you miss certain conditions or some factors, it's very hard to interpret. Maybe you use several data that should not be compared in one model, etc. So it's a bit rubbish in, rubbish out. So the quality of the data and the metadata, I think it's really important to make advancements there as well.
And I'm possibly getting out of my range, but and in terms of training models for decision support, can also AI have like a boost on running models to train for decision support? No.
I think so.
You can use it, again, it's the same answer, more or less. It's about how you train it on. And you get more or less the same quality. And I think most of the system, and it doesn't matter if modeling, AI, or remote sensing, it's more or less the same. You get a similar quality, high-end quality range, because it's simply limited by the uncertainty of the model that we have to train it or evaluate it on. Because it's just more or less this controls what we can do. And we cannot get better because just you have this uncertainty, so we cannot prove that. Even if we are better, we cannot prove it because the data we compare it with have this uncertainty as well.
I have an additional opinion to that. I think if you use IA to decision making, the advantage is that it also collects data which is from outside, which is on the market, which is on the Christmas market coming up, on the newspaper, and collecting all the data, so the decision will be more local for the farmer, saying, please do that because last week you had a Christmas market or and this the models, the more generic models will not be able to do.
That point.
We use AI for our software development, and I'd say it's almost like an early intern is the kind of quality, It gives you it helps you write very simple calculations. It helps speed things up for sure. It definitely helps things speed you. It gives you 50-60% of the work at the calculation kind of and helps data check. It's very good at checking if two sets of data are the same or something like this. But when it comes to edge cases, or as soon as you have maybe 2 or 3 layers of complexity in a model, it falls over. It doesn't know how to, at least when you're building software, it can't handle that. It gets confused between the different things. So you have to have a human, checking everything. Yeah.
So yes, thank you everybody for having come and for the nice discussion.
Move the slide. Okay, we have a coffee break now, and if you, thank you very much. If you don't want to eat the cookies, you can bring them and eat them tonight when no one is watching. But we'll meet again here in half an hour. Okay, thank you. Okay. We are almost there, and but there is a beer looking at me in the end. We'll have the final session, session 4. But before introducing quickly what we'll have in this final session, we will change a bit the modus operandi. You can still ask questions on Slido, especially if you are at home online. But if you are here, you can still put questions on Slido. But in this case, we will open the floor for the last, let's say, half an hour or so. We will open the floor, so you have, if you have any questions for this session, this is like an integrating session, so you can put basically any question. But we will try to give the floor to anyone that wants to join us in asking questions to the panelists. So this final session is about policy. We're looking at the policy component, and more specifically on the EU carbon farming regulations that are coming on the way, sooner or later, back and forward, but they're coming. So it will be time to discuss how this carbon accounting can support, and the policy can support this climate transition. So again, and the final impacts that we considered, and we'll come back to that after the final session. The impacts that we selected at this final section were the following. Improving greenhouse gases monitoring to support EU certification schemes. So improving monitoring to support certification is very specific on certification. Helping to design reliable and fair policies for carbon farming. This is a huge and difficult one. And the final one, building stronger, more resilient food systems across Europe. And this is the big head and our main goal. Let's see, let's go to this final session to bring science, policy and practice together. And for that, I will call first Alba Saez from My Foam Organics Europe, and she will then introduce the rest of the panel. I will change the slide, and you have a short bio for Alba there. And I think you can take it, but Alba, you can join me. Thank you very much.
Hello. It's on. Thanks. So before we start, I wanted to have this mic because I would like to do a little stretching, because I know that everybody has been listening to all the talks and maybe some of you are feeling a bit sleepy, we've had food. So please, everybody, stand up. Great. Thank you. Now we're going to take a deep breath. I promise this is an energizing. We're not going to do meditation. And breathe out. Next time you breathe in, bring your shoulders up. And then drop them when you exhale. Okay, once again. And drop them. And now I'm going to ask you to tap yourself, your arms, your chest. You have 2 hands. I don't, so use 2 hands. Okay, also legs. Okay, if you can reach your back, that's for the flexible ones. And now another deep breath and reach your hands up. And if you can, both hands. If you can, high five with the person next to you. Great, thank you so much. You can sit. And I don't need this one anymore. Do you want it? Okay. And I should talk here. Yes? Yeah, it's on. So I'm going to introduce once again Matthias, but I'm not going to introduce your bio because people know you already. But you're very welcome to join the stage. He didn't get enough stage time, so he's going to give another presentation. Then we're going to have Daniel Zimmer from Climate Kick. He leads the sustainable land use activities at Climate Kick, and he's an expert in engineering and hydrology. He's a former chief executive of the World Water Council and co-architect of the European Carbon Farming Summits, and co-leads the finance design team of the 1,000 Landscapes for 1 Billion People initiative. He's the leader of the word that shouldn't be named, Work Package 5, synergies with other EU projects, policies, and initiatives. So we've been working together on the policy work that ClieNFarms has done, and this is why he's going to be moderating the panel discussion, also known as policy debate. So then we move on to the panelists. We're going to have Valeria Forlin, works on EU climate policies at the European Commission, promoting sustainable land use, carbon removal, and carbon farming certification in the agri-food sector. She has a PhD in environmental economics from UCL Louvain, with previous experience in European space policies and research on market-based climate solutions. So Valeria, if you're here, join us. You're here. Then we're going to have Katja, who was moderating the previous panel. So she's also been introduced. And yes, she's ready to come to stage. And then we're also going to have Simon Martel, agro-padistech engineer at I4CE. He's working on carbon certification and incentives for forestry and agricultural transitions. He's an expert in public and private financing mechanisms, familiar with the French Bas Carbone scheme and the European carbon removal certification framework. And he's the former national climate and forest expert at CNPF and research engineer in forest dynamic modeling at INRAE. And then we have Deisenop, who is a postdoctoral researcher at JLU, Germany, focusing on sustainable and climate-smart dairy farming systems. She has a PhD and master's in dairy production, milk quality and genetic improvement with research in Brazil and Germany. Leads the ClieNFarms case study in German in the organic dairy sector. And that's all the panelists. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And now I'm going to introduce a bit the work that ClieNFarms has done, because this is a policy session. It's the session where we're going to test your knowledge, actually, and maybe also test if you've been listening to us throughout the conference, or another way to put it is whether we have been able to grab your attention. So this is the agenda for my short talk, which will end with a quiz. As I was saying, I'm going to test your knowledge. And why is this session testing you? Because it's consolidating a lot of the results of ClieNFarms, because this is what we needed to be able to produce the main results of our policy work, which is 4 policy briefs and 3 public policy workshops. So we couldn't really work without gathering all the information, all the knowledge that the project has produced. So you're gonna see some things that you have already heard, which is good. And this is actually the 3rd policy workshop that the project is organizing. In the work that we've done with the researchers and partners of the project, this question has come up a lot, because especially researchers are not used to making the information concise and clear in a policy brief. So I thought it could be nice to, it wasn't meant to be a joke. I thought it could be nice to just present what a policy brief is. So it's a research communication tool that addresses specific policy issues, and it's directed at a non-specialized audience. So that's why the language has to be concise, clear, and it's supposed to be engaging as well. So now I'm going to give you an overview of the policy briefs that we've had, but this session is going to be focused on one in particular. The first policy brief, it's about how EU farms can contribute to climate neutrality, and we've heard this already, like Jocelyn put it. We need a multi-indicator holistic sustainability approach, the complicated word. This is what this policy brief is about. So we understand that a holistic approach to farming ensures the integrity of the farm-to-food system and should be prioritized in policy making, because it also ensures long-term food security. And of course, we cannot talk about holistic approaches in climate neutrality without talking about resilience. And as much as we address neutrality in greenhouse gas budgets, we also need to strengthen other aspects of sustainability: biodiversity loss, nutrient, water cycling, and soil health. The second policy brief is the one that we're going to be talking about the most. So it's about the challenges of using models for monitoring and assessing greenhouse gas emissions of European farms. And I'm not going to say more about it, because Matthias will do it. Finally, we have 2 more policy briefs, which we have also talked about. So the third policy brief is about the factors or the criteria that we, or the ClieNFarms has used to choose climate solutions, and the factors that promote or discourage adoption by farmers. And then the fourth one is complementing this, because also, as Jocelyn said, if you want to judge a system, you cannot overlook the environmental aspects. So the last policy brief is about the methodological challenges in assessing sustainability and climate solution impacts. So what's next? We have a policy brief presentation given by Matthias, and then the work is for us to do the dissemination of these policy briefs, which starts here. And we're going to end this with a little quiz. So I would like to ask you all to go to the Menti website, menti.com, and enter this code or scan the QR code. That's it, right? That's it, right? Okay, so is there anyone who couldn't join yet? Raise your hand if that's the case. Nice, everybody is online. So we can start. Do I just press yes? You should be seeing the question now, the first question. You do? Okay, yeah. It's working. So what do we call an ISSS in ClieNFarms? Maybe it's a bit late to ask the question if you didn't know, but better late than never. Okay. About half of the people have answered. Seems like there's almost consensus on the answer. Okay, so most people voted for an innovative systemic solution space where climate solutions are developed and tested. Some people also voted for a living lab-like space involving farms from a given pedoclimatic area and production system, as well as other stakeholders. And I'm happy to say that you were all right. So both of them were correct. Ooh, but there's one person who chose the other one. Yeah, the other one is not correct. Okay. Yeah, then we can move on. So second question is, when modeling farm-level carbon footprints, which factor typically has the largest uncertainty? You can also do the test if you want. It's okay. Okay. most people have answered. And most people voted for soil carbon sequestration rates, and that is the right answer. Okay, third question. What is the main purpose of using emission factors in farm greenhouse gas calculations? There's one right answer. In this. Ah. Mm.
Well, it's anonymous,
the reward to know that you've been listening and that you know.
For 4 years.
Okay, so the answers are very clear here too. The most voted option is to convert activity data, quantity of fertilizer applied, number of animals, etc., into estimated emissions. And that is the right answer. Good for you. Next question. Which of the following best describes a systems-based model in climate neutral farming? Okay, there seems to be unanimity here. Anyone brave to choose another option? Otherwise, the only voted option is a model that accounts for interactions between crops, livestock, soils, and management practices. And this is correct. Okay, thank you for staying with me. There's one more question that you need to answer right or not, and then there's a final question without a right answer. So in whole farm greenhouse gas modeling, leakage refers to this one can have different interpretations. Okay, so the most voted option, emissions shifting from one part of the farm system to another, is the right one. And okay, so people already had access to it. Okay, the last question is a word cloud. What do you see as the main benefits of using farm tools or models for farmers? And this question is meant to introduce the session. So we just want to get you thinking a little bit before we start. Okay, I'm just gonna read some keywords. The biggest ones that means more people have entered this word. Innovation, knowledge. Then we have efficiency, simplicity, knowledge transfer, harnessing strengths, better decisions, tracking progress. Consistent calculations. Okay, I think we've managed to find some benefits, and maybe now in the discussion we're gonna focus a bit on the challenges, but we can also keep this in mind. Okay, well, thank you everybody for participating. A round of applause for yourselves. Yes. And now that you are all well awake, without further ado, let me introduce Matthias. Ah, here you are. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hello again. As you can see, I have a lot of co-authors here. This is more or less the complete team of modelers that we were in ClieNFarms. But the results that I present were not only done by us, but in the end represent the work of the entire ClieNFarms team. All contributed in one way or another. It was already mentioned, and the data collection, it was mentioned the modeling work, it was mentioned that the ISSS manager did the cool farm tool simulations. So there was a lot of contributions from different sides. And even the people who think, oh, I didn't contribute, it were discussions that contributed to the overall results that I will present today. So it's not that I'm here again presenting data or results for myself, but just more or less the one representing the results of the entire team and the entire group. In ClieNFarms, we faced several challenges, not only in ClieNFarms, but modeling faced a lot of challenges, and in ClieNFarms also the characterization or the quantification of greenhouse gas emissions. A couple of aspects we already mentioned in previous discussion rounds. Some are not mentioned yet. How to deal with crop rotations, if it was in the previous session discussed about if you have 1 year simulation, how you deal with crop rotations. Changing in the feeding was mentioned in another slide. We talked about the pig and the olive problems, or olive orchard problems, that there are no tools, or that parameters are missing. I think in the ClieNFarms project we were able to address all these challenges. I don't say we provide solutions for all this, but we addressed them or included them in our analysis. And I think this was quite challenging, as it says, but it was also quite interesting. And I think we made some progress in most of these aspects, and I try to show you some of these aspects. As mentioned, this is the summary of why the data collection was so challenging and demanding. I asked the modelers, and we had a lot of different models and tools, how many data, what kind of data you need, and we made a list, and we ended up with more than 400 parameters, which is quite a lot, and takes some time to fill this in, not only for 1 year, but for a minimum of 2 years. And if you look on the left-hand side, you see the sector these parameters are allocated to, and on the right hand you see how many data we collected in the end on average for the different farms, for the different ISSS. It's a little bit misleading. It does not mean that someone performs badly if they don't provide all the data. It's just partly the characteristics of the farm that you don't need to fill in the complete sheet. It's partly that they don't have capacities or that they don't know the data. So it's not bad if you don't provide all the data. It just gives an overview how many data we were able to collect and what we got together. And it was a really good databases that we got for modeling in the end and to apply the different models. I'm really pleased to hear that everybody is interested in a wider view on on the analysis, because we not only assess the greenhouse gas emissions or the soil organic carbon content, we used the ability, or we used this large data set we got to apply different models with different purposes. So here is this holistic approach that we talked about several times, where we I picked only 4 variables. We have more variables analyzed, but I cannot show all of them, and this varies from farm to farm. So it's not that we have for each farm the same set of variables, but we were only able to apply certain models or tools on specific farms or data or ISSs, depending on the data we got, and depending also on the information we get. That was also including remote sensing data, so some models relied on remote sensing data which were only applicable on a certain size of fields. And here we have, I just picked for cropland an analysis. This the ClieNFarms tool looked on the greenhouse gas balance for wheat. This is a wheat field. The ORCID model simulated the albedo. The SOC was measured by the farmers. There was a measuring protocol, so the farmers measured it, and the yield was simulated by DaySend. This shows if you have a holistic approach, you need to bring in different models, because we talked about this, each model has their own purpose, their own target variables, and we need to bring this together. This is a nice little slide, and it does not show actually the work that is behind it, because we just aggregate everything into one number, and there's a lot of work behind each of these numbers. For the ClieNFarms tool, we needed the data. We needed to have the ISS manager supporting us, or doing the simulation actually, because for us it would be difficult to simulate all the different farms. ORCID needed to develop tools, or really the ability to simulate albedo, and needed to research. The measuring protocol for soil organic carbon needed to be set up, distributed, organized. The measuring was done by the ISS managers. So it was a lot of work behind it to get this value. And the yield data with the DaySend model also requires a lot of work, getting not only the collected data, but also data aside, and getting some information alongside the farm-specific information that we had. The same thing we can do for dairy farms, for livestock farms. Here, in contrast, you might have noticed the picture before was for a field scale, because croplands are easier to assess on the field size, while for the farm, while for dairy, we need to include the entire farm, because the system is different, everything is connected, and we need to change the scale, or it's more useful to have a different scale for the question to solve this. And here we also picked slightly different variables, like this time we used Cap2Air for the greenhouse gas balance, the ClieNFarms tool to calculate the biodiversity. We collected, as we used the data collection for the milk production, and means in out provided the ammonium emissions. But again, it's good to have a wide range of different approaches and different models, which allows this holistic assessment. This project was an innovation action project, which requires, or it has some standards. It's defined in different ways, and I think we more or less achieved all of them. The last one, it's just shifted a little bit. I'm not sure what happens there. The ticks and the crosses belong to in the order of the text, so don't get confused. The use of available methods is what we have done, and we developed prototypes, we showed and proved the things. Coming to the point of validation, yes, we validated the approaches that we have used, but not all of them, because it's just a question. I showed already, we have different models. I showed that we used different variables, and not for all variables we have measurements, so we cannot really validate it. We can link this with other data, but it's difficult to validate all work and all simulations we have done. We did it to a good extent, and we used as many data as we got, but we couldn't do it for all variables that we are simulated. And breaking down the methods into for the market, make it market available. This was done in, it's difficult to answer this question if you have done this or not. It was done by the carbon allowance platform. This was a market-oriented platform that was developed and completed. And other tools that we used, they were already implemented in some market-available products, like the Anker tool is used in the Netherlands for the inventories. Label Bas Carbon is using Cap2Air, among other models. And we have the AgriCarbon EO model tool framework that is used in Orcasa. And introducing to this policy brief, I also wanted to highlight a little bit the achievements we had reached in ClieNFarms, drifting off a little bit about the policy brief direction, but once here, using the opportunity to say that there was some achievements actually, which is quite nice to show as well. And this is really that for the large number of farms, we were able to analyze them for at minimum for the greenhouse gas balance, and we tried to we extended this for several farms also beyond the greenhouse gas balance. We indicated pathways combining different models, including albedo or other aspects. We identified challenges and barriers and tried to provide solutions, which also resulted in the 2 policy briefs, which we will discuss later. And indicating problems of interactions between interest groups. It came to sound a couple of times. It was quite interesting to have these diverse groups and talking with each other, and I really enjoyed this. The creative arena, you got an impression earlier today, and this was quite nice, coming together from different point of views and just talking about it, and especially from a modeler point of view. It's good to get interactive and see, not only sitting in front of the screen, but also see what work is done in the field. And provide guidelines. We also provide some guidelines about how models can be used and how can they contribute. Further steps that we would need, this was a little bit a question about in the session before, is about we need robust data. This is what I mentioned, and I stick to it. How we address data gaps and what solutions will be there. Is also a question who is measuring and who is paying, as was also discussed before, and how do we evaluate, calibrate and concept models to more databases. To come to the question that was asked in a session before, how can modeling support carbon farming or support farming to get climate neutral? Here are more the political solutions, and I think this fits quite nice to the panel, which is quite nice to see. Modeling is already used in a couple of applied approaches. In a CRCF, it has a central role. In Orcasa, the AgriCarbon EU solution is a model solution combined with remote sensing, which was praised earlier in the session. Label Bas Carbon, using models, Cap2Air and STIX and AMG. And in ClieNFarms, we also made an analysis about MIV systems, Durba did this, and was working on it, and just highlighting how models are used in the MIV framework. But just also, we discovered in ClieNFarms how models can be used to support farming or address the issues of not having all data. And I mentioned it already earlier, this is partly used to fill the gaps where we don't get data. Here on the right and left-hand side, we had a farm that applied the methods already. With modeling, and in this case, also getting the historic information. This is the key. This was a farm who has a lot of historic information which could be used to more or less go to the past for modelers as possible and simulate a baseline, a proper baseline and proper end line. And then you have a kind of comparison and can still account for the increase of carbon achieved by this practice introduced. Another use would be on the right-hand side where we had a farm where we had 2 measurements and they were showing a decreasing trend. It gave the chance for the model to calibrate or to check if the trend they predict is correct, and also interpolate between these points. I'm coming to the last slide. So how modeling can support farming, and it is just also some questions. How can this be done? So for example, who is going to run the models? Most likely advisors, but it's a question, do we need, for some models, we might have experts, and who's paying for this? Is it a responsibility of the farmer to take care about that this model result is correct? The question for me is also, do the existing guidelines provide robust details? As a modeler, I'm a little bit concerned if you need more guidelines or not, specification. I don't want to go into details. I'm happy to answer questions about this later. Will models be comparable between the different models? If some guidelines allow to apply different models, what is the comparability of the results? Does they produce the same results? If not, how we deal with it? How can we find solutions for this? And which role plays modeling in the practical application? For example, in Label Bas Carbon or in a CRCF. And this is for me the entrance to more or less for the panel, where we have the experts to discuss these kind of questions and further questions which are also will be addressed in a policy brief, and where we try to explain and highlight these, not concerns, but these issues which might be addressable or need to be addressed in politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this presentation. So we are end of the day, so we hope you are still with a bit of energy. We'll give you the floor very soon, so you will be able to raise all the questions that you have been keeping with yourself during the day. So wait just for a few, let's say until 5 o'clock, I was told. But in this session, the idea is very much to look at, so how do we use all the results that have been obtained by ClieNFarms? What are the practicalities of using all this data that have been connecting in so many farms? But also, what is the knowledge that we gain, and how can it be further used? For this, so we have different profiles in our panel, and we'll first do a quick round. I will just ask to Valeria, Katja, Simon, and Deze. First, how you entered into this climate neutrality, and what is in your daily job? How do you see the use of these results that a project like ClieNFarms has obtained over, I don't know, 4 years, Jacques-Eric? Yeah, 4 years of intense work. So how useful is it to you? And we'll start with Valeria.
Can I just have a technical point? I've been told that you should really talk
close to the mic. Oh, yes, yes.
So make sure that you turn it when...
No. So
just
I'm asking this also then to
like
the
this.
panelists.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Daniel. So this is, of course, very useful for the implementation of CRCF, to the extent that we need to deploy models as well for the quantification of carbon farming activities as a basis for robust certification. And we have all the will to help as much as possible in this process as the European Commission. So anything that as a result of the project you think would facilitate quantification of carbon farming, and that the Commission could do for that, we are very open to hear this kind of recommendation as well. Very concretely, okay, do we need to develop one model for the entirety of the EU? This is something that I've heard already in the previous panel. It's not something that is going to be feasible, but do we need data sets, and what kind of data sets to validate the models? So this is a kind of input that will be really useful right now for us.
Thanks. point of view of someone we heard before, Katja, as a researcher, how do you see your role in pushing, or at least driving, the transformation of agriculture?
I guess I have several roles. So coming from a measure side, I work on grasslands. So over a number of years, I'm involved in measurements, in CO2 fluxes, N2O, how is carbon sequestration. Then I moved to models, so I could see process-wise models and easier models. And then doing that over years, I think I had could step a little bit back and give recommendations what would be minimal necessary or how can you deal with it. And I think this is the role I see, and this is what was attributed to me in the ClieNFarm, being work package leader on data, and for the data collection and for the modeling.
Simon, what about I4CE and the label bas carbone?
So maybe first a disclaimer, I'm not at all a modeling specialist. But
cool.
My perspective today is being an expert working on carbon certification. I4CE has been involved at the creation of the label bas carbone 6 or 7 years ago. And then the label is, as it was said this morning, it's run by the Ministry of Ecological Transition in France. So we were just there to provide some external experience and feedback. And last year we took time to make a review of the label bas carbone, making a deep dive in the data of this that are gathered by such a system, to focus and to highlight the strength of the label bas carbone, to see the area for improvement and the challenges. So probably my role in the panel discussion is to provide feedback experience on how modeling is used for the label bas carbone.
Thank you. Daisy, so you have also been in ClieNFarms, so you can also indicate your role.
Yes. So I'm working in the last 4 years as an ISSS manager for the Organic Dairy Germany. So my work there was related to data collection, to contact the farms. And I think as the main result we have in Germany was like we created the possibility to the farmers to exchange. We didn't have this before. So we created this through ClieNFarms, and now the farmers are in contact. We even organize exchanges with other countries, and we see that's very, very important for the farmers, that they can learn from each other. And regarding to the data collection and the results we have, for the farmers it was also very important, because for the first time the farmers that participated into the ClieNFarms project in our network, they have a carbon footprint calculation. And for them it was very important, and they could use, some of them use already the result to get some best negotiation for insurance rates, and this kind of things was like very important results from the project itself.
Thank you. Go back to Katja and start with researchers. So Katja, could you tell us what important learnings you got from ClieNFarms? What surprised you maybe?
I think we learned a lot. We and I myself. There are more practical things going together with the ISSS. So first, and also with the models. So first of all, I think it's important that you choose the right model on the purpose. If you have policy on the data you have, or if you want to use remote sensing. I also learned that there is no best model. Coming from the research side, we always go for accuracy, uncertainty, and look for something which is really close to what we measure. And I think if you work on a larger scale and on a farm scale and with commercial farms, this is important. I also learned it's really important who runs the model. There were quite some differences between the farmers, the modelers, and the advisors when they were running the models. I also think it's important to have more integral analysis, not only looking on production or economy, also to look on biodiversity, and there are new greenhouse gas emissions like ammonia and so on popping up, and water quality, which became much more important for some of the ISSS. And yeah, last, and but we said it now a lot of time, is the data availability. So as Matthias said, the 400 variables, it was already difficult to collect those from the modelers, and it was much more difficult for the farmers to provide the data. Because the models were developed with so many inputs, which are for all these difficult equations, and farmers are not used to collect all the data. Or the precision of this data.
So this question of the quality of the data, so do you see any improvements in this data quality, but also in general in the use of the models? Are there recommendations that also come out of all this work?
On the data quality, I think it got better because we had a lot of training, or we tried at least to do that, and I think the creative arena has a little bit helped us with that as well, to explain why we need a certain data quality, what it means to have an annual data or weekly data, or and people like Daisy, she is a scientist, sort of early science as well. I think people like that help to make clear to the farmer what data is needed and what means accuracy. And sorry, the second part?
Well, in general, in the model development, what are the main challenges also that you
in the model development, you can see I have a whole page on that, but I don't want to use up all the time.
Try to summarize.
Summarize. I think there are two parts of the model development. First is the person is using it, so have a user-friendly interface. To fill in the data, but also to understand the data. Then what is the model giving you out, and what can you do with it in terms of decision making, but also comparison. Do I better than my neighbor, for example? And the last would be the user-friendly. Sorry. And then also to provide default values. I think we learned that with Matthias and all the other modelers. For some variables would be good to have default values, and the default values which are harmonized over Europe means you extract them from databases, satellite images, and so on.
Could you, between tier 1 methods and tier 3, so using of models, did you compare? Did you do some comparisons? Could you tell us just a bit what you learned on this?
So the tier 3 are the process-based models. They need more inputs and they're maybe more precise. And then I think they are useful for policy or to make decisions. While the tier 1 are quite good to give first information, and they are broader. They are not so detailed, but they can still do the job. So I think we should not restrict ourselves, say, if you can't run a tier 3, don't run at all. I would say do what you can. Start with a tier 1, and maybe even the farmer then gets more, has more power, and wants to go further, and then will provide the data to use the tier 3 model. But maybe in the policy we should rather go for a tier 3, but not exclude tier 1.
Okay, so we will go a bit deeper perhaps with Simon. Should I say Simon? Or
you can say both.
I can say both, good. So, because in I4CE, is modeling or tier 3 also approaches utilized? Is it also a trend that you are pushing for?
We are not using models at all, but in the study we made, we gathered some feedback from the use of models in the label bicarbon. Maybe I can give a bit of figures about the label bicarbon. Today there are 16 methodologies in the label bicarbon. 4 of them are providing 98% of the GHG impact. 2 are for forestry and 2 are for agriculture. 1 on livestock and 1 on crop. And together, the label bicarbon. It's around 7 million tons of CO2 of expected removals and emission reduction. And it's around 4,000 farmers involved in the label bicarbon. And when we looked at the projects that have been developed, Our feedback is that it's not the quality of the model the problem, it's really the way they are used. Because, for example, the quality of the input data is very important and difficult to assess. You can have the best car ever. If you fuel it with the wrong fuel, the type of fuel, you won't go very far. Even if most of the field practitioners, the advisors, they are trained, and most of them are really using well the models, there are still some project developer that make maybe mistake on the units. So you can have the best model ever if you have an order of magnitude of error in the units of input data, then you are going wrong. So that's really the first message. It's the quality of input data is very important. Then maybe, if you agree, I can come back on why are we using modeling in the crop methodology for the label by carbon. One reason is that the commitment for the farmer is 5 years. It was a compromise because it was assessed that it's difficult to have the farmer to commit for a longer period. So the projects are just for 5 years. And during 5 years, if you want to do soil sampling, then it's really costly to do sampling at the beginning of the project and at the end if you want to have valuable results. Then the third reason is that on this kind of project you need to compare, it has been said, you need to compare the project scenario to baseline scenario. And if you want to do that with soil sampling, then you have to keep a control area where like to be the baseline, and that's not really feasible. So that's also a reason to use models. So the choice was made to use models in the label by carbon with a lot of discussion with researchers. The model that you can use in the label by carbon for the crop methodology are the best models. They have been for the French context. They have been calibrated, tested, validated in the French context. And even though one of the observation is that the project developer they are developing some of them are developing the project in some particular contexts, and there could be two reasons. If it's in this context where you get the best results, it's really possible that you in this context you can really have a big improvement in the carbon balance. Then that's a good reason to choose these areas and this context. But another reason could be that in this context the model overestimates the carbon modeling. And that's a problem, because in total you will overestimate the GHG assessment. So that is in the discussion today in the label by carbon, and the ministry in charge of the label by carbon is conducting discussion with the modelists and other experts to find a solution for that.
Katja, you want to react on this?
You already gave half of the answer. How do you deal with this re-evaluation? Is there a deadline, a frame, or when you say one label is not valid anymore or one estimate is not valid anymore, how do you get the point using the models?
I mean,
what are the recommendations for the group which was in charge to set up the label? Do they have a time to revise, say let's 6 months, and then they can either pass through or fail, or how?
No, you mean to come back to the project?
No, you said you re-evaluated the labels.
Okay, the methodology. Yeah, that's a good point. It has been conducted for the forestry methodology over. It takes 2 years, and it's now for the agricultural methodology. And our message is to take time because then you need to find balance between listening to the scientists to improve everything, but then you also have to listen to the project developer. They have a business model, and they cannot change everything from one day to the other. So and it has already been 1 year that there are discussion on this topic, and I mean I won't talk on behalf of the ministry, but they plan to reevaluate the methodology in the next year. Yeah.
Simon, you mentioned one methodology that uses modeling. It means that 15 others do not use modeling, and so what are the recommendations for researchers? Which are the areas that are at the moment still weak in modeling that you could not use?
Good point. No, of course, other methodology are using modeling. For the livestock modeling, it's the CAP2 model. In forestry, it's still basic modeling because it's growth and yield table, and I think there are areas for improvement there. For hedgerows also planting, it's still very basic because the idea is to focus on the reality of the field, and I mean I know best the forestry example, and I have been working on process-based model for forestry. It's difficult to calibrate them and to have them really fitting with the local conditions, the very local condition. That's why it's still old models that are used.
Okay, thank you very much, and you may have questions later on. Very soon we'll open the floor. Valeria,
yes.
Let's come to the Commission and to the maybe the CRCF, but more generally what you are doing with the with CRCF. So you use also researchers, modeling, and is it a trend that you want to pursue, or is it important for you to get these models up and running?
Yes, of course. We have been discussing a lot with the soil carbon community and the forest science community in the past years, both through the expert group, where we have some experts that we consult in the development of the certification methodologies, but also outside of the expert group through the contacts we have with many Horizon and the LIFE projects and our own in-house researchers at the Joint Research Center. So it's all this information is very valuable, of course. As I said before, it's all the challenges and the difficulties are clear, but like Simon was saying, and I think also like you said, at a certain point you have to accept that scientific the level of perfection that you would like as a scientist is not necessarily the one you can pretend from a certification methodology and what farmers actually can do on the ground. So we need to find a good trade-off, a good balance between perfection and workability. I think one of the main insights I had from the discussion with scientists in the past years is a notion of conservativeness rather than accuracy. So what you need to do is that in the context of a carbon market where there is a transaction based on a certified unit, what you need to know is that you can be confident that unit corresponds to some carbon that was sequestered or to some emissions that were reduced. This does not mean that your quantification was perfect, as long as you understand what was the uncertainty of your quantification, of your estimate, and uncertainty can relate both to estimates from models and to measurements from sampling. As long as you can very well assess the level of uncertainty and deduct it conservatively from the units, so a share of the units that you could produce is actually not produced, is deducted because of the uncertainty, then you can be confident that what is left can be confidently, it can be reliable and robust. So the notion is a conservative uncertainty deduction factor will give the incentives then to the operators. Do I invest in the perfect model or in the perfect data collection system? This will take a lot of money, a lot of time, but then I can sell more units. Or do, as you said, do I stay with the simpler tier 1 models? Then there is a lot of uncertainty, and I'm happy to just go for the easy way and sell much fewer units. So it's a trade-off, and when models will become cheaper and better, then we will go more for the first route. But to start with, we should also allow simpler methods with fewer units than produced. So this was one of the main, I think, I didn't realize it until not so long ago. So it was a good, it's something that only scientists working on these models can actually tell you. And it's very, very concrete in the end as a rule that you can put in the methodology. Other things that we discussed last week, I was with some people here in JRC in ISPRA to discuss about the soil carbon models, is the relative performance of measurements against models and how the two can always make each other stronger. So measurements and models have both their strengths and weaknesses, and we have been discussing a lot whether if you use a model, do you still need some measurements for ground truthing? This is a cost, of course. Is it a cost for the farmer? Is it a cost worth taking, or can we just rely a model that was calibrated, evaluated in that region, so we don't need to go through ground truthing and measurements again? So on this, I think the group was half-half, so I still don't know what we should do. So sometimes I wish scientists could just tell you what it is and give you an answer. So we still haven't decided on that specific point, but yeah, there are all these things where we can only listen because as policymakers we don't know. But sometimes I wish the answers were a bit more like just tell me, is it A or B? Sometimes we're not there yet, unfortunately.
So there is still some work to do,
yeah.
Which is good. Let's take a bit of a step back. And we talked a lot this morning also about holistic approaches to drive agriculture toward carbon neutrality. At the moment, Europe and the CRCF focuses very much on carbon removals. Is there a plan, or how do you see moving into more broader and holistic approaches to carbon neutrality?
So of course the framework has the name carbon removal in its title, and that was our starting point, given the consideration that to go towards climate neutrality, which is our objective for 2050, there will be a high need for carbon removals, and we are really not on the right trajectory to achieve 400 million tons of carbon removals in 2050. So that was 2040. So that was a bit our starting point, but it was always well understood that especially for nature-based solutions, the synergies with the resilience and other environmental dimensions is really important, is what makes it really attractive as something you want to invest in. Because if you want to invest in pure carbon removals that are permanent and stay stored forever, then you invest in bio-CCS, in DAX, in other technological solutions. But investing in carbon farming is, especially in the context of agri-food supply chain or forest-based industries, is first and foremost an investment in resilient land, so in soil health and in healthy forests, because you need these systems to continue to produce food and biomass in the long term. So this is the main thing we aim at, resilience and also nature. I mean, biodiversity, which is also a very important enabler of food production. Without nature, we cannot produce food. So this is where these potential buyers come from. And with the certification framework, we just give them a way to, like a proxy, to invest in the right solutions, because we know there is a lot of synergies between carbon sequestration and the resilience and biodiversity and also water quality, but it's not at all a mean in itself. So and this is what we try to convey with the biodiversity, the mandatory, the requirement to deliver some co-benefits for biodiversity. But then when in the methodology we looked at how to make this requirement operational, in the end it's a bit of it goes without saying, all the activities that we consider should be certified are shown to be good also for resilience, for biodiversity, for ecosystems. So maybe it's more like a formality, but it should be very, very easy for operators to show that the carbon farming activity is also good for biodiversity, because it is. Because also in the nature restoration regulation, which is the main law we have for nature and biodiversity, colleagues in DG Environment developed a typology of measures that are considered good for biodiversity, and they're exactly the same thing that we want to reward with CRCF. So it's a very, very well understood concept.
Okay, a lot of interesting points, and particularly this relation with resilience for me, I think is something really very important, but we may discuss this later. There's how does all this resonate with you and with the organic farming community? Are you feeling comfortable with all this, with also what was presented, or are there big differences in the feeling, in the way you see also the farmers react to all this?
I have to say that I came from the practical work with the farmers. I'm not that involved with the models, calculations, and this kind of things. But what I see is that sometimes the organic sector or the organic farmers, they are underrepresented in these models, in this calculation, or with the tools that we use, because so far we don't have a tool that really represents the complexity of an organic mixed farm, for example. And yeah, sometimes it's a little bit underrepresented in the discussion.
Okay. So there are then, it's a request also to researchers to work more on this. Are there research programs at the moment, or maybe Katja, you could also say something, but what is your feeling about this? And FIBL, I assume, is working on. You may have a word on this. Very interesting to hear, yes, indeed, what type of research is implemented at the moment on these issues.
Yes, I think ClieNFarms was also a big opportunity to discuss deeper these issues. And together with FIBL and together with Matthias and Katja, we are talking about this and running different simulations, but we don't have a commercial tool yet, a tool that the farmer can use to do this calculation on his own farm. But I think from the research side, there is a lot of things going on now, and I think that ClieNFarms is very important for this, because we have this opportunity also to exchange with the researcher, with the modelers, and to bring up the issues that the farmers are having.
Because we also feel that organic farming is doing a lot also for the quality of soils, for instance. So how do you then relate to the CRCF, for instance? Is it something, a challenge for you? And in terms, for instance, what is the baseline that is used? Just to cite one example that can be tricky. So
yeah, this is a big issue actually, because we feel that the organic farming is kind of out of this carbon credit systems, because many of the positive of the climate-friendly practices that are reward the organic farmings they already performed on their own farms, like diverse crop rotation, cover crops, no synthetic fertilization, all these things that are rewarding for the conventional farms. The organic farmers, they already do it. And the thing is, we have to come up with a tool that take this into account, and maybe not rewarding only the reduction potential, but also if a farmer which has doing a good management already have higher carbon stocks, for example, if you keep these higher stocks, this should also be rewarding. In this way, the organic farmer that is doing a good management for the last years would also be rewarded.
Do we have some reactions, either Simon or Katja or Valeria, also on this, and how to include better the organic farming community? Simon?
Just a quick reaction to say that the feedback of just a figure on the label by carbon, at least on the livestock methodology, the share of organic farmer is the same than in France in total. So there is no underrepresentation of organic farmer, which is interesting.
On livestock, this.
Yeah, and on crops we don't have the figure, so I can't answer.
Katja.
So from the research side and from the ClieNFarm side, there are now more and more meta-analysis comparing conventional farming versus organic farming, and also doing that for different pedoclimatic conditions and different farming practice. But in ClieNFarm, we really, we knew already, but we could prove that the most of the models really struggled because they were developed for conventional farming, and the solutions or the farming practices which were applied did not even exist, except having more legumes or having more manure, and then even the pesticides which are not used, they were not represented, which made me think that we really have to go to more this sustainable models, integrate much more the biodiversity, having also the other emissions, and also even maybe the albedo, because this is also a question which came up for the organic farming, because soils are darker or manure is darker and so on. I think there is still some space and place to develop models. I'm not sure how quick we are, but yes, I agree with you. We should not put them on the corner, the organic farms, and say, we are not ready, we cannot do anything for you. But yeah, I think the models did reasonably good, no?
Depends what model you're using. It's
yes.
just like Daisy said, it's more about what models you can use by non-modelers. For modeler, it's right. I can model also the impacts of organic farming, but it will be difficult to make a tool out of it, because especially the structure of this organic farming based on a rotation, you need to have a time series. So you have a temporal variable model to capture this. And the question, if it comes to carbon farming, is really what is the baseline? Because you have two views on this. Either you say the conventional farming is the baseline, or the conventional organic farming is the baseline. And this is, I played a little bit around with this. It's difficult to find in conventional farming for a farm that is not where we don't have this information. And depending on what baseline you're using, it can be just make not much of a difference, or it can make a huge difference. So it is really depending on the baseline.
And sometimes they already, so to get the certification of the organic farm, it also takes some time, and during that time the management changes already, so this is not so easy.
Valérie, a few words on this?
A few words is difficult, but so there are two elements in your remark. One is that what you said, that the models do not reward the practices that are typical of organic farmers, and that is, if you are thinking about avoidance of pesticides and biodiversity, the biodiversity benefits of organic farming, this is something that our colleagues in the environment are developing, a nature credits roadmap that is supposed to look more at rewards for nature services. But it's not an easy one, because the notion of quantification, additionality in the context of biodiversity has even more challenges than for carbon. The other element of your remark was the reward, the incentives for early movers, and how to reward farmers who already stored a lot of carbon, so now they have saturated carbon stock, they cannot store it more. Although now it seems that is not true, that you reach saturation. No, I don't know. Someone last week was saying
I think it's not as saturation, it's lower potential for reduction.
Lower potential for sequestration. So that is a more difficult one. Now the current framework we have is really for additional units of carbon sequestration or emission reductions. What we want to do to keep on board early movers is to allow farmers that started maybe in recent years to still be eligible for certification. So that will mean that we would derogate from the requirement that they started because of certification, because they started before certification, under the assumption that maybe in recent years they heard about the possibility one day of being certified by this European framework, but the framework was not in place yet. So it makes sense from a legal point of view to not require that they only start with certification. But this is only, but they still have to sequester carbon once they get certified, or to reduce emissions. So if they start already from a very good performance, it will be harder to improve on that. What will be needed is to have a different way of certifying only the performance and not the additional performance, but just the performance, which is something that we are looking into, whether there are some ways to adjust the CRCF regulation to that extent. So yeah, that we are
Thank you.
looking at.
We are now opening the floor, and we have already.
So let's take two
interventions
points,
from
two questions,
people.
and I will add one from
No,
Slido.
here.
Yeah.
Marcus
Who was before you?
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Just a short comment. So for organic farming, it would be Organic Climate Net. That's another EU project that is specifically focusing on organic farming, organic and climate change. Organic Climate Net. And of course then there's Invest Soil, another one, where it's about more incentivizing soil health and not just the carbon part, not just the carbon farming part. And this one is not about organic farming solely, but to extend the payment schemes also to soil fertility and quality.
Please introduce yourself before you start. Who was next? I don't know. I was there. They know. I have to say who's next.
Thanks. Actually, I have a few questions that I expected to be addressed today. So the first one is about the scheme for payment for the carbon credit regarding carbon sequestration. So due to the fact that it's difficult to quantify carbon sequestration, and because of the equilibrium level that is different from farm to farm. So this is something that could be addressed in this conference that I think it was missing. The second one is about the discussion about the methodological issues such as allocation and functional unit. You know, I noticed that it's something that we need to address also, in my opinion, because in Jocelyn's presentation, there was one slide that was about the GHG reduction per hectare, but no changes in the GHG intensity. So in my opinion, it might be a wrong message that to say that reduction of emission because of extensification, but without considering the other aspects that would be about the, how can I say that, ignoring the demand of the, for example, protein sources. So somehow if we go with the extensification in dairy, but still the demand for the protein is there, so somehow we are just shifting the emission from one sector to another sector. So what about this type of issues that I think it would be addressed somehow? And one point was about the multi-criteria assessment. It was talked about the holistic approach, but I didn't hear not that much about the multi-criteria assessment. That was somehow this topic in ClieNFarms project, and one thing that might be very important is that the point is that when we are talking about the GHG carbon credit due to GHG reduction, from farm to farm, we have different situations. So nowadays, what I see in Netherlands is that companies are dealing with the payment for the farmers with different level of productivity. So they are trying to find something like a baseline that farmers should reach that baseline, and then the carbon credit or payment due to GHG reduction can be done by the company. So this I thought that would be interesting for the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, several points, so back to you, Dano.
Yeah, and thank you to keep your questions short in the next round. Who wants to react, starting with maybe...
I can start with the carbon, and then each of us can take a question. No?
Yeah.
Yes. The carbon, I think you had in mind it's the permanence. So meaning that the carbon, so the soil is in equilibrium. So we didn't talk about that today because I think as you well said, there is no saturation or there is no equilibrium, it just becomes slower. And then this is really individual because the carbon can also go in the depth and can be allocated to other components than clay, such as aluminium and silicates and so on. And then there is and maybe then it's your answer, then you have the measurements and you have the modeling, and so there most of the carbon labels go for crop systems. So because there we are really good in the modeling, we are not so good in the grasslands. This is why they are more less considered in most of the carbon labels, I would say. But we are working on that, and I hope I can finish that in my career, to have a label for grasslands. And maybe if you are validating that, or if you are, maybe you can say something on the,
maybe a word on your last point was you were describing the price premium mechanism that some companies are implementing. Just to say a word on we can see somehow some competition between these systems, which are great because they are financing the transition, and the carbon credits mechanism, where the financing are more coming from outside the value chain. And we think that we need to combine this kind of funding systems, because they will we won't have one single funding stream, and we need to combine them to reach the cost of the transition for the farmer. So that's really an important point, and that's where the CRCF can really be helpful to gather and to combine these funding systems.
Valeria, you want to know on the organic? I still had this issue of the carbon allocation. I don't know if this was really the point, but are the models that you have been using, could they help to identify better how to allocate carbon, for instance, to different crops? Because if you want to have different companies pay for different crops, you should be able to say, hey, this is more this type of practice that has stored more carbon. Is it something on which you have been working within the project, or is it still too complicated?
We did work on that, and I think in our research work and together with Marcus as well, we did work on that, and on the research side, we together with Marcus and Fiebel as well. Yeah, I think we can estimate it. Sometimes there is a little bit of compromise between what the farmer likes to get and what the model predicts or what we measure. So we need we try to be on the optimistic side, say your soil can store carbon. I think we know quite well now which crop rotations or which grassland managements can store carbon, and it really depends locally where you are on your soil, on your climate, and what you are doing. There is really a big progress using the remote sensing, because we would need much more input data. So we would need the biomass data, we would need the age of the field or the root depth and so on. And this the farmer cannot it's not so easy to measure, so that we need help from outside. Does this answer your question? And do you want to answer?
I think
no? Because you no.
I see that you are getting really tired. We had a question from, you want Marcus to say something, or quickly?
I would like to, but mine was
maybe no, but it was just a quick answer to.
I think the one point is that we have to find the sweet spot between measuring everything and the simplicity that I think the second group demanded for the whole MRV system.
Marion?
Yeah, Marion de Vries from Wageningen Livestock Research. I have a question that is not really about modeling, but a bit more holistic. What I noticed is that what was just said in a discussion just now is that actually there would be only synergies between climate mitigation options and, for instance, biodiversity. And I disagree on that. I'm really a bit pessimistic about what would be the way farms will develop in Europe if we would steer only on greenhouse gas mitigation. And I'm wondering, what is your opinion? What is your view on that? What we've seen until now in the Netherlands is that steering on carbon footprint, so per kilogram of product, does steer in a certain direction, a certain development of farms developing in a certain way. And the question is that at the cost of certain other ecosystem services that farms are providing? So I would be happy to hear your opinion on that.
Okay, thank you. Well, it was more about this baseline issue and on the organic farming, because in Marvik we proposed actually a kind of in-between to solve this problem. In our vision is to have this baseline calculated with specific soil information but with standardized management. So in that sense, I think if organic farmers applying better practices than a standard in the region, they would always do better if you use the same model with the same soil data and so on. That might raise other questions about what is standard management and the value of these credits and so on, but yeah, we thought that could be a solution.
Daniel, maybe we try to respond. First question, Valeria.
Yeah. Maybe Marion, did you mean with practices that are good for mitigation but not for biodiversity? Did you mean more practices related to intensive livestock management, or were you talking about crop management?
No, measures for mitigating greenhouse gas emissions that we have identified, for instance, in the catalog of climate solutions, whether they are a risk actually for other.
But in the livestock context or a crop context? Both. Yeah. Because, well, from what I understand, the practices that are good for soil health, which are the ones that that currently we can certify. So this is about better crop rotation, cover crops, agroforestry. I hear only good things in terms of biodiversity. So I'm happy if you give me more details. This trade-off, I hear it much more in the context of livestock, where indeed a lot of mitigation options are actually only applicable to intensive livestock systems, and they have zero co-benefits for biodiversity, such as feed additives or different culling ages, or well, maybe manure management in a sense could have a good impact for pollution and ammonia emissions, but it's difficult to argue that anaerobic digesters have co-benefits for biodiversity. So in that context, I see this trade-off. We don't have, livestock is not currently included in the scope of the regulation, but we are working on a pilot methodology for livestock emissions that in case as a basis for assessing whether we should integrate livestock. And in that context, this topic, should we keep the requirement of co-benefits for biodiversity for the reduction of enteric fermentation and manure management emissions? If we keep it, I don't know how many practices will be eligible. So we need to find to decide what we want to do there.
And the functional units is very important.
Yeah.
Please do not speak without mic, Mahim, because they cannot listen to you at home.
Just to answer this and going back to Jocelyn's presentation and Hassan's comment, I think it's partly related to the units that we talked about. You mentioned emissions per product, we talked about emissions per area, what was mentioned here, and the emissions per farm. And if you always look in all three, then this is less likely to happen, because then it shows. You need to interpret this together, and you need to we were talking about, should we aggregate these two values? And I think we will miss information if we do so, but it's also not handy to go to all the three values. But if you see all three values, then most likely this won't happen, and Valeria is right, that most likely, but we can, it would be curious to see the points where it's not fitting, where it does not work. In most cases that I looked at, you could see it and you get the co-benefits discovered, but it's a fair point.
On the baseline in organic farming, Simon, you or who?
Well, I think
okay,
Grace was a remark more than a question, but it's something that the Marvik project has already developed and presented for a while, and it's a good idea.
Just also go back to it. I tried this, as I said, for one farm, and I really struggled. So if Marvik is able to solve this in a way, then this would be quite nice, because it's not so easy, because crop rotations, plants or crops change over time. So which time frame you pick, what is the equivalent for the region, how you deal with this. This was really tricky to get this information. So I would be quite pleased. I think it's a good idea, but it's difficult to achieve.
Should we? So we still have one or two? Oh, three. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
just maybe a more practical question, whether through the ClieNFarms project you were able to identify whether the farmers completed the assessments themselves, how much time it took, or whether they had an advisor helping them, and how much time it took. Earlier this morning we heard that data was number 6 on a list of, I don't know, favourite things about the project or something. It was at the bottom of the list. So my point is, I guess, all this could become academic. You know, we could have a perfect system, great framework, great regulations. We've designed it perfectly, and it just takes too much effort to get involved. So I'd like to know from the panel if there was any assessment of that, you know, from the demonstration farmers, the lead commercial farmers, and those people who completed the carbon footprinting exercises, the benchmarking exercises.
Okay.
I can start, maybe you complete.
No. Well, first there
okay.
Andreas Gattinger, JLU Gießen. I have a comment or somehow suggestion for getting biodiversity measures more into the catalog of solution, also in the carbon removal and carbon farming framework, is to exclude those practices where we know from science or from the mode of operation that they impede on biodiversity in a negative aspect. And this is, for instance, nitrification inhibitors. So far they are on the list as an eligible measure, but the mode of action is to block, to knock out nitrification bacteria to function, and this impedes on soil biodiversity. So I would not say to restrict any usage of nitrification inhibitors, but not as a positive means for carbon farming.
Thank you.
The question
okay.
on the...
Can we start responding, Luis? Yes? Okay, and then we'll stop. That's okay. We got instruction. Okay, Katja.
So I will answer quick, and then maybe, Matthias, you can complete if there is something missing. Yes, we kept track of that. So as we said, the data we requested was quite long. So we asked each ISSS how long it would take, and in hours and in training for the lead commercial farms. And then some of the ISSS, they had already experience filling in these data sheets and also in the training and collect the data. So some of them went to the farmers, and there was another project with Marion, they even went to the farmers and stayed there for a while. We tried to keep track of that. And yes, I think we also keep track of that when the farmers, so some of the cool farm tool models, simulations were filled in by the farmers, some by the advisors and some by us. And depending who did it, the results were not the same. I think this is also a result, and I think this is even worth to be published or to be shown elsewhere, because the farmer knows best its farm and what to tick and not to tick, while the advisor or the researcher just maybe takes something more global or a default value. Do you want to?
I think it's, I don't want to present it as a problem. It was a little bit a challenge in terms of work and also in terms of communication. And I had a lot of talks and chats with the individual people. I think this is essential, just to talk directly about things. I think I wouldn't see this as a barrier for implementing solutions that we discovered, because I also see once you normalize this a little bit, the problems partly started because we had this wide range of different models and tools. This makes it more challenging. There was a different commitment from modular groups as well, which also makes it difficult to get a grip of it and organize this in a way that we get this all organized in a way that is the easiest option for the ISSS and how to organize this among them. I think I don't see this as a barrier if you want to solve or implement this on a larger scale, because then you have a clearer, more transparent pathway and description for this. It might be less data that are required. You can design it more specifically for the different farm types, which we didn't do because we thought it's a project overall, but this reduces the number of variables that you need to ask for, and be a little bit clearer also for the formulations of what you need. And it could be also a little bit more designed in a way that we thought to use more the wording and the language of farmers, because certain things we also got feedback, what do you mean with this? And we also asked, what do you mean with this answer? So however, I think it was a challenge. I think it was interesting for both sides. I understand it was not pleasant to go through it, but I think overall I'm not unhappy about how the data we got. I'm really happy about it and try to use it as much as we can.
Thank you. So, Simon, quickly.
Just quickly an add-on on the diagnosis with the funding perspective. In France, when it was we had a lot of public money a few years ago. I mean, the statement was that diagnosis was a barrier, and there was a recovery plan after the COVID, and public subsidies were given to farmers to make diagnoses, and there was a massive movement to make diagnoses in the farm, paid by public money, by subsidies. And that's a good way maybe to combine public money and then the farmer, they could go for carbon program, which is private money, or price premium, which is also private money from the agri-food value chain. But that was a good way to overcome one of the barriers to use public money for that.
So we are coming to an end of this panel. Just a few words, Valeria, on the denitrification?
Well, there was a specific top comment on the nitrification inhibitors. That is something, if you have any paper, any evidence, please send them, because it's a solution with a lot of mitigation potential, and we discussed internally, and colleagues in DigiGrow manage fertilizer production regulation, and they assured us that any fertilizer product put on the market, also nitrification inhibitors, goes through a check that the substances are not toxic. So they reassured me that this regulation would not allow to put on the market nitrification inhibitors that are harmful to the environment, and I was reassured. But then if you have another view, please send me any evidence about that.
Thank you, Valeria. I think it's time now to thank our panelists for their interventions and responses. So big round of applause. Yeah, I think it was quite interesting, and we move now to the final part of this conference. I give the floor to Luis again.
Actually, you can stay, and Katja as well. Not only Katja, you, if you can stay. And thank you.
What is happening?
And I can also ask Jocelyn to come and Pernil to come.
I didn't.
Mariana, we are now doing the Mentimeter. We now have like a very quick session, because as I said, thank you, Pernil. And thank you for volunteering. We have this final session, and we're going to go back to the impacts. So can you please join us and evaluate on the Mentimeter? Evaluate, it's just a quick evaluation on how far we are doing on the impacts that we promised in the beginning that we're going to achieve. Are we all there? So let's go. Okay, this is first session impacts, and we have to rate them from 0 to 10, yeah? Someone already voted? Please don't get them go down. We will report on this. Okay, we have 23. I'll wait a little bit more. I think it's not moving too much because each vote counts less now. Well, it counts the same, but it's not moving. Okay, just give 30 seconds for Jocelyn to reflect.
Yeah,
Jocelyn, please.
Yeah,
1 or
maybe
2 minutes to comment on this.
Okay, maybe on a real solution to reach climate neutral farms, I will say that yeah, I'm not surprised on the score. It could even be, let's say, we developed real solution, but climate neutral farms, it's something quite difficult to achieve. Huh? It's something that we have to bear in mind. We are a lot communicating about climate neutrality, but I think it will be very difficult. And just to bounce on what has been said before, it's good to make the mic circulate. Also, Hassan, I agree on several things you said, and I think today we are able to really mitigate the emission with clear, let's say, clear action mitigation, greenhouse gas mitigation solution. But for let's say carbon farming, we still have a difficulty, especially because sometimes the good practices are already in place in organic, but in all the grassland, let's say a lot of grassland systems. And because we have already the practice in place, in fact, we cannot really promote them, let's say, and benefits from funding for that. So it's a problem because when and after concerning testing solution, yeah, I think it has been well done. And concerning EU Green Deal, I think it's something that yeah, it's a real challenge for all agriculture production, but also we have to bear in mind that we have to maintain also agriculture production in Europe. It's just like, I don't know, energy production or something. It's something strategic. So I think we hope that it will remain with a clear goal and also clear action to be conducted, because I was quite agree with what has been said maybe by farmers, but inside the room, I think it's also time to act now. I think we research a lot, apply research and so on. So now it's really, we have to choose one path and go on this path. And that's it.
Thank you very much. So let's go to session 2. Session 2 was about value chains. And Pernil will comment. Yeah, I think he's not moving much, but it's interesting to see also the wave because it shows the votes, and it's interesting to see. Pernil, please.
Yeah. So first, I'll bring a disclaimer that I'm not the lead of this work package. So, so I'll be speaking on behalf of Jan Peter and Jörg Sauk. But the question of the impact of creating business models, we heard from Jörg Sauk earlier today that there's definitely been some work on that. So hopefully it's work in progress. Then on the building strong links between farmers and the industry, we heard before from the session, both from Molly and from all the other panelists, that the industry and farmers are working full speed on that on their own account, and hopefully the project has supported this process. And then regarding the success stories, yeah, there's been a bunch of success stories.
So our third session was on research, and we had these three impacts mentioned in the beginning. Okay, I think it's not moving too much, so we can go to comments. It's interesting to see that the ratings were a bit lower, at least two of them. So I'll pass it now to Katja to comment. You can pass.
No, it's a hilly area, I can see. the hilly area, yeah. I think, yeah, which nicely shows that for some, for the first, measuring sustainability and progress in clear and reliable methods, I think we need still some progress, so we are not clear, does it mean? For some it's really clear, maybe those which work on it, and those which want to work on it, it's not clear at all. I think this is what it shows. Helping farmers, yeah, you can see there's a hill to the right-hand side, means that some people got help, and others not so much. And then there is an in-between. So yeah, I think also with the catalog of solutions and so on, means that when we disseminate also with your help, there might be more progress. And using modeling to plan the future challenges, yeah, I can see there is a big hill in the middle. Yeah, so again, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we have the fourth and final session, who was just now on policy. So, and these were the three impacts. And this is the last one. I'm happy that we don't have a fifth session because really getting down. So, Daniel, please move forward.
Yeah, so interesting. First of all, it's well, of course, the ranking is lower. That's the first thing that is striking. Second is it's quite distributed all over the place. So you have very something on the left and sort of a lot of different marks, obviously. So what does it mean? Probably that there is still a lot of work to be done. So some people see concrete results. I think it's all over for the three. There are some concrete and positive things, but there are also people who at least do not see very much the results and the utilization of the results on improving greenhouse gas monitoring, on helping design reliable and fair policies for carbon farming. It's just also something that an experience that I think is important, the gap between doing some research project and trying to transfer this into policy recommendations. I think Alba could testify this. Trying really to bring all this knowledge and say, how is it useful for those who are producing policies, was really something difficult. There is still a gap, obviously, between the work of such a project and what it means concretely for policies. And this is probably also what is shown here, that it's difficult to judge. There are perhaps yes, perhaps not. We don't know yet. So we are just on average.
Thank you, Dana. So, I will just 2 minutes and I'll pass it to Jacques-Eric. Just to say first, we will do the reporting and we will take the Slido questions and pass them with moderators, with the panelists, to make sure that we try to answer as best as we can. Second thing, it was for me as a farmer, as an advisor, I think it was an amazing day and an amazing project. I think there is a growing momentum, and I loved as a farmer, I loved the economic perspective. We spoke about money almost all day, and this value chain connection, interaction, collaboration, I think it's extremely important. And I was discussing the project yesterday with someone, and I was asking, so now we need to do another project? And the answer was, no, now we need to apply what we did in our project, so we don't need another project. And I think it's very important to take over what we have. And so for me, it's over. Before that, I would just like you to clap and thank the coordination team and Jacques-Eric for everything. Thank you. Jacques-Eric.
Can we?
Are we dismissed?
Yeah.
Dismissed. Good.
Okay, so I have the final word to say. So first, of course, thanks everybody for the participation and collaboration and discussion and interaction you had during this day. We've seen it's a very important topic, as I said at the beginning. We're not still at the 20% and then 50% into 2030 and 2050, but we're working on. Maybe you will be wondering, there was no farmers here today, and the main focus of our project is farmer. So we had a lot of discussion about inviting farmers. It's something quite complicated to ask farmers to come for a full day here. It's not a full day, quite often it's 2 or 3 days because they have to travel. And it's very difficult, so maybe it's a word for the EU, it's very difficult to pay farmers to come for such a meeting. They were not specific citizen or NGO as well, but we are all citizens, so I hope we also gave our word as citizens, even if we are researchers, policymakers, or whatever. we've seen a lot of things that are the seeds for the future. That's the reason we are in the middle of a lot of the Mentimeters. We will be trying to go further to the 10, but it's already a lot of work that we all carried out all together. A lot of people participated to the creative arena. So as we said, it was just to give a flavor of what has been the different creative arena in almost the 20 IEEEs. And I think it worked very well. There's a lot of discussion, everybody playing a role, and showing that in a map you can create a lot of interactions, and that listening to the other, better understanding the constraint of the other, it's a way to have a collective intelligence in order to go a step further. So I think it's something more and more used in research when you got participatory researches. But it's very important that all the people take the time to discuss all together in order to develop collaborative results. Of course, there'll be some important wording during all the day, but I like the three words: clarity, transparency, and accuracy. And it's not only for models, it's not only for data, but it's also for interaction between people. And I've been quite lucky as a coordinator that there's been a very good mood during the 4 years. And the results, it's the way the conference was today. It was solid, it was robust, it was quite sympathetic. Of course, it's time now to acknowledge a lot of people. So, of course, first, founders, thank you. Yep. Then, of course, Consulide and INRA IT, we did a lot of work to prepare or to organize all this nice meeting. I hope you enjoyed it. And all of you, of course, and all of you, of course, who came from different parts of Europe for sharing this nice event. After the closures, you will have, what's the name? It's a networking reception, so something like that. So you have something to drink, that is the idea, but yeah. So it's with 1 hour social discussion, and you can do whatever you want during this time. For all the partners, we have the final consortium meeting tomorrow, that registration at 8:30, and we'll be starting at 9. So please try for the last time to be on time. And just to remind the different moderators of the sessions that they will have to give a short wrap-up of their session tomorrow. So you can ask for the Mentimeters, so you have already the final view of your sessions. So that's all what I wanted to say. I don't know if Mariana or Dina, you have something else to say or to communicate?
No, just a big thank you for being here, and I hope that you enjoyed the day. And a big thank you to my team, because they were really, really amazing.
Take your cup to the other room.